The air in King's Landing clung close and heavy as a wet shroud, so thick with the scent of summer decay and dust that it seemed to choke every honest word before it could be uttered. Ned Stark stood at the window in his solar, his hand resting on the cool stone, his gaze fixed on the distant red of the Targaryen keep. Dawn had barely broken, the streets below still slumbered beneath the veil of uncertain peace, but his mind was a tide, never still. He'd slept little since the king's hunting party rode out. Now the city seemed hollow, every corner grown longer, every shadow cast by flickering candlelight a threat. He turned away from the sunrise and found himself looking down at the table, at the letter Varys had delivered before the moon rose. Wax broken, parchment creased, lines of writing so neat they might have been scribed by a machine, and yet each word had the weight of a hammer upon his chest. Your Grace, forgive the intrusion. It was a plea and a warning. Lysa's trembling hand, naming Cersei Lannister the poisoner of Jon Arryn, naming Littlefinger as the Whisperer, the one who had told her to flee. For days now, Ned had traced the tangled threads of court intrigue, following the path of whispers and stares, half-heard words from behind veils, the subtle shift of men in silks and gold. He'd thought to play a slow game, the game of honor. But in this city, honor was a knife, drawn in darkness, sharpest when unseen. Ned's knuckles whitened as he closed the letter, as if by sheer force he could wring from it some answer, some salve for the worry that gnawed at him like rats in the walls. He had been a fool. He knew that now, with the pain of a man who trusted a viper to guard his child. Littlefinger had smiled as he gave his counsel, had played the wounded ally, the clever man who alone could be trusted. He was as sly as any cat in the alleys of White Harbor. Ned had been slow to see it, slow to act, and now the city was poised on the knife's edge. He had sent word to Renly, to Stannis, to Varys. He'd summoned Sir Barristan too under the guise of council business. But the true decision, the moment of revelation, would come this day. He pressed his fingers to his brow. You have played this long enough, Eddard Stark, he whispered to himself. It ends today. There was only one path now, a path lined with thorns and daggers, and he would have to walk it openly. His father's voice echoed in his mind. The lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. The sound of the door opening made him tense, his hand falling instinctively to the hilt of ice, propped against the wall. But it was only Maester Pycelle, stooping, blinking, his white beard flowing over his chest. He moved like a man burdened by secrets of his own. My Lord Hand, Pycelle said, bowing. Forgive the intrusion, but you asked to see me at first light. Ned nodded curtly. Sit, Maester. There are matters that must be discussed. Matters of grave import to the realm. Pycelle obeyed, lowering himself with slow, deliberate care into the high-backed chair. He folded his hands, a faint tremor shaking his fingers. The king will return within the week, it is said. Ned ignored the prompt. Maester, I wish to speak to you of Jon Arryn, of the illness that took him. You were there. You cared for him. Pycelle's gaze flickered, wary. Yes, my lord. A tragic loss to us all. He was a great man. Was he poisoned? Ned asked quietly, directly. The maester's eyes widened, the old man's lips fluttering as if he sought to deny it, but the words died on his tongue. He looked down and Ned saw, not for the first time, the shadow of guilt upon him. I did all I could for him, my lord. The night he fell ill, he was in good spirits. He trailed off. It was sudden. I can say no more. Ben said. Yet you delivered his milk of the poppy. You attended his meals. You knew what he ate, what he drank. Pycelle raised a trembling hand. My lord, I am a servant of the realm. I did not? Ned leaned forward, his voice cold. If you have played any part in this, now is the time to confess. Not to me, but to the king when he returns. But there are others involved, and I will not see this city fall to ruin for your silence. I am not here to threaten you, but to warn you. The truth will come out. Pycelle wilted beneath his gaze, the old man shrinking into his robes. I have only ever served House Targaryen and House Baratheon after. I do not know what you think you have learned, my lord, but... Ned cut him off. It is not what I have learned. It is what I know. Lord Arryn was murdered. And I believe you know who gave the order. Tell me. But Pycelle shook his head, his lips pressed in a stubborn line. I do not know, Lord Stark, I swear it. I suspected, yes, but I do not know. Ned let out a slow breath. He could wring no more from the man, not without threat, and that was not his way. If you remember anything more, you will come to me at once. Do you understand? Maison? Pycelle nodded, eager now to leave. Ned gestured for him to go, and the maester scurried away, his slippers scuffing the flagstones. He was left alone again. In the hush that followed, he felt the weight of all he did not know pressing down on him. He could trust no one. Even Varys, who gave him warning, did so for his own reasons. Even Sir Barristan, though honorable, had served 3 kings before this one, and each time had watched a realm unravel. A knock on the door, brisk and familiar, banished his musings. Sir Roderick Castle, whiskered and stern as ever, stepped inside. My lord, Roderick said, bowing. Petyr Baelish awaits you in the council chamber. Says the queen herself requested your presence. Ned nodded. It was time. He straightened his surcoat, buckled on the sword belt, and strode from the solar. Roderick followed at his side, silent as a shadow. They passed through the maze of corridors, down the broad stairs that wound around the tower. The hallways were strangely empty, servants keeping to their alcoves, the gold cloaks standing stiff at every archway, eyes averted. In the council chamber, Littlefinger was already waiting, lounging in a carved chair. A glass of wine balanced on his knee. Lord Stark, he purred, rising with a smile that showed too many teeth. You summoned me. I hope I have not offended. Ned studied the man's narrow face. Petyr Baelish was dressed in soft green velvet, his fingers adorned with silver rings, his hair immaculate. He looked every inch the loyal counselor, the friend in adversity. But Ned had learned what sort of friend Petyr Baelish truly was. You are not offended, I hope, if I have some questions for you, Ned said. Matters concerning the late Jon Arryn, and the safety of the realm. Littlefinger's eyes glittered. Ask away, my lord. I am an open book. Are you? Ned said. He stepped closer, letting the weight of his presence fill the space. You told me once that House Lannister was not to be trusted, that it was the Queen's brother who had reason to fear Jon Arryn's inquiries. Was that the truth? Littlefinger's mouth curved in a mockery of a smile. My lord, there is little enough truth in King's Landing. I only repeat what is whispered in the shadows. But you know more than you say. You told me the city would bleed if I pressed too hard. Yet you pressed me to name Cersei's children as bastards, to make my move before the king returned. Why? None? For the first time, Littlefinger's composure flickered. He lifted his glass and sipped, eyes fixed on the deep red within. This is a dangerous city, Lord Stark. You must move quickly, or not at all. Those who wait find themselves on the wrong end of a knife, or a sword. Ned let the silence hang, the unspoken accusation thickening the air. Tell me what you know of Jon Arryn's death. All of it. No riddles. If you lie to me now, I will take it to the king, and to every lord in this city. None? Littlefinger laughed softly, but the sound was brittle. You play a bold game, Stark, but you are new to King's Landing. This is not Winterfell, where the snows bury all secrets. Here, secrets bloom. Here, secrets feed on blood. He set his wine aside and stood, crossing the floor until he stood close enough that Ned could smell the sweet perfume on his breath. I warned you of the Lannisters. I warned you not to trust me. Jon Arryn was asking questions that no man should ask. He paid the price. Then some more. Ned's hand tightened on the hilt of ice. And who paid you to guide him to that end? Littlefinger's lips parted. For a heartbeat, Ned thought he saw something like regret in the man's eyes. A fleeting shadow, a memory of some old wound. Then it was gone. You must be careful, Stark, he said softly. If you force this into the open, you will find that friends become foes. The Queen has more power than you think. And the King, Ned cut him off. The King will hear the truth. All of it. Today. Nay. The threat landed between them, and for the first time, Littlefinger looked uncertain. He inclined his head, a faint mocking bow. As you wish, my lord, but you will not find what you seek. As Littlefinger slipped from the chamber, Ned turned to Roderick. Summon Renly Baratheon, quietly, and Sir Barristan, and send a rider to Varys. Tell them the Hand demands their presence at once. Roderick nodded and left. Ned stood alone, his heart thudding in his chest, the fate of a kingdom teetering between his fingers. Time dragged as the sun rose, light slanting through the high windows, painting gold upon the stone. Renly was the first to arrive, striding in with the impatience of a man who trusted in his own youth and beauty. "Lord Stark," he said, "you have an urgent matter?" Ned explained, voice low and measured, the events as he understood them. The death of Jon Arryn, the whispers of poison, the suspicions cast upon House Lannister, and most damning, the role Littlefinger had played in steering the investigation and manipulating the council. Renly listened, his eyes narrowed, lips pursed in thought. "These are serious charges, my lord. But if you are right, the Queen herself is complicit." "I do not make the charge lightly," Ned said. "But Jon Arryn was murdered for what he knew, and Littlefinger has played every side against the middle." Renly paced, running his hands through his hair. "If we move against the Queen without proof, we risk open war. But if we do nothing..." Sir Barristan entered then, dignified in white, face carved in concern. Ned recounted the story again, sparing nothing. Sir Barristan listened, impassive. "If Lord Baelish is as cunning as you believe, he will have covered his tracks," Barristan said. "But if the Hand has reason to call a council, I will stand with him. The king trusts you, Lord Stark." Ned felt the tremor in his own hands. He may not when he hears what I have to say. Varys arrived last, gliding into the room like a wraith. "Lord Stark," he murmured. "The realm trembles. What mischief is afoot?" Ned regarded him with open suspicion. "We are discussing the death of Jon Arryn, and the future of the realm." Varys inclined his head, lips curved in his perpetual smile. "I serve the realm, my lord. Whatever serves peace." "I am calling a meeting of the full council," Ned said. "The king will be told everything on his return. I will speak to him alone, before the Queen can poison his ear." Renly stepped forward. "You will need allies, Stark. The gold cloaks, the city watch, are loyal to coin, and Littlefinger is their master. You must move quickly." Ned nodded. "Then let us act before sunset. I will summon Littlefinger again, and in the presence of witnesses, demand the truth." Barristan's brow furrowed. "He will deny everything." "I am not concerned with what he will admit," Ned said. "But if the truth is spoken before the council, it will be harder to bury. And if anything befalls me, you will all know the truth." Renly smiled thinly. "You gamble much, Stark." "I do not gamble. I stand for the realm. That is all." He rose, squaring his shoulders. "Come, let us call the council." They moved through the halls together, 4 men in the shadow of a dying king, every step echoing with the weight of what was to come. As they entered the council chamber, Cersei was already there, draped in gold and crimson, flanked by Sir Jaime, his hand resting on his sword hilt, his smile cold. Littlefinger lounged at the far end of the table, watching with the lazy air of a man supremely confident in his own invulnerability. Ned took his seat at the head of the table, with Renly at his right, Sir Barristan at his left, and Varys drifting silently to a place beside the fire. "My lords and ladies," Ned said, "there are matters that must be brought to light." Cersei arched an eyebrow. "Such as?" "The death of Jon Arryn," Ned replied, "and the schemes that led to his murder." Silence fell, thick as smoke. Littlefinger raised his goblet in mock salute. "At last, Lord Stark, you speak the language of King's Landing." Ned's voice was steady. "Lord Baelish, you are accused of conspiring with Lysa Arryn to frame House Lannister for the murder of the Hand. You are accused of manipulating the council, and of seeking to pit the great houses against one another for your own gain. What say you? Littlefinger's laughter rang out, bright and hollow. Accused by whom? You, Lord Stark? Have you proof? I have the word of Lysa Arryn, Ned said. I have the word of those who attended Jon Arryn in his final days. I have my own eyes and ears. Cersei's gaze sharpened. Her lips pressed into a hard line. These are grave accusations, my Lord Hand. Renly leaned forward. We have cause for concern, Your Grace. The city is uneasy. The king will expect answers on his return. Jaime's hand drifted to his sword. Careful, Stark. You name my sister in the same breath as a murderer. I name only those who have conspired against the realm, Ned replied. Littlefinger rose, setting his cup aside. You have played your hand, Stark, but you are not the only one with cards to show. He smiled, and for a moment, the mask slipped. There are many secrets in this city. Yours among them. Cersei stood as well, her eyes glinting. You have no proof, only whispers, only the word of a frightened widow. Ser Barristan's voice rang out, clear and true. The hand of the king has called a council. Let us hear his evidence. Ned nodded, and began to lay out the web of lies, the trail of gold and blood, the whispers that led from Lysa's flight to Jon Arryn's grave. He spoke plainly, without flourish, letting the facts speak for themselves. The faces around the table grew hard, the air thick with tension. When he finished, Littlefinger smiled, a serpent smile. You have made many enemies today, Stark. I have no fear of enemies, Ned replied, his voice like ice. Then, you are a greater fool than I thought. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, the game was joined in earnest. Yaki. The dying sun bled crimson through the narrow windows of the small council chamber. Dust hung in the golden air, dancing in slow, lazy eddies, as if time itself hesitated. Silence pressed upon the gathered lords and lady, Ned Stark at the table's head, back ramrod straight, gray eyes reflecting every shade of storm. Cersei Lannister poised as a blade in her gold and scarlet. Littlefinger, reclining with the practiced ease of a man who had long ago chosen masks over faces. Renly Baratheon restless, fingers tapping the silent rhythm on polished oak. Ser Barristan Selmy standing at Ned's shoulder, ancient and resolute, and Ned's words hung between them still, the echo of accusation, the promise of upheaval. The entire city, it seemed, trembled in that hush, as if the stones themselves understood that truth and lies had at last come to trial. Cersei was first to break the silence. Her voice, light as silk but sharp as broken glass, cut through the stillness. You come to us with hearsay and the tears of a grieving woman, Lord Stark. Is this the justice of the North, then? To condemn without proof, to besmirch noble names upon the wind? Ned did not look away. You mistake me, Your Grace. I come not to condemn, but to reveal what has been hidden too long. Jon Arryn died for knowledge. The knowledge of the children. He paused, aware of the loaded air, of the weight of every glance. Are not the king's get? Jaime's chair shrieked against the floor as he surged to his feet. You go too far. Barristan's hand fell, not gently, on the hilt of his own sword. Sit, Ser Jaime. Jaime, lips twisting, hesitated, but his eyes were only for Ned. In them, Ned saw a spark of panic, a flicker of something close to hate. Varys leaned forward, steepling his fingers. Perhaps, my lords, there is another way. The king will soon return. Let him judge these matters. Ned Dimitoar. Cersei smiled, serene now. Yes, let Robert decide if he will listen to Northern Calamy or his own queen. Renly looked from Ned to Cersei and back again. Robert will listen to the hand. He always has. You have my word, Lord Stark. I will stand with you in council, whatever comes. Littlefinger's eyes flicked, quick as a viper's tongue, to Renly. Your word, Lord Renly, is worth its weight in what, exactly? Baratheon ambition, perhaps. The gold cloaks obey their own master. Shall we summon Janos Slynt and see whose purse he respects most? Nancy. Ned turned on Littlefinger then, his voice low, barely more than a whisper, yet every ear strained for it. You played Jon Arryn against the queen. You nudged me down this path. Why, Petter, to what end? Littlefinger smiled as though they were sharing a private joke. To survive, Lord Stark, to prosper. Isn't that what every man desires? The game is played by the living. The dead have no stake. Cersei's laughter was like wine spilled on marble, sweet and sudden. There is no crime in ambition. Shall we execute all who seek more than what birth grants? Ambition, without honor, is poison, Ned answered. The shadows lengthened. Out beyond the Red Keep's walls, bells began to ring the evening, the noise rising and falling, like the breath of some sleeping beast. Ned could almost feel the city listening, waiting, hungry for the outcome. His fingers curled around the edge of the table. He would not let fear drive him from this course. He nodded to Sir Barristan, who produced a small sealed pouch and set it on the table before him. Ned broke the seal and withdrew a sheaf of letters. John Arryn's, Lysa's, records in Pycelle's spidery hand, even a page in Sansa's familiar girlish scrawl. Her childish description of the blonde-haired prince and princess. He read, slowly and carefully. The evidence accumulated with pain and patience. The book of lineages. The proof that the king's children could not have Robert's black hair. The accounts of who had attended John Arryn in his final hours. Lysa's frantic letter naming Cersei, naming Littlefinger. Renly's face hardened as the pattern emerged. Barristan's, grave already, seemed carved of ancient stone. Varys studied the table's grain, his eyes two soft, dark pools. Jaime's jaw clenched tight. Cersei, for all her poise, could not quite conceal a spasm of fear, there and gone. When Ned finished, he met each gaze in turn. If I fall, he said, the truth will not die with me. Others know. I have sent word to Stannis Baratheon. I have written to River Run, to White Harbor, to Winterfell. You cannot keep the sun from rising. Nancy. Littlefinger's smile was gone now, replaced by a cold, watchful calculation. You speak of peace, Lord Stark, yet you stoke the fires of war. The realm is a tinderbox. Be careful with your matches. Truth is not treason, Ned said, voice unyielding. We are the king's council, not his puppets. It is time to act, not to hide behind lies and coin. Cersei rose, regal and furious. You have made your accusations. When Robert returns, you will answer for them. Until then, I suggest you remember your place. In the safety of your children. Macy war sta. Her meaning was as plain as the steel at Jaime's hip. Ned's hand found Icy's pommel beneath the table. The world balanced, trembling, between violence and silence. Let the king return, Ned said quietly. Let the truth judge us all. Cersei's eyes lingered on him, cold and golden, before she swept from the chamber with Jaime at her heels. Littlefinger waited until the last possible moment, then drifted after, pausing just long enough to give Ned a look that was neither threat nor promise, but something far more dangerous, uncertainty. Only Renly, Barristan and Varys remained. The air in the chamber was thin and brittle, as if a storm had passed and another brewed close behind. Renly spoke first. You are alone, Stark, for now. When Robert returns, you must be ready. The Queen will not wait quietly, nor will Littlefinger. Ned nodded. Send for your men, if you trust them. I want no blood in the streets, but I will not have my children threatened. I would see them on a ship to Winterfell tonight. Nah. Renly looked at Varys. Can you arrange it, Spider? Varys bowed. I serve the realm, my lord. If it can be done, it shall. Barristan cleared his throat. I will remain with you, Lord Stark, until the king returns. The king's guard must be above politics. Ned met his eyes. You have my thanks, Sir Barristan. Renly's gaze sharpened. What now? Ned drew a slow breath. Now we wait. And we prepare. No. He left the council chamber with Sir Barristan at his side, moving through the echoing halls of the Red Keep, past tapestries and statues that had witnessed 100 conspiracies, each older and more bitter than the last. He found Arya in her room, needle across her lap, eyes wide and shadowed. Pack your things, he told her gently. You and Sansa are to leave for Winterfell before dawn. She stared at him, torn between questions and obedience. Why? It is not safe here, Ned said, kneeling beside her. Listen to Septa Mordane, do as she says, and look after your sister. Arya nodded, but her mouth was a stubborn line. He found Sansa weeping in her own chamber, clutching a torn scrap of embroidery and refusing to be comforted. I won't go, she said over and over, like a prayer. I love him. I'll be his queen. Ned gathered her into his arms and murmured the old northern words, the song she had half forgotten, until she subsided into hiccuping silence. You are a Stark of Winterfell, he said at last. Never forget that. The South is not our home. Menata. He left them in the care of Septa Mordane and turned to find Catelyn's cousin, Sir Wendell, waiting with 2 Stark men-at-arms. My lord, Sir Wendell said, Lord Renly has sent 6 of his own men to guard the girls. He asks if you would join him in his chambers. Ned nodded and followed. Renly's apartments overlooked the river, the breeze carrying the scent of water and smoke. The lord wore no armor now, only a simple green tunic. A map was spread across the table, pins marking points of strength and weakness. The queen has already sent word to her father, Renly said, not looking up. The Lannisters will move quickly. I know. Renly's jaw tightened. You have to act, Ned. The city watch is for sale. Littlefinger has their purse, but I have friends among them. Stannis is coming, but slowly. If Robert dies, he is not dead yet, Ned said. Renly's gaze was sharp. But if he does, Joffrey is not the king's son, and Tommen is just a boy. The throne could be yours, Ned, or mine. I could give you my men, 5,000 swords from the Stormlands. We could take the Red Keep by morning. Ned recoiled. You would seize the throne by force? Renly's hands balled into fists. Would you see it taken by Cersei? By Littlefinger? Ned shook his head. No, but I will not start a war for a crown I do not want. I am the hand, not the king. The law must rule, not the sword. Renly slumped, defeated. You're a good man, Ned Stark, too good for this place. Perhaps, Ned admitted, but I am not alone. Not anymore. He returned to his rooms as dusk settled, the city beyond alive with rumors and fear. Sansa's weeping had faded. Arya sat cross-legged on her trunk, watching the door. Septa Mordane hovered, pale and anxious. He dismissed the Septa, then knelt before his daughters. When the time comes, do not look back. The South is no place for Starks. Arya nodded, lips pressed together. Sansa, exhausted, only stared. That night Ned slept little. He lay awake, heart heavy, mind whirring with possibilities. Somewhere in the maze of King's Landing, Littlefinger plotted. Somewhere, Cersei sharpened her knives. But Ned clung to the hope that honor, once spoken aloud, could change the tide. At dawn he rose and donned his armor. A cold, colorless light crept through the high windows. He met Sir Barristan in the yard. Together, they made their way to the stables, where Arya and Sansa waited with Renly's men. He knelt, kissed each daughter, and whispered his love. Ride hard, ride fast, he told Sir Wendell. If you must, ride through the night. Take them home. The girls were bundled into the covered wagon, 2 of Renly's knights riding ahead, the others flanking. Ned watched until they disappeared, swallowed by the twisting streets. He returned to the Red Keep. Every step felt heavier than the last. The city was waking, shouts and clatter echoing through the alleys. News moved fast. By the time he reached the Tower of the Hand, whispers of the Stark girls' flight had already begun. Maester Pycelle arrived, panting, with a summons. The Queen demands your presence. Ned turned to Sir Barristan. With me? They entered the Queen's solar to find her draped on a chaise, Jaime lounging behind, his eyes cold. You sent your daughters away, Cersei said, tone almost conversational. An admission of guilt, perhaps. Ned kept his face blank. A precaution. Against what? Jaime asked, voice soft and dangerous. Ned turned his gaze on him. against men who would harm children to win a throne. Jaime's smile was a death mask. You judge us by northern standards. This is the capital. Ned ignored him. The king will return soon. Let him hear all. Cersei's eyes glinted. He will hear what I choose to tell him. Ser Barristan stiffened. The king will hear the truth. From all sides. Ned bowed, the motion stiff with anger, and left without waiting to be dismissed. He walked the halls, feeling eyes upon him everywhere. The lords and ladies, the gold cloaks, even the small folk who cleaned the floors. The rumors grew thicker. The queen at odds with the Hand, the Stark girls vanished, the Baratheon brothers plotting. He found Varys waiting in the shadows of the throne room. A bird has flown, the eunuch murmured. I know. Others stir. The Lannisters send riders to Casterly Rock. Lord Baelish meets with Janos Slynt. Ned's hand tightened. I will not be taken in the dark. If they move against me, it will be in the open. Varys smiled thinly. Then arm yourself, Lord Stark. The game is afoot. That evening word came. The king's party had been sighted beyond the city. Ned donned his best doublet, the one Catelyn had embroidered with the direwolf of House Stark, and made his way to the outer gates. Ser Barristan, Renly, and a knot of guards accompanied him. Robert Baratheon rode at their head, broad-shouldered and battered, his face ruddy from wine and wind. He swung down heavily, clapped Ned on the shoulder. Gods, but it's good to see you, Ned. I hear you've been stirring the pot while I've been gone. Ned managed to smile. Only as much as I must, Robert. We have much to discuss. Robert grunted, but there was fondness in his eyes. After I have washed and drunk and slept. Then you'll tell me all. But as the king entered the city, the tension in the air became a living thing. Crawling on every wall, every rooftop, every tongue. The city braced for a storm, the storm of truth. That night, Ned sat alone in his solar, watching torchlight flicker beyond the glass. He heard the distant rumble of hoofbeats, the laughter of sellswords, the cries of street hawkers. Somewhere, Cersei plotted. Somewhere, Littlefinger whispered. Somewhere, Varys moved his pieces on the board. But for the first time since his arrival in King's Landing, Eddard Stark felt hope. He had not silenced the darkness, but he had named it. And the dawn could not be far behind. The knock at the door was quiet, insistent. Ned rose, hand on his sword, and opened it to find Renly waiting. It begins tomorrow, Renly said. Are you ready? Ned nodded. I am ready. Let the truth speak for itself. He closed the door and turned to the table, to the letters and the records and the memories of all he had lost. He set his jaw and let the North steel his heart. For Winterfell, for Jon Arryn, for the realm, he would see this done, or he would die as a Stark. Dawn in King's Landing was a dull affair. Slate sky pressed against the city's red stone, the air thick with the promise of rain and something sharper, the taste of iron, like blood about to be spilled. Ned Stark stood at the window of his solar, the city sprawling below, banners limp and colorless in the weak light. His thoughts, like the clouds, refused to shift. He wondered whether the king would truly listen, whether the Lannisters would risk open defiance, whether honor and truth could crack the walls of this southern nest of vipers. There was no sleep for him the night before. Every footfall in the corridor, every gust against the glass, had sounded like danger coming. He had dressed before the first bell, buckled on his sword, and waited. The city watched him. He felt it. Through the eyes of gold cloaks on every corner, through whispers that swirled up from the flea-bottom alleys, Ned felt as if he stood at the edge of a long drop, with nothing but faith and frost to brace him. A rap at the door broke his reverie. He turned to find Ser Barristan's cellmate, pristine in his white cloak, standing just inside the threshold. His Grace is ready to receive you, Lord Stark. The council waits. Ned nodded, every muscle taut, and strode after the old knight. The walk to the council chamber was a gauntlet. The halls alive with murmurs, servants pausing at their chores, eyes flicking between the Hand and the Lion banners, now appearing with greater frequency. guards in Lannister crimson, standing where gold cloaks once had. When he entered, Robert Baratheon was already seated at the head of the table, a great bear of a man with the exhaustion of a kingdom in his eyes. His hair was thinner now, cheeks puffed and blotched with drink. But he wore his crown, and that was enough to silence the room. Cersei sat beside him, golden and unbent, her fingers white on the carved armrest. Jaime stood at her back, the Kingslayer resplendent, gaze cool and appraising. Littlefinger lounged as ever, eyes bright, Varys ghostly in lavender, Renly alert and tense. Ned bowed low. "Your Grace." Robert gestured for him to stand. "Sit, Ned. Let's get to it. My head's thick as a boar's arse, and I'd have done with all this whispering." Ned took his place, Barristan at his right. The silence stretched as Robert glared at the table, then raised his eyes. "The Queen tells me you've been making trouble in my city, accusing my wife and her kin of all manner of treason. That so?" Cersei's smile was a razor. "His lordship has a talent for imagining slights." Ned kept his voice steady, every word chosen with care. "Your Grace, I have done what you commanded. I have investigated Jon Arryn's death. I have uncovered treachery. I would have no secrets between us." Robert leaned back. "Then speak, damn you. Let's hear it. Let everyone hear it." "Beldenskar." Ned drew the sheaf of evidence from his cloak. Jon Arryn's letters, Lysa's desperate warning, the lineage book, the records of the Maesters. Jon Arryn was murdered because of what he learned. He discovered the truth about your children, Robert, about the Queen's children. The room seemed to grow colder, the air thick as porridge. Robert frowned, fingers drumming the table. "Speak plain. Your children are not yours," Ned said, letting the silence ring. "They are the fruit of the Queen's union with her brother. All three, Joffrey, Myrcella Tommen. Jaime Lannister is their true father. That is why Jon Arryn was killed. That is why Lysa Arryn fled. Day. There was a moment when no one moved, no one breathed. Robert stared at him, the words slow to sink, then turned his gaze to Cersei. Her face was hard as cut glass, unreadable. "Lies," Jaime snarled, hand at his sword. "You insult the Queen. You insult the realm." Renly's voice, quiet but unwavering, cut through the tension. "I have seen the records, Your Grace. The evidence is compelling." Cersei's lips curled. "How convenient that your brother stands with the traitor." Barristan's voice rang out, steel on stone. "The evidence is before us. If the Queen is innocent, let her prove it." Robert's face had gone white, then red, the rage building. "Is this true?" His voice shook, not with drink, but something deeper, older, the wounded pride of a man betrayed. "Tell me it's not true, Cersei. Tell me." Cersei rose, regal and cold. "You never loved me, Robert. Not truly. You never wanted our children. You only wanted your precious Lyanna." Robert slammed a fist against the table. "You." But the words failed him. He sagged, suddenly old, and the power in the room seemed to shift. Littlefinger leaned forward, voice soft and sly. "Perhaps, Your Grace, we should be careful. The realm is fragile. Accusations can tear it apart." Varys folded his hands, eyes flicking between the players. "Perhaps a closed hearing." Robert cut them all off. "Enough. All of you, enough." He turned on Ned, eyes wild. "What would you have me do, Ned?" Ned met his gaze, not flinching. "Your Grace, for the good of the realm, for the honor of House Baratheon, you must act. Remove the Queen and her children from court. Name Stannis your heir. Let the truth be known." "Nay." The Queen laughed, a sound without joy. "You would have me cast aside my own blood? My children? Never." Jaime's hand was white on his sword hilt, eyes burning. Robert's voice was a whisper now. "Is it true, Cersei? Did you ever love me? Were they ever mine?" Her silence was answer enough. Robert slumped, broken, his crown tilting. "Get out, all of you. Leave me." Ned rose and bowed, the council following. But as he reached the door, Robert's voice halted him. "Not you, Ned. Stay." Then the others filed out. Cersei rigid with fury, Jaime trailing after, Littlefinger whispering into Janos Slint's ear, Varys and Renly exchanging worried glances. Ned turned back to Robert, who now seemed less a king than a lost hunter, beaten by the weight of his own appetites. "Ned, tell me what to do." Ned knelt before his friend. "You are the king, Robert. The realm will follow where you lead. But you must lead. Put aside your pride. Put aside your pain. Name Stannis as your heir. Let Cersei and her children be exiled, or sent to Casterly Rock under guard." Ewanon. Robert scrubbed a hand over his face. "And what of Joffrey? He is not your son," Ned said gently. "You owe him nothing save mercy. Spare him if you can." Robert closed his eyes, shoulders shaking. "You're a better man than me, Ned Stark. Gods help me." He opened his eyes, the decision hardening within. "Send for Stannis. Have him come at once. Take command of the city watch. Renly will help you. If the queen resists, arrest her. I will sign the order." Ned inclined his head. "I will do what must be done, for the realm, and for you." Robert gripped his hand. "You were always my true brother, Ned. I should have ridden north with you. Left this damnable city to the snakes." Ned rose, bowed deeply, and left the king to his loneliness. The halls outside the council chamber were alive with movement. Renly waited, armor half buckled, worry etched deep. "Will he act?" Renly asked. "He will. We have his word. We must be swift, Renly. The queen will not wait. Gather your men. Secure the city watch. I will have the king's order before midday." Renly nodded and vanished down the corridor, calling his retainers. Ned made for his chambers, moving quickly, Sir Barristan beside him. At the first stairwell, they found Varys. "My lord hand beware," Varys whispered. "Littlefinger speaks to the gold cloaks even now. Slint is not to be trusted." Ned nodded grimly. "I will see to it myself." Back in his solar, Ned called for parchment and quill. The king's signature was needed. A royal command to arrest Cersei and her children, to hand the city's defense to Stark and Baratheon men until Stannis arrived. It was a dangerous piece of paper, but without it, they were only words in a city built on shadows. He returned to Robert's chamber with Barristan, and found the king slumped over a goblet of wine. The order already signed and sealed. The king's hand trembling, but resolute. "Do what must be done," Robert croaked. Ned took the paper, bowed, and strode into the storm. He met Renly by the Tower of the Hand. Already, Baratheon men and gold cloaks assembled in the yard. Nervous, armored, ready. Ned found Janos Slint among them, the gold cloak captain all smiles and oily charm. "A command from his grace," Ned said, handing over the sealed order. Slint scanned it, his eyes cold. "Very well, Lord Stark, it shall be done." Renly joined them, his men arrayed. "We're ready. The queen is in her chambers. Joffrey and Tommen are at lessons, Myrcella with the Septus." Ned nodded. "Barristan with me. Renly, take your men to the queen's apartments. Let no one pass, save on my word." They moved swiftly. Barristan, Renly, Slint, and a knot of armed guards. Through the halls, past startled courtiers. Up the winding stairs to the queen's solar. The doors were shut. Lannister guards posted. Renly's men pressed forward, swords out. "By order of the king," Renly bellowed. The guards wavered, glanced at each other, then at Ned, then finally lowered their weapons. Renly's men swept them aside. Ned rapped on the doors. "Open, in the king's name." A heartbeat, then the doors swung open. Cersei stood within, regal in green and gold, Myrcella at her side, face pale. Jaime was nowhere to be seen. Ned entered, Barristan at his back. "Your Grace, you are under arrest by order of the king. You and your children are to be confined until his grace decides your fate." Cersei's eyes narrowed. "You would not dare. The realm will bleed for this Stark." "For the realm's sake," Ned said, "I must." She turned her gaze on Myrcella. "Do not fear, sweetling. They are only men." To Ned, "I will go, but this city will not hold you long. Renly's men took Cersei and Myrcella gently, escorting them down the corridor. Ned's heart twisted at the sight of the girl, frightened but proud. They found Tommen with the Septus, Joffrey missing, gone from the maester's care, vanished. Ned cursed silently. "Where is Joffrey?" he demanded. A Septa stammered. "He ran, my lord. Sir Jaime came for him." Ned's mind raced. Jaime and Joffrey, together. Where? He ordered a search. Renly sent men to the stables, the God's Wood, the royal apartments. But the Red Keep was a warren, and Lannisters knew its secrets better than any. By nightfall, they had not found them. Cersei and her children, save Joffrey, were locked in the highest tower under guard. Renly's men patrolled the halls, city watch stationed at every gate. Ned sent a raven to Stannis, "Come with all speed." He stood on the ramparts as dusk fell, rain spitting from the low clouds. Barristan joined him, silent. "They will strike back," Barristan said. "I know," Ned replied. Thunder rolled above the city. Below, the streets glimmered with torchlight, uneasy and expectant. That night, word came. A Lannister force, several hundred strong, had gathered at the Gate of the Gods. Jaime was with them, Joffrey at his side, crowned and cloaked in crimson. Renly burst into the Tower of the Hand, rain streaming from his hair. "They're making for the throne room. Joffrey claims the crown by right of birth. He summoned the lords to witness." Ned's jaw clenched. "The king's order stands. Joffrey is not the heir." Renly's hand tightened on his sword. "This could turn ugly, Ned. If the gold cloaks turn, it will be a massacre." Ned shook his head. "I will not let King's Landing drown in blood. We must reach the throne room first." With Renly, Barristan, and a dozen loyal men, Ned strode through the rain-lashed halls. The air inside the Red Keep was feverish, alive with tension. Gold cloaks stood at crossroads, uncertain, eyes shifting. Servants fled at their approach. The doors to the throne room stood wide, light and noise spilling forth. Within, Joffrey sat on the Iron Throne, Jaime standing beside him. Lords and ladies crowded the benches. Tyrells, Redwynes, Valerians, minor houses from the Crownlands, all called by the Lannister trumpet. Joffrey, slight and pale, wore the crown too large for his head. He sat straight, lips pursed, eyes wild with something like triumph and fear. Ned entered, rain still clinging to his cloak. The crowd parted, murmurs rising. "Lord Stark." Joffrey's voice was high, shrill with authority. "You stand accused of treason, of abducting the Queen and my siblings. Kneel before your king and beg forgiveness." Ned advanced, Renly and Barristan at his back. He raised the king's order high. "The king lives, and his word is law. By his command, I have taken the Queen and her children into custody. By his word, I call you false. Your claim is a lie. Stannis Baratheon is the king's lawful heir." The court erupted, some in shock, some in anger, some in wild, delighted confusion. Jaime drew his sword, but Barristan matched him, steel rasping free. Janos Slynt and the gold cloaks ringed the throne. For a moment, the air itself waited. One wrong word, and swords would be drawn. Blood spilled across marble and velvet. But Slynt's eyes flickered to Renly, to the king's seal in Ned's hand, and he hesitated. Ned's voice rang clear. "The king's order is here, signed and sealed. Anyone who stands against it, stands against the realm." Joffrey leapt to his feet. "Seize them. Seize the traitors." For a heartbeat, the gold cloaks stood motionless. Then Slynt stepped forward, toward Ned. The world held its breath, but Renly's men surged up, swords drawn, voices raised. "For King Robert, for the true heir." Steel rang. The court broke in chaos, lords stumbling back, ladies screaming, servants scattering. Renly's men clashed with gold cloaks, Barristan and Jaime's swords locked in deadly dance. Ned stood in the center, the king's order high. "Hold," he bellowed. "In the king's name, hold." But the tide had broken. Slynt's men turned on each other, some going for Ned, others falling back. In the confusion, Jaime wrenched free, dragging Joffrey from the throne, crimson cloak streaming behind him. Renly's men pressed forward, one catching a sword in the gut, another stumbling with a crossbow bolt through the shoulder. Barristan felled a gold cloak, parried a second, then called to Ned. "Go! Finish it!" Ned forced his way through the melee, out into the corridor, heart thundering, sword slick with sweat. He could hear Jaime's voice, Joffrey's shrieks, the clangor of battle behind. He made for the king's chambers. Robert, still king, still alive. If he could reach him, seal the order, it would be done. The realm would hold. He did not see Littlefinger until it was too late. Petyr Baelish, calm as water, stepped from the shadows, dagger in hand, face unreadable. "You played your hand too soon, Stark." Ned raised his sword, eyes locked on the knife. "This is not your game, Baelish." Littlefinger smiled. "Everything is my game." Then the world erupted. Gold cloaks and Lannister men swarming, steel flashing in torchlight. Ned fought, grim and silent, each stroke a plea for Winterfell, for honor, for the realm. But the weight was too much. A blow to the head, white fire in his skull, the taste of copper. He fell, world spinning. The last thing he saw, the banner of the direwolf trampled underfoot, and Littlefinger's smile fading into darkness. In the corridors above, thunder cracked, and King's Landing held its breath, waiting for the dawn. Ta-K. Sound returned in fragments. Shouts, the jangle of steel, the thunder of booted feet running on stone. Ned's skull throbbed with every pulse of blood, the world blurring, vision red at the edges. He lay on the cold floor, stone gritty against his cheek, the iron taste of blood in his mouth, his right arm numb where it had been pinned beneath his body. Somewhere nearby, a man screamed. Elsewhere, a woman's wailing trailed off into silence. He fought to rise. Muscles sluggish, eyes stinging, Ned forced himself to one knee. His sword had been wrenched from his hand. It lay just out of reach, booted feet stepping over it, then vanishing into the crush. He could smell sweat and fear. The acrid tang of spilled lamp oil. The rich metallic stink of blood. The corridor outside the King's Solar was chaos. Gold cloaks and Lannister men surged against Renly's Stormlanders, a writhing tangle of shields and blades. At the heart of it, Barristan Selmy still held his ground, white cloak billowing as his sword flashed. Parry, thrust, riposte, a dance of grim purpose. Renly, battered and breathing hard, called his men to him, rallying them against a fresh press of Lannister arms. Somewhere down the hall, Ned glimpsed Littlefinger's fine green cloak flickering into a side passage. The man himself vanished like smoke. Ned forced himself upright, staggering to the wall. His thoughts, sluggish and scattered, began to order themselves. Robert's order was lost. He could no longer feel the parchment in his cloak. Perhaps it had been torn away in the melee or trampled underfoot. The king would be alone, vulnerable, if Cersei or Jaime reached him first. He lurched forward, shouldering past a fleeing squire, drawing a short dagger from his boot. Each step was a test of will. His head spun, but the north in him ran deeper than pain. He turned a corner, nearly slipping on a slick of blood. There, a gold cloak, doubled over, coughing out his life beside the shattered haft of a spear. Down the corridor, two Lannister men dragged a battered Renly retainer by the arms. When they saw Ned, one dropped his burden and drew a sword. Ned braced himself. The man advanced, a wolf among the sheep, his smile grim. "Lord Stark, you've lost this game. Lay down your arms." "Yes." Ned shifted his weight, knife ready. "The game's not done yet." The man lunged, fast and low, blade hissing. Ned twisted aside, feeling the wind of steel at his ribs. The knife in his hand found the gap between gorget and jaw, a hot pulse of blood coating his fist. The Lannister staggered, gurgled, fell. The other dropped his own sword, fear writ clear, and fled. Ned stepped over the body, chest heaving, the taste of iron strong in his throat. Down the passage, the king's chambers loomed. Doors half open, torchlight flickering within. A shape, Jaime, passed through, golden hair a banner in the gloom, one hand on his sword. Ned did not hesitate. He crossed the corridor, heart pounding, every step a prayer to the old gods of Winterfell. He burst through the door. Inside, Robert slumped in his chair, eyes sunken, mouth twisted in confusion and pain. Beside him stood Cersei, her face a mask, every line of her body radiating calculation. Joffrey, pale and trembling, cowered near the fire. Jaime faced Ned, sword half drawn. "Ned Stark," Jaime said, voice icy. "Come to see your work finished." Cersei's eyes flashed. "You come for the king, Stark, or the crown?" Ned ignored them, moving toward Robert. "Your grace, we must leave this place. Your enemies are upon you." Robert's gaze flickered, unfocused. He raised his hand, a trembling, broken thing. "Ned." Jaime's sword cleared its scabbard with a hiss. "Back away." Ned faced him, keeping Robert between them. "You have lost, Jaime. The king's writ stands. Surrender now and you may yet keep your life." Jaime smiled, thin and bright. "It's a bit late for that." Cersei's lips curled. "The city belongs to the lions now. Your northern sense of honor is quaint, but it's finished." "Nesh." Ned's eyes swept the chamber. He saw fear in Joffrey, venom in Cersei, the cold edge of death in Jaime. But he also saw the king's ring, Baratheon gold, the stag rampant, lying on the table beside the wine. He stepped toward it. "Robert, listen to me," Ned urged. "You must command your guards. Order them to stand down." Robert's eyes cleared just for a heartbeat. "Ned, I should have ridden north with you." Cersei moved, quick as a snake, grabbing the ring, holding it out of reach. "You will never wear it again, Robert. You are done. You never truly ruled. Not here." Jaime raised his blade, advancing. "This ends now." Ned braced himself, dagger poised. "If you kill me, you make a martyr. If you let me live, the truth lives with me." Jaime's eyes narrowed. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Cersei frozen, Robert staring hollow-eyed, Joffrey whimpering by the fire. A distant roar broke the stillness. Renly's men, fighting on in the halls. The Red Keep itself seemed to tremble with the force of it. Jaime lunged. Ned twisted, parrying with the dagger, blade ringing off steel. Jaime pressed forward, a blur of gold and crimson. Ned ducked beneath a slash, driving forward, using his weight, the old lessons of Winterfell fighting at his side. Jaime was quicker, but Ned's fury and desperation lent him strength. Their blades flashed in the firelight, each thrust a question, each block an answer written in pain. Cersei screamed, flinging the king's ring into the fire. Joffrey shrank back, eyes wide. Robert, groaning, tried to rise but failed. Jaime broke through, slamming Ned against the table, sword to his throat. "Yield," he hissed. Ned spat blood. "Never." Jaime hesitated. Just a heartbeat, just long enough. Ned twisted, driving his knee into Jaime's ribs. The Kingslayer grunted, staggered. Ned knocked the sword aside, swept the king's heavy chair into Jaime's path. Jaime tumbled back, but Ned's strength was gone. The dagger slipped from his fingers. Jaime came on again, relentless. Ned braced for the end. But the door crashed open. Ser Barristan, battered and wild-eyed, a knot of Stormlanders at his back. Jaime spun, blade raised. "Stand down, Kingslayer," Barristan thundered. Jaime backed away, a lion at bay. For a moment, no one moved. Renly's voice rang out from the corridor. "It's done. The Queen's men have fled. The City Watch is ours." Jaime's eyes darted to Cersei. She shook her head. Once, sharp, furious. He sheathed his sword and stepped aside. "This is not over." Barristan advanced, sword drawn. "Drop your blade, sir." Jaime's lips curled, but he let his sword fall with a clang. Ned straightened, breath ragged, as Renly's men seized Jaime and Cersei, binding their wrists. Joffrey screamed, "I'm the king! I command you! Release them!" Renly strode into the chamber, eyes ablaze. "You are no king, boy. Take him to his mother's side. Lock them away." Robert slumped in his chair, weeping now. Ned knelt before him. It's finished, Your Grace. The Lannisters are defeated. Robert blinked. Too late for so much. Too late. For Lyanna. For Jon Arryn. For everything. Barristan touched Ned's shoulder. We must see to the city. There will be chaos. Ned nodded. Send word to Stannis. Tell him the way is clear. Renly dispatched his men. The city, shaken, battered but standing, would be theirs by dawn. The following days passed in a blur. The city rang with the news. Stark and Baratheon had purged the Red Keep. Cersei and her children confined in the Maiden Vault. Jaime imprisoned under heavy guard. Littlefinger had vanished, slipping away like a wraith. But Varys reappeared, offering his network of informers in the service of peace. Robert Baratheon, broken but alive, yielded the affairs of state to Ned, unable or unwilling to rule. Ravens sped north and south, one to Stannis, commanding him to return, others to every great lord of Westeros, summoning them to King's Landing for a great council. The people waited, tense and watchful, as gold cloaks and Stormlanders patrolled the walls. On the second morning, Sansa and Arya arrived in secret, escorted by Sir Wendell and half a dozen battered northern men. Ned gathered them into his arms, heart aching with relief. Arya clung to him, face dirty but fierce. Sansa wept in shame and gratitude. Renly and Barristan worked tirelessly, hunting out Lannister sympathizers, securing the city gates, rooting out Littlefinger's spies. Varys proved invaluable, sniffing out plots, calming restless merchants, brokering peace among the fractious council. Ned was everywhere at once, overseeing fortifications, consulting with Maester Pycelle, comforting Robert, reassuring the small folk, writing letters to the north, to Catelyn and Robb and Bran. He slept little, ate less. In rare moments of stillness, he found himself on the walls, gazing northward, dreaming of winter snows and hearth fires. But the work was not yet done. Stannis arrived within the week, riding hard with a column of heavy horse, banners snapping above the rain-soaked battlements. He was harder than Ned remembered. Thin-lipped, gaunt, his eyes burning with zeal. He demanded an audience, refusing all comforts, and stood before Robert in the throne room, armored and unsmiling. Robert barely looked at him. "You're the heir, Stannis. Rule as you will. I'm done." Stannis did not kneel. "I accept the crown, if the lords acclaim me, if the council agrees. But the queen and her children must face justice." Ned met his gaze, voice weary. "Mercy is strength, Lord Stannis. The realm is broken. We must mend it, not shatter it further." Stannis nodded grudgingly. "Let them live, exiled to Casterly Rock. But Jaime must stand trial." Now when Renly pressed for leniency, arguing that the realm needed peace, not fresh blood. Barristan advocated for the laws of the realm, for justice untainted by vengeance. Ned found himself mediator, striving to balance honor and necessity, law and mercy. In the end, Cersei and her children were sent under guard to Casterly Rock. Stripped of title and claim, Jaime remained a prisoner to answer for his crimes. The city exhaled, the long tension easing. At the Great Council, the lords gathered, Tully and Arryn, Tyrell and Martell. Even the Greyjoys sent envoys. Stannis was acclaimed king, the crown set upon his head in the sight of all. Ned was named Hand once more, his loyalty and courage praised, his daughters restored to honor. Robert watched from the shadows, a ghost in his own hall, drinking himself into silence. Ned visited him nightly, the two old friends speaking of better days, of snows and hunts, and lost sisters of what might have been. Sansa and Arya flourished in the city's new peace. Arya trained with the castle's master-at-arms, swift and wild. Sansa grew into her grace, her beauty sharpened by sorrow. Ned wrote to Catelyn, begging her to return, longing for the peace of family. The days passed. The city healed. The bells of King's Landing rang out for peace, for justice, for the memory of those who had fallen, and the promise of something better. One evening, as the last light faded, Ned stood atop the Tower of the Hand, looking north. Renly joined him, quiet. "You saved the realm," Renly said softly. Without you, we'd all be corpses or exiles." Ned shook his head. "No one man can save a kingdom. We did this together." Renly smiled. "Honor is not always a weakness, Lord Stark. Sometimes it's the only shield we have." Then, see. They watched the stars come out, the city stretching to the horizon. Somewhere in the distance, the wind carried a wolf's howl, lonely but proud. Ned closed his eyes, letting the sound fill him. The game was not done, not truly. Littlefinger lurked in shadows. New threats would rise, old wounds would bleed. But for this moment, there was peace. And for Eddard Stark, that was enough. The morning after the Great Council, a hush lingered over King's Landing as though the city itself drew breath, wary of breaking whatever spell had stilled the Red Keep. Dew silvered the gardens, and the air carried a sharp clarity rare for the capital, a promise of change lingering in the blue above the towers. Eddard Stark stood alone in the Godswood, among the few solemn weirwoods planted centuries ago. Their leaves, pale as blood in the dawn, whispered in a wind that smelled faintly of snow. He knelt, hands folded, head bowed. He had not prayed so intently since the day Bran fell. But this time, his words were less request than gratitude and plea. He gave thanks that his daughters were safe, that Robert still lived, that Stannis' rule, whatever form it took, might hold the kingdom from falling to ruin. Yet he prayed, too, for strength. He knew the peace he'd fought to win was a brittle thing, its edges raw and easily shattered. Footsteps behind him. Soft, measured, boots crunching on the dew. He did not turn. He knew the sound. Renly's stride, brisk with purpose, but careful not to intrude. Renly waited until Ned rose and turned before speaking. "The lords are gathering again," Renly said. "Stannis wants every house to swear the oaths anew. The city's quiet, but the rumors haven't died. The Tyrells are cautious. The Martells? Well, they are themselves." Ned managed a small, tired smile. "The realms survived worse. With luck, it will survive us as well." Renly hesitated, mouth set. "There's talk that Lannister banners gather in the west. Kevan and Tywin have not replied to Stannis' summons." "That was expected." Ned brushed the weirwood's bark, its face carved and watching. "They will lick their wounds, count their losses. Tywin is no fool. He will not ride on King's Landing with half the lords of Westeros gathered inside it. But he will not forget nor forgive." Renly nodded, looking upward at the brightening sky. "We will need to be vigilant. The Gold Cloaks are restless, and many still hold to Littlefinger's promises. If Baelish returns, he will do so with a knife, not a crown." Ned thought of Littlefinger's pale smile, the glimmer of amusement always lurking beneath the surface, the way the man vanished in the chaos like a spirit. "I will have Varys keep his little birds on every alley and wharf. Baelish is as much a danger in shadow as Cersei ever was in sunlight." The leaves rustled overhead, their voices dry and urgent. Ned felt the weight of years, Bran's laughter in Winterfell's halls, Catelyn's gentler chiding, Robb's uncertain pride. The old gods did not answer in words, but in memory and warning. Renly touched his shoulder. "There is something else. Sir Barristan wishes to speak privately. He's waiting in your solar." Ned nodded, understanding. "Thank you, Renly. Tell Stannis I will attend him after." "Bedini." He watched the younger man depart, then made his way from the Godswood, boots damp from grass, cloak trailing. The castle felt altered in the aftermath of turmoil, as though new bones had grown beneath the stone. Guards more alert, servants whispering less, the sound of hammers ringing from the ramparts as Stormlander and Northman worked side by side to repair shattered gates and scorched doors. Ned entered his solar to find Barristan Selmy standing at the window. The Kingsguard cloak whiter than fresh snow, hair silver as winter ice. The old knight bowed with formality, but there was a heaviness in his bearing. "Lord Stark," Barristan began, "forgive the intrusion. I would have your advice before I speak to the king." "Always, Sir Barristan." The old knight's hands gripped the sill, knuckles taut. "All my life I have served the realm. 3 kings, 2 good, 1 less so. I have lived by oath, not by preference. but I cannot blind myself to what I've seen. I'm no longer young. I fear I am not needed." Ned listened in silence. Barristan's eyes were distant, his voice low. "Robert's reign is finished, even if he lives. The court will never again be what it was. I am sworn to serve the king. Stannis now, by law and right. But I wonder if there is still a place for a sword grown old." Ned regarded him with the respect he'd always held for Barristan the Bold, even from afar. "The realm is changed, Sir Barristan, but your honor remains a beacon. Stannis will need your counsel even more than Robert did, and if not in court, then in the field or as a mentor to those who come after." Barristan straightened, some of the burden falling away. "Then I will remain, as long as the king desires. My sword is at the realm's service, though I pray it will not be needed soon." "Damn. Ned smiled, the first true smile in many days. "It is needed now, sir. More than ever." Barristan bowed and departed, duty lighting his step. By midday, the throne room was filled again. Lords and ladies, maesters and merchants, all summoned to witness the renewed oaths. Stannis sat the Iron Throne, every inch the stern, unyielding king. Ned stood at his side, the hand's badge newly polished, his daughters watching from the balcony. Arya perched beside Sansa, both alert and wary. The great lords knelt, one by one, speaking their vows. Tully of River Run, Martell of Sunspear, Redwine of the Arbor, Aaron's envoy, the Starks and Mandleys, all the smaller houses of Crownlands and Stormlands. Tyrell of Highgarden knelt last, voice proud, but eyes calculating. Afterward, Stannis addressed the assembly. "The realm has been shaken by treason, but it stands still. Justice has been done. Peace is not the gift of kings, but the work of all who serve. Each of you is bound to that work as I am." He called for calm, for reparation, for the mending of fields and hearts. The words were simple, almost cold, but they landed as iron. Unyielding, clear. Ned watched, silent. The great game was not ended, only shifted. He saw in the crowd those who would wait, watch, and plot anew. But for the moment, the lords departed peacefully. No swords drawn, no poison in their cups. He found Varys lurking in the shadow of a pillar, smiling his small, unctuous smile. "You have given us peace, Lord Stark, or at least the pause before the storm." Ned kept his voice cool. "You did your part, Master of Whisperers. The city is grateful." Varys' eyes flickered. "Gratitude is fleeting, my lord. I wonder what the North seeks now. To return home, perhaps?" Ned let himself imagine it. The wind in the pines, the snow melting from Winterfell's battlements, Bran running along the walls. Soon, but not yet. "Of course not," Varys agreed, and faded away. The next weeks passed in a blur of repair, negotiation and news from every corner of the realm. Tywin Lannister, true to prediction, did not march on King's Landing, but his ravens were cold and polite, offering condolences and silence in equal measure. The Riverland slowly quieted as Catelyn, now back in River Run with Robb and Bran, assured the Tully bannermen that the peace would hold. Sansa grew daily, walking the gardens with Arya, her laughter cautious at first, then brighter. Arya resumed her sword lessons with a Stormlander knight, her bruises worn as proud badges. Ned dined with them every evening, savoring the quiet, knowing each meal was a gift. Robert lingered in the Red Keep, spirit broken but flesh mending. Some nights, he and Ned walked the battlements, speaking of youth and regret. "Do you think it will last, Ned?" Robert asked one dusk, eyes on the Blackwater. Ned shook his head. "Nothing lasts, Robert, but we make what peace we can." Robert grunted. "You always were the better man. Give my best to your lady wife when she returns. And tell your boy Robb, tell him to keep his sword sharp. This peace will not hold forever." Ned promised, and Robert fell silent, staring at the last light on the water. One evening, word came that Jaime Lannister had requested an audience. Ned, cautious, granted it in the presence of Renly and Barristan. Jaime, hands unbound but flanked by guards, entered with his usual swagger. but the sharpness in his eyes had softened. The arrogance, while not gone, was caged. "Lord Stark," Jaime said, "I come not to plead, but to bargain." Ned inclined his head. "You are charged with crimes against the crown and against House Stark. Why should we bargain?" Jaime smiled thinly. "Because I know the West as well as my father, and I know Tywin will not abide my death. He waits, but he will not wait forever. Release me. Let me ride to Casterly Rock. And I swear by all the gods, old and new, that the West will not rise against Stannis. Hold me here, and you will force a war you cannot win." "Now," Renly laughed softly. "And what price your word, Kingslayer?" "My word is worth more than your oaths," Jaime replied coolly, "but not as much as your peace." Barristan looked to Ned. "If we hold him, the West may indeed rise. Tywin is no man to be crossed lightly." Ned pondered. "You will give your word before the gods to keep the peace? To leave the throne uncontested? To raise no banners without cause?" "Nine," Jaime nodded. "I will. I will also swear that my sister and her children will abide in exile, and if Tywin moves against the realm, I will not ride at his side." There was silence, the weight of decision in the air. Ned spoke, voice grave. "You will swear in the gods wood by Weirwood and Sept both, before lords of realm and common men. If you break faith, the North will come for you. The North does not forget." Jaime met his eyes, something like respect flickering there. "The North remembers. I will swear." The bargain was struck. That evening, before the entire court, Jaime knelt beneath the weirwood, the red leaves falling about him, and swore the oaths as required. The realm began to heal. Ravens carried word of the pact to every corner. The Lannisters withdrew to the west. Stannis consolidated his rule, and the Reach and Dorne eyed each other across the Crownlands with wary truce. Trade returned, the city markets thrummed, new walls rose where old had fallen. One morning, as autumn crept upon the land, Ned stood atop the ramparts with Sansa and Arya. The sky was clear, the city below alive with hope. "Will we go home, father?" Sansa asked. Ned smiled, stroking her hair. "Soon. The North needs its wolves." Arya grinned, already itching for the road. But Ned's heart was heavy with both joy and warning. He had learned too well how easily peace can be lost. As he gazed northward, he remembered the words, "The lone wolf dies, but the pack survives." He vowed, then and there, that the pack would never be parted again. Not while he drew breath. In the Godswood, in the tower, in the city's restless streets, the shadows lingered. But so did hope. For the first time in many years, Eddard Stark allowed himself to believe that the spring might truly come again. Yeah. Autumn's first chill swept the city before the banners had faded from the last of the lordly processions. A sharp wind prowled the alleys of King's Landing, shaking dead leaves from slender oaks and swirling dust through the open gates. In the Red Keep, life pressed on. Repairs and new sentries, markets crowding up to the very walls, the endless shuffle of servants and stewards in the corridors. But a new rhythm had taken hold, quieter, more watchful. There was peace, yes, but it had the air of a truce at a feast's end, a moment before the knives are drawn for the final scraps. Eddard Stark felt it most acutely in the long hours before dawn. Those still, haunted moments when even the city's cats seemed wary of their own shadows. He rose each morning with the old habits of the North, silent, deliberate, seeking answers in the gray and the cold. His daughters slept soundly now, their beds free of nightmares, but Ned's mind remained at war. Each day brought new reports from the west, Tywin's silence, Lannister riders haunting the Gold Road, spies caught and bribed and vanished. He read the letters at his table in the pre-dawn hush, candle guttering low as he weighed the balance of the realm in every careful line. Catelyn's missives from River Run brought him rare comfort. Robb was grown taller, Bran ever curious, Catelyn herself restless to be home. The Tully banners flew strong, and peace, for now, held across the rivers and hills. Yet Ned's hand lingered on every seal, every familiar scrawl, memory as sharp as any wound. On a morning soon after, Jaime Lannister's release and oath. Ned found himself summoned before King Stannis before the council gathered. The summons was formal, but the guard who delivered it, a Stormlander, grim and efficient, spoke with an edge of urgency that left Ned thoughtful. The throne room was empty save for Stannis and Maester Cresson. The old maester's eyes rimmed red from too little sleep. Sunlight bled through stained glass, painting the king's face in warring colors. Stannis spoke before Ned had fully crossed the hall. Tywin has sent ravens. They say nothing, but say it pointedly. Congratulations, regrets, promises of peace, and nothing else. I don't trust it. Nanem. Ned inclined his head. Nor do I. Tywin is patient. He counts his losses, gathers his gold, and strikes only when certain. Cresson added softly. The West has quieted its banners, but the ports teem with sell sales. There are fresh swords in Lannisport every week. Old debts being paid, new ones being made. Stannis' jaw clenched. We will not be caught sleeping. You have command of the city's defenses, Lord Stark. See them drilled and loyal. Let Renly take the gold cloaks. He's more charming than I, and they are Coin's men. If Tywin means to test our strength, let him find us ready. No. Ned nodded, accepting the burden with his usual gravity. I'll see it done, but we must not provoke. We need time for wounds to close, for trust to grow. War will ruin us all. Stannis' blue gaze burned. You have my trust, Lord Stark. For now, that must suffice. Cresson bowed and shuffled from the hall. Stannis lingered, staring out over the empty city, his knuckles white on the window's stone ledge. Ned left him to his thoughts, returning to the duties that defined him. Walking the walls with captains, inspecting the smithies and the stores, overseeing the training grounds. The city's defenses grew sharper, the soldiers more disciplined. Northern archers, Stormlander spearmen, even a handful of Reach Knights who'd chosen to remain as insurance for their lords. Everywhere, Ned's presence lent a gravity the Southern men learned quickly to heed. But it was in quieter moments that the true business of rule continued. Each evening, Ned met with Varys, Renly, and Maester Pycelle in the Tower of the Hand. They discussed every rumor, every letter, every market dispute and noble quarrel. Varys' network was as subtle as ever, and while he claimed the city's mood was hopeful, Ned detected an undercurrent of fear. The small folk remembered fire and blood too well to ever truly trust their betters. Sansa adapted quickest. She glided through the royal court, learning to measure words as weapons, her courtesy no longer merely the mimicry of queens. She kept close to Margaery Tyrell, who'd remained at court as her brother's eyes and ears, and from her learned laughter and careful confidence. She wrote home dutifully, letters to Robb and Bran, a secret one to her mother in which she recounted every small detail. The colors of the banners, the change in the king's mood, Arya's endless scrapes and victories with her new Stormlander teacher. Arya, by contrast, shunned the court for the training yard, where she quickly became a legend among the squires. She wore bruises proudly and learned to trust few, save a quiet northern boy sent by Catelyn to watch over her. Jory Castle's cousin, a sturdy lad called Harwin. She found more comfort among the dogs and stable hands than in any feast hall. But at night, she slipped into Sansa's room, curling up beside her sister, both finding the peace in each other that the city could not offer. As the days shortened, messengers began to arrive from the west, the Vale, the Reach. Each brought news both hopeful and worrying. Raids on the borders, new alliances sealed in haste, markets that boomed and then shuddered with every wild rumor. Tyrell ships were seen in Blackwater Bay. Martell envoys hinted at marriage pacts. Even the Greyjoys sent a sly, bold letter, promising support for peace so long as their ships sailed unhindered. Ned, reading the note, grunted and wondered what quiet ambitions simmered on the islands. Renly proved adept at managing the gold cloaks, coin and charm together winning most to the Baratheon cause, with only a handful requiring quiet removal or exile. The city, under his guidance, became safer for small folk. Fewer cut purses haunted the markets, fewer children went missing, the whorehouses and guilds all found reason to pay homage to the new order. Varys, ever watchful, warned Ned that peace in King's Landing was an illusion, but Ned believed in the value of even an illusion if it kept swords in their sheaths. One afternoon, as Ned sat in council with Renly, a knock interrupted them. A page, breathless, announcing a visitor from Winterfell. He was old and bent, cloaked in fur against the southern autumn. Maester Luwin, who had traveled all the way from the north, carrying word from Catelyn and a sealed letter from Robb Dictate. Ned rose and embraced the maester, who pressed the letter into his hand. "Your lady wishes you home, my lord. Winter comes quickly this year. She says the snows have begun in the hills. Robb is near a man grown. He would have you see it." Ned's throat tightened. He read Robb's words. Formal, proud, stamped with a wolf's head in crimson wax. Robb spoke of order and the quiet of the lands, of Bran's wild stories and Rickon's stubbornness. But between the lines, Ned read a deeper plea. "Come home. Show me the way." He turned to Renly after Luwin was gone. "Soon, I'll leave this city. The North needs me." Renly's expression softened. "The realm needs you too, Ned. But you've earned your peace. Stannis is not Robert, held rule with iron, but not with chaos. The wolves have done their part." Ned smiled. Relief and sorrow mingled. "You'll watch my girls? Like my own blood," Renly promised. That night, Ned walked the battlements one last time. He watched the city beneath, torches glimmering, bells tolling in the sept, the black water glinting in the rising moon. He felt the eyes of the old gods and the new upon him, the ghosts of all he'd lost, and the living whom he might still save. In the gardens, Arya sparred in the moonlight, her laughter echoing against the stones. Sansa strolled with Margaery beneath a bower of late roses. Somewhere within the keep, Varys and Littlefinger's ghosts schemed anew, but their power felt dim and distant. Ned returned to his rooms and began to pack. Word of his planned departure spread swiftly. Sansa wept, though not with the wild grief of childhood, but with a young woman's acceptance. Arya was angry at first, but only for a day, then clung to his waist and asked, "You will write me every week? And send Ghost back if I need him?" "I will," Ned promised, kissing her hair. On the day of his leaving, Stannis received him formally in the throne room. The lords of court assembled. The king's words were brief, but held weight. "The realm owes you its peace, Lord Stark. Go with my blessing. The North must not be without its wolf." Barristan saluted him. Varys wished him health, and Renly embraced him as a brother. Sansa and Arya rode at his side, flanked by Stormlanders and Northmen, Harwin, Sir Wendell, even a handful of Tyrell knights pledged for the journey. They rode out at dawn, the gates swinging open on hinges still battered from siege. The road north was long and slow, but peaceful. In every village, small folk greeted them with cautious smiles, stories already circling of the hand who broke the lions and the winter wolf who saved the girls. At Maidenpool, Catelyn met them, her hair streaked with silver, her arms strong about him, her eyes full of questions and love. They returned to Winterfell as the first snows began to fall, soft, persistent, veiling the land in white. Bran waited atop the gatehouse, Robb at his side, both taller and harder than Ned remembered. Rickon, wild and shaggy, tumbled down the steps to throw himself at Arya and Sansa Dartai. Maester Luwin hurried between them, voice quavering with joy and relief. Old Nan wept in her chair, muttering of kings and wolves and the end of long summers. That winter was long and cold and sweet. Robb ruled the North as his father's son. Stern, fair, beloved. Bran found peace in the woods. Rickon grew fierce and wild. Arya ran with the direwolves. Sansa brought songs and laughter to the great hall. Ned watched them and knew he was home at last. Each evening he climbed to the highest tower, looked out over the silent snows, and felt the peace settle in his bones. He rode often to King's Landing, to Renly and Margaery and Barristan and Varys, to Stannis on his iron throne. The realm held, for now. But he knew, as all men of the North do, that peace is a thing to be cherished and guarded, never to be taken for granted. In dreams he saw shadows stirring beyond the wall, old enemies waking, cold winds rising. But each morning brought new hope, and he would meet whatever came with the strength of Winterfell behind him, and his pack gathered close. So the North endured, and the realm with it, and Ned Stark's honor cast its shadow long and bright, from the snowy hills to the farthest towers of the south. Snow gathered thick and silent on the high branches of the godswood, muffling the world until even the wolves' calls seemed a distant echo in a dream. At Winterfell, the seasons had settled at last into deep, true winter. Days when the wind carried knives from the distant wall, and nights so cold the air itself seemed to crackle. Yet within the castle, warmth and life had returned in full, and Ned Stark moved through it all as a man half awake, half blessed, watching his children blossom again beneath his gaze. The transition from King's Landing to home was never swift, not even for those who wore the badge of the hand. Word of Ned's return had raced ahead of his party. At every crossing, folk came out to see for themselves, to offer bread, to touch Sansa's cloak or Arya's reins, to weep and laugh and tell wild stories. By the time the Starks crested the last white hill and the towers of Winterfell broke the horizon, their company had swollen with bannermen, crofters, and silent, watchful men in fur and mail, some remembering Robert's rebellion, others with scars from the War of the Usurper. The courtyard at Winterfell was packed so tight when Ned rode beneath the arch that he feared for the safety of Rickon, who hurled himself through the crush, shrieking for Arya and Ghost. Old Nan was there in a thick shawl, her bones rattling with joy. Maester Luwin blinked away tears behind his spectacles, and Hodor, beaming, swept Bran up and spun him around, nearly toppling 2 stable boys. That night, the great hall roared with life, tables laden, every seat full, songs rising to the rafters, laughter echoing through the stones. Sansa sang for her father in a voice grown sure and beautiful. Arya, her cheeks flushed from sparring with Harwin and half the squires in the yard, sat with Bran and Robb, tearing bread and arguing with Rickon about which direwolf was quickest. Catelyn's hand rested lightly on Ned's arm, her smile the only peace he'd truly known since the long dark of King's Landing. Yet in quiet moments, Ned's thoughts would return to the south, to the taste of blood and copper, to the torchlit chaos of the throne room, to the cold blue fire in Stannis' eyes as he accepted the crown. The city had felt alive with schemes even in peace. And while Stannis' letters continued to reach Winterfell, full of stern thanks and inquiries after the North's readiness, Ned could sense, between the careful lines, a growing unease. Stannis was no Robert. His justice was not always mercy, and his rule would not be loved, only obeyed. The first winter moon rose large and blood orange over the east wall. Robb and Bran brought news each day from the hills, wolves ranging farther south than ever before, wildlings seen at the edge of the Gift, fires spotted beyond the shivering sea. Maester Luwin's birds carried tidings from White Harbor and Deepwood Motte. The ports were busy, trade restored, but there were whispers of ships lost at sea, and men who would not speak of what they'd seen in the dark. Ned spent his mornings in council, Robb seated at his right, Bran beside Maester Luwin, learning the old words and the law of the North. Afternoons belonged to his daughters, Sansa in the solar with Catelyn, Arya at swordplay or racing through the snow with Nymeria. Rickon rode on Hodor's shoulders, trailing after the direwolves, his face bright with childish daring. In the evenings, all the Stark children gathered at their father's feet in the Great Hall, listening to stories of the Age of Heroes, of the Wall and the Long Night. The fires burned high, warding off the cold that pressed always at the gates. One night, as the wind rattled the shutters and the world lay still beneath fresh snow, Ned summoned Robb and Bran to his solar. Robb had grown taller still, his face shadowed by the first traces of a beard. Bran, thin and quick, wheeled himself to the fireside, eyes bright with questions. "The North is yours to guard, Robb," Ned began quietly. "I won you peace, but you must keep it. Never forget the wolves at your door, no matter how warm the heart. Trust in your kin. The North endures, not through walls or swords, but through its people, through you and your brothers and your sisters, through honor." "Danandol." Robb nodded, a fierce pride in his eyes. "I'll not let you down, father. Not the North, not Winterfell." Bran leaned forward. "What of the Wall? Old Nan says the others walk when the snow falls deep. Will they come again?" Ned hesitated, thinking of Benjen's last letter from Castle Black, of rangers missing, of things glimpsed in the haunted forest. The wall stands, Bran, but you must be ready for all things. There's darkness in the world, yes, but there is always light as well. The North remembers. Namterol. A sudden knock. Soft, then urgent. Maester Leuven entered, face pale, holding a message. A raven from the wall, my lord. Urgent. Ned broke the seal, reading by firelight as his sons watched. His brows knit as he read. Jon's script, hurried and sharp. Father. Rangers lost. Strange signs beyond the wall. Benjen gone. Cold winds rising. Request guidance. Jean. He read it twice, then folded the parchment and stared into the flames. Rob's voice was tied. Jon's in danger? Ned's heart clenched, old worry flaring anew. Perhaps not yet. But something stirs, Rob. The wall has always been our first line. We will answer. That night he wrote a dozen letters, one to Stannis, another to Manderley, a third to Sir Brynden at River Run. He called the banners quietly, asking for news from every corner of the realm. Ships from White Harbor to sail north with food and men, supplies to Castle Black before the worst snows locked the world in silence. To Jon he wrote simply, "Hold fast. Trust Samwell. You are my true son." When morning broke, the castle was abuzz. Robb took command of the musters. Bran wrote new orders for the portmasters. Arya pestered Maester Luwin for every tale of the others. Sansa gathered blankets and food from the storerooms, organizing the women of Winterfell in her mother's stead. Rickon, not to be outdone, swore to ride to the wall himself, until Arya threatened to tie him to a post. Within days, the first snows thickened, but columns of men and wagons streamed from the castles of the north. Karstark, Umber, Glover, Manderley, each sending their best to aid the Night's Watch. Old banners flew, half-forgotten words spoken at every crossroad. The North had not forgotten the wall, nor the threat beyond. Catelyn watched her husband from the window as he walked the battlements each morning, his cloak snapping in the wind, his eyes forever turned north. One evening, she joined him on the parapet, drawing her own cloak tight. "You would leave again if the wall called," she said. Not accusing, but certain. "I would," Ned replied softly. "But not yet. Not unless Jon asks it of me." She leaned her head against his shoulder. "The wall took my sister, and my sister's husband, and my father before her. It will not have you, not while I can keep you here." Ned kissed her brow. "The wall does not choose. The wall simply stands, as we must." The days darkened. News came of Benjen still missing, of more wildlings seen, of pale shadows glimpsed at the edge of torchlight. Castle settled into the rhythm of true winter. Repairs to roofs, stores to cellars, arms drills in the yard, stories by firelight, the gathering of ravens, and the endless tending to the needs of 100 men and women within the walls. Yet for all the cold and the worry, there was laughter too. Rickon's wild games, Arya's shouts, Sansa's songs, Bran's tales of ancient kings. The direwolves grew thick and healthy, stalking the walls by night, lying curled at the feet of their chosen Starks by day. One dawn, when the sun was a thin white smear behind storm clouds, a black bird beat its wings against the window of Ned's solar. The message was brief. Jon's hand again. "Father, we endure. The long night comes. Tell the North, remember us. Jon." Ned stood for a long time, the letter tight in his fist. Then he went to the yard, gathered Robb, Bran, the household knights, even the youngest pages. He spoke quietly, but his words carried in the cold. The world will change again. There will be darkness and snow, hunger and loss. But we are the North. The wall stands, and so shall we. As winter deepened, the castle drew close, bound by blood, an old promise. Ned Stark watched over them all, his honor a shield, his hope a candle against the night. The war he had fought was over. The next one, if it came, would find the North ready and unbowed. So the snow fell, and peace, true peace, hard-won and ever watchful, settled over Winterfell and all the lands beyond. The pack was whole. The North remembered. And in that long, cold winter, Ned Stark knew he had done his duty at last. He. Winter at Winterfell settled into its deepest hush, the kind that turned the world to glass. Clear, fragile, every footstep a mark upon the silent snows. The heart trees stood as sentinels, their branches heavy and unmoving. Blood-red leaves pressed flat by frost. Within the ancient gray walls, life endured. Fires glowed in every hearth, laughter rang in the high halls, and every night the winds carried songs and stories across the courtyards. Yet beneath this peace, Eddard Stark felt the persistent press of the old world's weight, a sense that all things awaited some distant reckoning. He rose each morning before dawn, old habit drawing him to the ramparts. From the battlements, the view was pure north, fields of white stretching to the distant woods, smoke trailing from cottages, a line of riders vanishing toward a gray horizon. Sometimes, when the air was very clear, Ned fancied he could see the far hills where the first snows fell, the Wolf's Wood dark with secrets, the ice of the lakes glimmering in blue light. Sometimes, if he listened, he thought he could almost hear the cry of a horn on the wind, a warning or a call for help from beyond the wall. Within the castle, the days found their own order. Robb took counsel each morning in the solar, Bran at his side, Maester Luwin recording every word, every missive. Sansa organized supplies and saw to the needs of the holdfastest women and children. Arya ran wild as ever, splitting her hours between archery in the yard, sword play in the cellars, and racing Nymeria and Ghost through the snowy woods. Rickon, still half child and half wolf, darted through shadows, inventing his own games and challenges. The castle, for all its order, hummed with the anxiety that winter always brings. Men drilled daily with spear and sword. Furs were checked and mended, roofs patched, food rationed with careful precision. The ravens came and went, messages from the watch, from White Harbor, even the occasional courteous letter from the south, where Stannis still ruled in stern silence. Tywin Lannister, for all his silence, sent gifts northward. Salt, fish, fine southern wine, a gesture of wary peace, but peace all the same. Yet the ravens from the wall grew grimmer with each passing week. Wildling bands harried the forests beyond the Frostfangs. Benjen Stark remained missing, rangers lost with him. Jon's messages, once long and full of brotherly tales, had grown terse, spare, laced with warnings that chilled Ned deeper than the snows. Shadows moved beyond the wall, and the brothers whispered of old terrors returned. One afternoon, the coldest of the year so far, Ned called his sons and daughters to the Godswood. They gathered beneath the heart tree, the dire wolves loping close behind, Ghost all silent grace, Nymeria snapping at falling snow, gray wind pacing in anxious circles. "We are the blood of the first men," Ned said, his voice soft, carried by the stillness. "Our house endures because we remember. The world grows darker, my children, and though we sit in peace, we must never let our guard fall. The wall is not so far as we would wish it, and it stands by the strength of the North." Robb, serious as a man twice his years, nodded. "The bannermen are ready. Manderley sent grain and arms. The Umbers patrol every road. If the watch calls, we will answer." Sansa, her hands clasped tight, asked, "And if the others come, father? If the old stories are true?" Ned looked at her, heart aching with the knowledge he could not shield her forever. "If the others come, we will face them together. The pack survives." Bran asked, "Will you go to the wall, father?" "If Jon calls." Ned hesitated, the memory of Jon's last letter burning in his thoughts. "If he calls, I will ride. But this time, I will not ride alone. The North will answer as one." A hush fell over the children, the direwolves settling in the snow. The heart tree watched with its red, weeping eyes. Ned felt the weight of countless winters. All the fathers and sons before him who had made this same promise. To stand, to endure, to remember. That night brought a feast, modest by southern measure but grand in warmth and company. Ale flowed, and Bran told tales of the Night's Watch, of ghosts and giants, of Joan's bravery atop the wall. Arya and Rickon staged a mock battle with wooden swords, scattering dogs and laughter through the hall. Sansa sang a northern lullaby, her voice carrying clear and true above the crackle of the hearth. Robb, face flushed, exchanged toasts with his father and the bannermen. Later, Ned lingered at the high table, Catelyn at his side, her hand warm in his. "You fear for Jon," she said quietly, after the hall had emptied and the fire burned low. "I do. The world is changing, Cat. I see it in the letters. I feel it in the wind. The wall has always been the North's first warning." She pressed her head to his shoulder. "If he calls, you will go." "Yes." He watched the embers. "But not alone. Not this time." She nodded, understanding. "If the snows deepen and the dark comes, Winterfell will be ready. You have made it so." He wished he believed it, fully. But the burden of lordship, of fatherhood, of memory, pressed hard. Ned remembered the promises made to Jon, of truth, of family, of a place in the world. He wished he had more to give. Days later, as another blizzard raged, a raven arrived in the dead of night. Maester Luwine roused Ned from sleep. The message was brief, written in Jon's unmistakable hand. "Father, the watch rides. Benjen not found. Creatures in the woods, cold and strange. Light grows thin. Pray for us. Jon." By morning, Winterfell was already in motion. Robb marshaled the men, cloaks, horses, arms. Sansa packed medicines and warm furs. Arya prepared the hounds and direwolves for travel. Bran sent birds to every bannerman. Catelyn oversaw the stores, her face a mask of resolve. Ned called the banners, as his father had before him, as Stark men had for 1,000 years. Messages went to Manderley, Umber, Karstark, Glover, Tallheart. The North would not let the Watch stand alone. They gathered in the yard at dawn, the banners snapping. Grey direwolf, white fish, roaring giant. The smell of fresh-baked bread and cold steel hung in the air. Ned looked upon his family. Robb at his side, Bran and Rickon with the direwolves, Sansa and Arya standing close, the resolve of the Old North in their eyes. "We ride for the wall," Ned said to the assembly. "For Jon, for Benjen, for the North, we will remember who we are." There were cheers, and more than a few tears. But there was hope too. A certainty that whatever darkness lay beyond the wall, it would find the North ready. The march was long and bitter, the snow falling thicker each day. They moved in columns, wolves and men and horses together, banners flying. Villages turned out to watch. Some wept, some offered gifts, others simply stood silent, heads bowed in the falling snow. At the last hearth, Great Jon and Umber joined them, his laughter echoing through the cold. At Carhold, the young lord came out, swearing his sword for Jon and the Watch. Each night, Ned took the news, wildlings fleeing south, tales of blue-eyed shadows in the forest, rangers vanished, unnatural lights in the far north. They pressed on, the cold growing sharper, the wind howling like a beast lost in the snows. At last they reached the wall, towering, immense, alive with the flicker of torches and the movement of black-clad men. The gates opened for them, and Jon awaited on the steps, face pale, eyes old and tired but fierce with hope. "Father," Jon said, clasping Ned's arm. "My son." Ned looked on him with pride, with sorrow, with the fierce love that only fathers know. They embraced, and the North entered Castle Black as one. Lords, men-at-arms, women and children, deer-wolves and hounds. The Watch stood with them, the old bonds reforged in the shadow of the wall. Together, that winter, they faced the long night, the darkness beyond the wall. The old fears come again, but the North stood united, Eddard Stark at its heart, his honor the shield against the coming storm. And as snow fell upon the wall, cloaking all the world in white, Ned Stark remembered the words he'd learned as a boy. Words he'd taught his sons and daughters, words that would outlast all storms. The North remembers, and the pack survives. Okay. The wall rose before them like the end of the world, white and cold as the bones of giants, its ramparts lost in the swirling breath of winter. Even after so many years, its vastness took Eddard Stark's breath, a living memory, older than kingdoms, taller than a man's understanding, its shadow falling long over all who drew near. Beneath its looming face, Winterfell's banners joined the black of the Night's Watch. The dire wolf and the sword in the darkness, both billowing on the frigid wind. Ned and his company entered Castle Black in a thunder of hooves and the yapping of dire wolves, their arrival a sudden pulse of life in the stark black and white of the keep. Jon Snow was there to greet them, his black cloak now heavy with ice, and his face marked by the seasons that had passed since he'd left Winterfell a boy. The reunion was brief but fierce, a grasp of arms, a look that said all that words could not, a hard press of father's palm to son's shoulder. Around them, the Black brothers gathered, eyes wary, faces tired. The wall had always attracted the desperate, the lost, the loyal few. Now, Ned sensed, it held the last hope of the realm. They gathered in the common hall, a rough place of stone and flickering torchlight, the long tables crowded with men in black new arrivals in northern furs, and the lords of the great houses, steam rising from trencher bread and onion broth. Benjen Stark was still missing, his absence a hollow at the table that none could fill. Samwell Tarly sat beside Jon, looking rounder and graver than Ned recalled, parchment and quill never far from hand. Maester Aemon presided over the gathering, his eyes clouded by age, but his mind sharp. Voice soft as falling snow as he recited the latest news from the far north. Jon rose to speak, his voice stronger now, the stammer of his youth replaced by the command of a leader. My lords, we have seen things beyond the wall, creatures of ice, wildlings who will not flee, blue-eyed corpses that walk by night. Our rangers vanish, one by one. Benjen Stark was last seen 10 days' ride north, following rumors of an abandoned village. We sent more men. Only one returned, and he died with frost in his lungs, fear in his eyes, and words that made no sense. Davene. He paused, glancing at Ned. We have held the wall, but we cannot stand alone. The wildlings flee, not for conquest, but in terror. The woods are empty, save for shadows, and the long night grows colder. Silence settled, broken only by the crackle of the fire. Robb spoke next, his voice carrying the steadiness of Winterfell. The North has come. We will hold the wall with you, Jon, Stark and Watch, together. The bannermen are ready, the stores are full. Whatever comes, we face it as one. Maester de Soir. Great Jon Umber's laughter boomed from the far table. Aye. The others can try their luck on Umber's steel. Let them come. There was a grim cheer, relief and resolve mingling in the faces of the men. Even in darkness, the living would fight. That night, as the wind howled outside, Ned walked the ramparts with Jon. They looked north, where the snow hid everything, the sky churning with clouds and distant, inexplicable glows. Green, blue, violet, white. Jon's face was grave. I thought the wall would be different, Jon said, voice quiet in the cold. A place for the lost, not the last hope of all Westeros. Ned laid a gloved hand on Jon's shoulder. You are not lost, Jon. Not anymore. You are what the wall was built for. Jon turned, the fire of the old Starks in his eyes. Will the North truly stand with us, Father, even if it means war with the South, or with things the South calls fairy stories? Ned nodded. The North remembers. The pack survives. The Night's Watch has never stood alone. They watched together as the sun's last pale rays vanished behind the wall, and the coldest night yet settled over Castle Black. Dawn brought news. Rangers returned, frostbitten and wild-eyed, bearing tales of entire wildling camps gone without trace, of trees with blackened leaves and snow that gleamed blue in the starlight. Maester Aemon called council. The lords of the North, commanders of the Watch, and the Stark children gathered in the map room. Candles guttered in their sockets, the air sharp with the scent of old wax and iron. Jon unrolled a crude map, marked with fresh ink and soot. The threat moved south. Every village in the Frostfangs is gone. The wildlings say the dead walk, and the living run. Benjen followed tracks north of the Milkwater. If he lives, he's beyond hope. We must decide. Do we ride out and search for him, or do we prepare for siege? Memnon. Bran, grown quiet and thoughtful, traced a line along the map. If the dead march, walls won't keep them out forever. We must find Uncle Benjen, but we must also warn the south. Winterfell can hold for a season, but not if the dead sweep past the wall. Robb looked at Ned, seeking counsel. We can send riders, fast ones, with ravens to each holdfast and port. But if we weaken our force here, the wall could fall before help comes. Sansa, standing behind Maester Luwin, spoke with quiet determination. We do both. We keep the north here and strong. But we send warnings by raven and word of mouth. The south will not listen to old stories. They will listen to Stannis and the lords. Let the queens and septs hear. Let every inn and holdfast spread the tale. Arya's eyes shone. If I rode south, I could reach the lords, warn them, make them believe. I'm not a lady. No one would think to stop me. Ned smiled, pride and worry mingling. You are a Stark, Arya, but you are not leaving my sight. Not now. Jon nodded, agreement in his every line. We hold the wall. We prepare for what comes. Rangers and wolves ride together to find Benjen, and the north spreads the word. Maester Aemon's voice was barely above a whisper. If the dead truly walk, this is the war for all the living. Do what you must, Lord Stark. The days that followed moved with the urgency of men who sensed their own extinction. Rangers left daily, paired with wolfhounds and Stark scouts. Ravina streaked to White Harbor, Deepwood, Barrowton, Bear Island, even as far as Old Town and the Eyrie. Robb and Jon drilled the men in new tactics: fire arrows, oil, trenches. Bran and Maester Luwin oversaw supplies and the training of every hand: cook, smith, stable boy, in arms and survival. Sansa organized the keep, caring for the wounded, writing letters that pleaded for help with the skill of a seasoned diplomat. Arya patrolled the ramparts with Ghost and Nymeria, watching the woods for movement. Rickon made himself a squire to the watchman, learning to care for horses and keep a sword sharp. At night, the Black brothers told stories, some defiant, some terrified. Ned listened to them all, weighing every word. He found himself, for the first time in years, unable to pray. Not because he'd lost faith, but because the gods felt so very close, and their silence heavier than any speech. Then, one midnight, the warning horns sounded. They came with the snow, shapes gliding from the dark, not men, but not quite dead, eyes burning blue. At their head walked something colder, a white shadow, crowned in frost, sword gleaming like moonlight on water. The attack was sudden and fierce, the wall ringing with shouts and steel. Arrows flew, fires lit the night, oil poured from the battlements. Direwolves howled in the darkness, their teeth snapping, jaws wet with blood not their own. Ned fought with the sons of the north, his sword rising and falling, each stroke a memory of every lesson, every oath. Jon and Robb fought at his side, Jon with Longclaw, Robb with a wolf at his heel. Bran from the towers shouted orders, his voice clear above the din. Arya moved among the wounded, blade flashing silver, her courage unbroken. Sansa and Maester Luwin worked in the keep, tending the hurt, gathering the frightened, the old and the young. The battle was chaos. Cold and fire locked together, the dead pressing ever forward. The wall itself seemed to groan, its ancient stones trembling beneath the onslaught. But the living held, by will, by steel, by memory. Ned saw Jon face the White Walker, Longclaw shattering ice as steel met ancient magic. He saw Robb rally men at a breach, wolves and umbers together holding the line. He saw Arya, small and fierce, driving a dagger of dragon glass into a corpse's heart. By dawn, the wall still stood. The dead withdrew, the living counted their losses. Dozens had fallen, Night's Watch, Stark men, free folk who had joined the fight. But the realm's first shield had held. In the aftermath, Jon stood beside Ned at the shattered gate, snow-bloodied, the sky pale and empty above them. "We survived," Jon said, voice hoarse. "For now." Ned clasped his shoulder. "The night is long, but the dawn comes. We will endure." Then, behind them, Winterfell's banners hung side by side with the black of the Watch, the direwolf and the sword, two halves of a promise kept. The realm would remember. And in the shadow of the wall, as winter deepened, Eddard Stark knew that the greatest stories were not those of kings or wars, but of families that endured, together, against all the darkness the world could bring. A.K. Smoke drifted from the wall like breath on a frozen morning, curling skyward and dissipating into a dawn washed cold and pale. The living moved among the dead, silent as ghosts, their faces smeared with ash and sweat and sorrow. Eddard Stark strode among them, his fur-cloaked shoulders hunched beneath the burden of grief, offering wordless comfort. A hand on a shoulder, a brief clasp of fingers, a single look that acknowledged what could not be spoken aloud. Loss had bound them all in common cause, and the North, for all its endurance, would feel this night for generations. Castle Black teemed with survivors, Night's Watch brothers and northern men, wildlings and orphans, the wounded, the dazed, and the quietly grieving. The old bear himself moved among his men with gruff words and heavy steps, blood still on his surcoat. Robb and Jon conferred at the gate, their voices low and fierce, planning new watches, new barricades. The direwolves prowled among the tents, uneasy and restless, their hackles up, their eyes ever turned to the haunted woods. Maester Aemon tended to the worst of the wounded in the great hall, Sansa and Catelyn beside him, stripping linens for bandages, boiling snow for water, whispering gentle lies to the dying. Arya darted through the chaos, her hair wild, her blade sheathed at her side as she fetched and carried, her face set with determination that looked too old for a girl of her years. Bran, bundled in furs, watched from a high window with Rickon pressed close, the youngest Stark's small hand wrapped around his brother's. Below, the banners of House Stark and the Night's Watch hung limp in the frigid air, stained with smoke and the blood of friends and foes alike. Ned found himself drawn to Jon, who stood with Sam and Gren at the breach, blackened stones half buried in trampled snow. Jon's face was marked by exhaustion and the new hard lines of command. He turned as Ned approached, a ghost of a smile flickering across his lips. "We held," Jon said, voice raw. "But they'll come again. Stronger, maybe smarter." Ned nodded. "We held because you prepared. The wall stands because the Night's Watch stands. And now the North stands with you." Sam's round face was streaked with soot. "We saw things, Lord Stark. I can hardly believe. Some of the dead just melted when Jon's blade struck them, and Arya's dragon glass. Let the maesters puzzle out the how," Ned said quietly. "So long as you remember the why. We fight because there is no one else. We fight so that our children's children may someday see peace." He turned to Jon. "The world south of the Neck will hear of this. I will see to it myself. But the wall cannot stand alone. Not now. I will send word to Stannis. The king must know the truth at last." Jon's eyes were shadowed. "And if he will not believe?" Ned considered. "Then we make him believe. Or we make ready to stand without him." The sky brightened, the night's blood fading from the snow. Work began anew. Bodies to be burned, stones to be hauled, wounds to be stitched. Maester Leuven and Bran organized the younger boys and the wildlings into crews, hauling broken timber for the pyres. The silence of the aftermath was a kind of prayer, a promise that the dead would not be forgotten. At midday, the first of the ravens flew, one south to King's Landing, another to White Harbor, a third to River Run. Sansa sat at a table with parchment and quill, her words spare and clear, detailing the battle for the lords and ladies of the realm. She wrote to Margaery in the Reach, to the Lady of Bear Island, even to Dorne, her messages weaving the story of the Wall's stand into every court and council. Robb and Jon drew up new watch schedules, their bannermen working side by side with the Black brothers, and even the wildlings who had chosen to remain. Tormund Giantsbane and his sons joined the northern men at the breach, axes flashing as they helped clear ice and stone. Where once there had been suspicion, now there was grudging respect. In the evenings, as darkness crept close, Ned presided over councils by torchlight. The great hall was thick with tension. Starks, Umbers, Glovers, Manderleys, all shoulder to shoulder with Night's Watch officers and wildling chieftains. Food was simple: stew, black bread, strong ale. The talk was of survival, how long the stores would last, whether more would come from White Harbor before the next storm, what weapons could be made if iron ran short. Maester Aemon listened to each voice, sometimes speaking, more often only nodding, his blind eyes seeing more than most. "The wall stands because men choose it," he murmured late one evening, when only Ned and Jon remained by the fire. "And the wall falls for the same reason. Never forget that." 3 days after the battle, a wildling runner came through the storm. Half-frozen eyes wild, a name stuttering from his lips: Benjen. A search party went out at once, Jon leading the way with Ghost, Arya trailing close behind. They found him 2 miles from the wall, cloaked in furs stiff with ice, skin blue-lipped, eyes fever-bright, but alive. The return to Castle Black was a triumph. Bran and Rickon ran to meet him. Sansa wept. Robb clasped his uncle's hand with fierce pride. Benjen had no tales of glory, only warnings. They come, and the cold grows worse. The dead do not sleep. Whatever magic held them back is weaker now. There is a king among them, a shadow with a crown of ice. I saw it once, at dusk. It did not look at me, but it knew I watched. Jon asked, "What do we do?" Benjen's voice was hoarse. "The living must hold. We must remember the old ways: fire, dragonglass, Valyrian steel. And we must find their purpose. They are not aimless, Jon. They are searching." Ned set a hand on Benjen's shoulder. "We will hold, brother. The north stands, and the wall stands with it." Known. Weeks turned to months. Winter deepened, the snows heavy and relentless. The wall was ringed with camps now. Stark banners, Umber fires, wildling tents, black-cloaked watchmen. Supplies came from the south in long, perilous caravans, guarded by Northmen and the last of the king's men. Stannis' reply was curt, but promising. "I will send what aid I can. Defend the wall at all costs." Arya became a legend among the Night's Watch, her quick blade and quicker tongue winning grudging admiration. Bran learned the names of every ranger, drawing maps of the haunted forest with Maester Luwin. Rickon hunted with the direwolves, his wild laughter echoing along the ramparts. Sansa's letters, copied and spread by the maesters, gave hope to distant holdfasts and fear to the southern lords, who began to send coin, men, and steel. Robb grew leaner and harder, his command respected by all. He learned from Jon and from the old bear, his voice carrying the weight of both Stark and King in the north. Jon, for his part, grew into his role as Lord Commander, not in name, but in every action, every word, every burden quietly carried. He and Ned shared counsel nightly, father and son at last as equals. Ned's own heart swelled with pride and dread. He watched his children, saw in them all he'd hoped for, and more: their courage, their resourcefulness, their refusal to surrender to despair. The pack, together at the end of the world. The others came again and again, never in numbers as great as that first night, but with cunning, with patience, with a malice as cold as the wind. Each time, the living drove them back, but the cost was high. Graves filled, and the bonfires burned long. On the coldest night yet, Ned stood atop the wall with Jon and Benjen, looking north over the endless waste. The auroras danced, green and violet, ghostly banners streaming overhead. In the distance, the woods shifted, and somewhere, a horn blew. A deep, mournful sound, older than the wall itself. Jon turned to Ned. "They're waiting. They test us, learn our strengths. The next attack will be the worst yet." Ned nodded, his jaw set. "We will stand. We are Starks of Winterfell. Sagawandari. Benjen smiled, weary but unbroken. The North remembers. Ned gazed at the children below, the wolves and the girls, the boys grown into men, the banners lifted on the wind. The night pressed close, the cold a living thing. But the fires burned bright, and hope, for the first time in a generation, outshone the darkness. The pack was whole. The wall stood, and as long as both endured, the dawn would come. Kay. The wind cut sharper than a blade as it swept along the wall, driving fresh snow in gleaming drifts that covered the bloodstains and the tracks of old battles. For days now, the cold had been relentless. A hard, blue cold that pressed into bone, numbing hands and hearts alike. But within Castle Black, the spirit of the living held firm. Men worked with purpose. Laughter rose from the kitchens, and the banners of Stark and Knight's Watch snapped side by side, refusing to bow to the darkness. Ned Stark moved among his people with a sense of watchfulness that never left him, not even in these brief hours of peace. Each morning he conferred with Robb and Jon, reviewing the state of the ramparts, the reports from the wild, the dwindling stores and the new arrivals from the south. Mercenaries, northern knights, a handful of wandering maesters. Each evening he stood on the wall itself, eyes turned north, feeling the weight of unseen eyes peering back through the storm. He slept little, but his resolve never faltered. Inside the keep, life had found a new order. Sansa managed the sick room and the kitchens, soothing quarrels and fears with a grace that was spoken of in every corner. Arya trained daily with the Watch, sometimes with wildlings, always with the deer wolves at her heels. Rickon raced the dogs in the yard, growing bolder by the week. Bran worked with Maester Luwin, copying maps and letters, riding the wall's winch basket to watch the land from above, learning the names of every ranger and every crag beyond the woods. Robb had settled into a command that felt like destiny. His voice was measured and strong, his judgments fair, his orders swift. He ate with the common men and watched for the smallest breach of discipline. In these months, he and Jon became brothers in arms as much as in blood. Differences faded in the face of siege. They worked side by side with Lord Commander Mormont, devising new defenses, deadfalls of timber, burning oil, fire arrows, and traps laid in the drifts. Jon, though younger, was treated as an equal. The men of the Night's Watch, wildlings and North alike, came to trust his leadership and his willingness to risk all for their survival. Longclaw was never far from his hand, and every day he drilled with the best of the Black Brothers, his face set in a mask of purpose. Benjen, recovered from his ordeal, led the scouts, slipping in and out of the haunted forest with uncanny stealth, always returning with knowledge of the enemy's movements. The wildlings followed him now, for he alone among the crows had survived the deep north and returned to tell the tale. Maester Aemon's health failed at last, and the brothers gathered in silence for his passing. Ned and Jon were at his side, the old man's last words a whisper. "The wall is not just ice, Lord Stark. It is memory. Do not let them take that from you." He died with a faint smile and was laid to rest in the snow. His watch ended at last. As winter deepened, the attacks came more frequently. The dead harried the outer posts, sometimes in small numbers, sometimes in silent waves that battered the defenses. Each time, the living held, but the toll was real. Men lost to the cold, the sword, or the blue-eyed whites. The wildlings called them cold shadows and sang songs of the Ice King, who marshaled them from some black fastness north of the Milkwater. On one bitter night, word came of an abandoned wildling camp found burned and empty. A great spiral of bones left behind in the snow. No sign of blood, only the mark of something ancient. Benjen brought the news grim-faced. "It is a sign. They mean for us to know they're coming. They want us to fear." "Nah." Robb gathered his bannermen and the watch's captains in the hall. Firelight flickered over their faces. Umbers, Karstarks, Manderleys, old men, young, wildling chieftains, and the Lord Commander. Ned listened as Jon and Benjen laid out their plan. Scouts north of the wall, fortified redoubts along the forest edge, caches of dragonglass and oil at every post. Sansa's letters had brought more steel from the south, and even a handful of maesters from Old Town, eager for knowledge or glory. The meetings were long, the arguments fierce. Some lords argued for retreat, to pull back to Winterfell and leave the Watch to its fate. Others, including the great Jon and Lyanna Mormont, would not hear of it. "We are not cravens," Lyanna snapped, her voice hard as new ice. "If the wall falls, the north falls. There's nowhere left to run." Arya spoke up as well. "We should strike first. If they have a king, cut off the head. Maybe the body falls apart. It's what Syria would say." The council finally agreed to hold the wall with every man they could muster. Arya and a small band of wildlings would scout east along the Shadow Tower, while Benjen's rangers went west. Jon and Robb would stay at Castle Black, the heart of the defense. The days grew shorter still, the nights longer, the cold deeper. The dead returned with the snow, their numbers growing, their movements more coordinated. Where once they attacked in blind waves, now they struck at weak points, seeking to divide and overwhelm. The Direwolves fought at the front, their howls a terror to the enemy and a rallying cry for the living. On the darkest night yet, the horns sounded 3 times. Enemy at the gate. The wall shook with the force of it, ice groaning under the assault. Jon led the defense atop the ramparts, Longclaw blazing with blue fire in his hands, Robb at his side with Great Jon and the Umbers. Sansa worked in the keep, organizing the wounded, keeping fear at bay. Arya and the wildlings returned with news that the enemy massed in the east, driving the attack with cunning. Ned found himself at the breach, sword in hand, fighting as he had not since the rebellion. The dead pressed in, silent, pitiless, their eyes alight with unnatural purpose. At his side, Rickon and Bran fought with spear and bow, wolves snapping at the legs of whites, their bodies steaming in the cold. Benjen led a charge to the outer postern, flames rising behind him. The battle raged until dawn, every inch of ground paid for in blood and bone. At last, as the sky bled gray and pink, the dead withdrew, the field strewn with the fallen. The living gathered the bodies for burning. No grave would hold these dead. Jon found Ned among the survivors, face pale with exhaustion. "It was only a feint. The real attack will come soon." The king was not among them. Ned wiped blood from his brow, his eyes bleak but steady. "Then we endure, until the dawn, as the Watch has always done." In the uneasy days that followed, the North and the Night's Watch braced for the true storm. Letters flew south on black wings, bearing the tale of the wall's defense, the rising tide of the dead, and the coming of the Ice King. Sansa's words, now famous in half the courts of Westeros, called for aid, for fire, and for faith. At Winterfell, word spread like wildfire. Lords of the Riverlands and the Vale began to send men and provisions. Even from the Reach, knights and sellswords trickled north, hungry for glory or redemption. The Old Town maesters dispatched a message. A cache of ancient dragonglass had been uncovered beneath the Hightower. The shards were rushed north by ship and wagon, reaching the wall on the eve of the final battle. That night, Ned gathered his children atop the wall. The sky shimmered with northern lights, and the wind was still for the first time in weeks. "Whatever comes," Ned said, "we stand together. Dark and snow, wolf and man. The North remembers, and the world will remember us." Ned so. Jon stood beside him, eyes fixed on the darkness to the north. Robb and Arya, Bran and Rickon, Sansa with her head high and her hands unshaking. Benjen at their side, wildlings and watchmen behind. The Direwolves ringed them, white and gray, black and shaggy. The dawn came cold and bright, and with it the first of the enemy's banners, black crowned with white. The Ice King himself, tall as a nightmare, led his host. Dead men and monstrous things, shapes never seen by living eyes, moving in perfect silence. Ned looked to his family, and to the men who had come to trust him with their lives. He saw fear there, yes, but also hope, and something fiercer, a determination that death would not take them quietly, nor darkness sweep the world unchecked. He raised his sword, its edge shining in the first light. The horns sounded 3 times, a challenge and a promise. The last battle for the world of men began atop the wall. Stark and Night's Watch, Wildling and Southron, all bound by the oldest of oaths. In the heart of that storm, Eddard Stark fought not for glory nor vengeance, but for the small things: fire in the hearth, laughter in the hall, a family gathered whole beneath the gaze of the old gods. The sun broke over the wall as the living charged to meet the dead, the banners of Winterfell and the Night's Watch flying side by side, defiant, unbroken, and unforgettable. The Ice King advanced through the storm with the inexorable stillness of fate, a silent shadow crowned in frozen thorns, his pale blade glimmering with moonlight where none should have fallen. Around him, the dead came on in ranks as deep as any the North had ever seen, white hands clutching rusted swords, empty eyes aglow with sapphire fire. In their midst lumbered beasts not seen in stories for 1,000 years. Giant wights with antlers of ice, shadow cats with flesh tight on bones, cold hounds running at their master's heel. The land itself seemed to shudder as their passage pressed the air to silence. Upon the wall, the living waited. Men of the Night's Watch, black cloaks whipping in the gale. Northern lords in steel and mail, faces pale but grim. Wildlings fur-clad and fierce, clutching obsidian daggers and dragon-glass-tipped spears. Ned Stark stood at the highest point, wind flattening his hair, his gray eyes unblinking as he counted the banners and listened to the old blood stir in his veins. Around him his children stood, Robb and Jon shoulder to shoulder with Mormont and Benjen, Arya and Bran flanking Sansa, their wolves pressed close, fur bristling with anticipation. The horns sounded 3 times the call of old. Others, all along the battlements, archers knocked fire arrows, oil cauldrons steamed, and war cries rose as the dead began their final charge. The first wave came swift and merciless, crashing against the wall's gate like a tide of bones. Atop the ramparts, archers loosed their flames, and the front rank of wights collapsed in fire and black smoke. But still they came. Giants threw themselves at the gate, battering the wood with trunks of frozen pine. The sound boomed through Castle Black, each crash a drumbeat of doom. Jon shouted orders, his voice carrying clear as steel. Hold the line. Archers, to me. Spears forward, don't let them breach. Arya darted between burning bodies, her blade of dragonglass flashing, cutting down any wight that made it to the walkway. Ghost and Nymeria leapt into the fray, jaws stained with blue fire, fearless amid the chaos. Robb led a band of Stark men to the western wall, where a group of wildlings fought back to back against a monstrous bearwight, their axes rising and falling with desperate fury. Bran and Maester Luwin directed the defense from the tower, sending word with runners to shift men to the weakest points. Sansa and Catelyn worked in the keep, tending the wounded, organizing supplies, their hands steady even as the world seemed to end outside their walls. At the breach, Benjen's rangers and the Great Jones men faced the worst of the assault. Benjen himself stood in the snow, sword arm bloody, face pale as death, his voice a constant litany of commands. Dragonglass, fire, they fear the flame. For hours the battle raged, the wall trembling with each new assault. The living fell, but so did the dead. Bodies burning, ice melting into black slush beneath the torches. The cold pressed ever deeper, until even breath was a cloud of pain, and the oil in the lanterns froze in the glass. Then the Ice King moved forward, his silent host parting for him. He raised his blade and pointed at the gate. A blue fire flickered along its length. With a sound like the world cracking open, the giants hurled themselves at the wood one last time. Splinters flew, iron screamed, and the gate buckled inward. A roar went up from the dead, voiceless and terrifying. The wall's defenders fell back, fighting in the shadow of the keep. Jon led the charge, Longclaw blazing as he struck at the first wights through the breach. Benjen was at his side, Robb just behind, the direwolves circling, a pack of white and gray fury. Arya and her wildlings met the Ice King's vanguard, Arya's blade finding blue-eyed targets again and again, each kill sending a shudder through the ranks of the dead. Ned stood atop the stair, sword raised, his banner waving beside the black of the watch. "Starks to me," he cried, his voice a hammer on the anvil of the storm. Everywhere, men rallied. Manderless, Umbers, Karstarks, Night's Watch, Wildlings, men from the south who'd come for glory and found themselves fighting for their souls. They drove the dead back, step by bloody step, until the keep itself became the center of the world. And then the Ice King stepped through the breach. He seemed larger than any man, his eyes pools of endless winter, his armor gleaming with frost. Where he walked, the snow grew deeper and the cold sharper. He moved with unhurried certainty, a blade of purest ice in his hand. The living fell back. Jon, face set, strode to meet him. Long claw in hand, the Valyrian steel flickering in the half-light. For a moment, silence. The armies paused. Even the dead seemed to hold their breath. Jon struck first, blade ringing against the Ice King's sword, sparks leaping in the air. The two circled, Jon fighting with everything he'd learned. From Ned, from Mormont, from hardship and loss. But the Ice King was tireless, his strikes as inevitable as the tide. Each blow pushed Jon back, his strength waning in the freezing air. Ned saw it happen, a slow horror. His son pressed to the edge of the world. He leapt from the stair, sword flashing, Benjen and Robb joining him. Arya darting in from the side, her dragonglass dagger seeking a gap in the king's armor. The Ice King laughed, a sound like the wind at the world's end. He struck at Ned, blade meeting blade, and for a heartbeat, time itself seemed to pause. In Ned's mind, every memory, every oath, every lesson he had given his children burned like fire. For the North, for Winterfell, for family. Jon lunged from behind, long claw biting deep into the Ice King's side. Arya's dagger struck home a moment later, finding a seam between the plates. Benjen swung with all his might, and Robb rammed his shield into the king's chest. The Ice King faltered, blue fire flickering, his eyes wide with ancient fury. Ned seized the moment. He raised his sword, ice reforged, its blade shining in the dawn, and drove it through the Ice King's heart. A scream split the sky, high and shattering, a sound that tore the storm apart. The Ice King shattered into shards of blue light, his body collapsing into drifting snow, and with him the dead fell. All along the wall, wights and monsters collapsed, their bodies dissolving into frost and dust. For a moment, all was still. Then, slowly, the dawn grew brighter, the wind slackened, and the wall stood untouched, but for the marks of battle. Jon staggered, clutching Ned's arm. Robb and Benjen embraced. Arya fell to her knees beside Ghost, and Bran and Rickon wept in the arms of their siblings. The North's banners waved in the new light, defiant and victorious. In the days that followed, the North and the Watch buried their dead with honor. The wildlings were given their own rights, and the survivors, brother, lord, and outcast, shared bread and salt together. Maesters wrote the tale in their chronicles. The long night ended. The King of Ice and his army destroyed by the united strength of the living. Word spread south like fire. From Winterfell to King's Landing, the legend grew. How the North had held, how the Wall had stood, how the pack had fought together in the shadow of death and prevailed. Ned Stark became more than a lord. He became the living memory of the North, the shield against darkness, the man whose honor saved a kingdom. When spring finally came, it arrived first at the Wall. The snows melted, the air grew sweet, and wildflowers sprouted at the base of the ancient stones. Wolves roamed free, their howls a song of homecoming. Eddard Stark stood one last time atop the wall, his children and their direwolves beside him, the sun shining warm on their faces. "We remember," Ned said softly, voice carrying on the wind, "and we endure. For as long as men kept the faith, as long as the pack survived, winter would always end, and dawn would always return to the land of the living." A.K. The last of winter's bite lingered in the stones of Castle Black, but the world below the wall was changing. The Ice King's defeat had broken a curse older than memory, and with it, the clouds at last began to drift and break, letting the sun return to the north. Snow melt trickled down from the heights, carving silver ribbons through the black earth. A hush held over the survivors. of awe, relief, exhaustion, and a raw, uncertain hope. The living gathered not as victors, but as those who had glimpsed the abyss and pulled themselves, bloodied and forever changed, back from its edge. Within the keep, life reasserted itself. The kitchens hummed, the halls filled once more with voices, and the wounded were tended, their wounds a living tally of the cost of the last battle. Fires burned high in every hearth. Caitlin and Sansa kept vigil over the injured, moving quietly from cot to cot. Arya, whose blade was never still, spent her hours helping dig new gardens in the stony soil beyond the wall's shadow, her laughter startling birds into flight. Bran spent his days in the library with Maester Luwin and Samwell Tarly, poring over old chronicles, drawing maps of all they had seen and learned, recording for the ages what had been faced here at the end of the world. Rickon and the youngest wildlings, now orphans with no land to claim, raced the direwolves in the muddy fields, their shrieks and whoops the music of childhood renewed. Benjen Stark, weathered and tired but alive, led the rangers out into the thawing woods, searching for any last wandering wights and, now and again, returning with a handful of free folk ready to swear new oaths for a chance at life within the realm of men. Jon Snow, changed by all he had seen, was now the clear leader of the Wall. The brothers of the Night's Watch looked to him without question, their ranks filled with northern volunteers, the wildlings and men from as far as the Vale and the Reach. With the others vanquished and peace returned, Jon's dreams of family had become his charge. He carried the Watch into a new age, forging alliances not only with the North, but with any who would swear to the realm's protection. His long black cloak now bore a white stripe at the hem, a silent sign of the unity forged in the fire of battle. Robb rode the circuit of the Wall with the Stark bannermen, repairing watchtowers, thanking the men who'd come to stand with him, and writing to his mother and to Stannis in King's Landing with news of each day's labor and each new patch of green poking through the snow. He returned each night to his siblings and to Ned's counsel, his sense of duty deepened by what he'd seen, his pride in his family all the fiercer for having nearly lost them. In the quiet of evenings, the Starks gathered in the common hall. There was always room for others, wildlings who'd become friends, Mormont and Tormund, the few lords of the South who had stayed to witness the healing of the world. Meals were simple: stew, black bread, salt pork. But each one was a celebration. Benjen told tales of the long patrols and the old days before the Wall had become a shadowed place. Samwell read aloud from the oldest of the Watch's records. Sansa and Arya sang, their voices braided together in a harmony only sisters can know. Sometimes, the laughter was so great that Ned would sit back, smiling, listening, and believe for a moment that the world had always been thus. But not all wounds were so easily healed, and Ned Stark knew it. He watched the faces of his people, saw the scars, the lost limbs, the haunted eyes of those who'd survived the night the dead had come to break the world. The Wall still cast its long shadow. Beyond the barrier, the woods were silent, emptier now for what had come and gone. Sometimes, in the pale hours before dawn, Ned would find Jon standing atop the Wall, gazing north, haunted by memory. One night, Ned climbed to join him. The stars were cold and bright above them, the world below silent save for the wind. Jon stood with Ghost at his side, his black cloak stirring. "You look to the north," Ned said. Jon nodded. "I keep thinking I'll see them again. Those blue eyes. That sound, the cold part of me will always be waiting for it to return." "It will not," Ned said, gentle but firm. "You broke the curse, Jon. You and your brothers and sisters, the wolves and the wildlings, all of us together. The Wall stands for the living now. It's ours to guard, not just against the dead, but against forgetting. That is the greater danger." "No." Jon was silent a long time. Then, "Do you ever wonder why it was us? Why we survived when so many fell?" Ned considered, the wind cold in his beard. "It was not fate, Jon. It was choice, and love, and the hard lessons of the North. We remembered when others did not, and we endured, as we always do." Jon looked at him, his eyes shadowed but clear. The North will need a king, Father. Someone to bind the wildlings, the Watch, the Lords. Someone who can lead when you're gone." Ned shook his head, smiling. "The North does not need a king, Jon. It needs a Stark. It needs you and Robb and Arya, Bran and Sansa and Rickon. It needs the pack. No throne, no crown, only the old ways. A lord's word, a family's honor, the memory of winter's price. That's what you are. That's what you all must be." The wall glimmered beneath them, moonlight turning the ice to silver. Below, the torches of Castle Black glowed warm and golden. The ghosts of the past seemed for a moment at peace. Spring arrived slowly but steadily, first at the base of the wall, then seeping south as the snow retreated. In the villages of the Gift, the fields were sown, and new hands, wildlings, Night's Watch, small folk from the north, worked the earth together, their laughter mingling with the song of crows and the calls of returning birds. The rivers, long locked in ice, ran swift and clean. The holdfasts that had sent their last sons to the wall now sent grain, and the men and women who had lost kin to the dark found purpose in tending what remained. Sansa took up her duties with a rare grace, working to make peace between the wildlings and the northern folk. Arya ranged ever farther, mapping the world beyond the wall, returning with news of clearings, new groves, lost streams, and forgotten paths. Bran rode the forests, learning every scent and sign with Hodor at his side, his maps growing more intricate each day. Rickon, wild and bright, spent his time with the direwolves, his shouts echoing across the hills. Robb became Lord in truth, settling disputes, granting land, welcoming or exiling those who would not accept the new order. Jon oversaw the rebuilding of the Watch. No longer just a penance or a punishment, the wall became a calling, an order for any man or woman who would defend the realm, whatever their blood or birth. Samwell Tarly stated as well, beginning the task of rewriting the histories, recording not just what was lost, but what had been saved, and by whom. Catelyn watched over them all, her pride and love plain to anyone who saw her walk the halls. Her letters to River Run and King's Landing spoke of hope and the peace that followed the storm. As the Green returned to the north, word came from King's Landing. Stannis Baratheon, ever stern, had decreed a festival of thanks for the victory at the Wall. The lords of the South and the Riverlands sent invitations, envoys, gifts. Some even came themselves, Tyrells and Tullys, Arryns and Martells, cautious, wondering if the old tales were truly ended. Ned hosted a feast for them all, bannermen and watchmen, wildlings and Southrons, highborn and low. The great hall rang with stories and songs, the tables heavy with meat and bread and northern ale. To the surprise of many, peace held. The wildlings danced with the girls of Wintertown. Night's Watch men shared tales with Lannister envoys, and Mormont drank deep with the Lords of the Vale. Late that night, Ned rose to speak. He looked over the assembly, his family, his friends, the survivors, the new brothers and sisters forged in battle and hardship. "We are not as we were before," he said, his voice clear as a northern sky. "We have seen what the world hides, and we have turned it away, together. We are not many, but we are enough, and we will endure. The North remembers, and so must the world. The pack is whole. The realm stands." Cheers filled the hall, echoing out into the thawing night. In the Godswood, the heart tree shed the last of its winter leaves, and a raven called, a sound sharp with promise, the signal of seasons changing. When Ned Stark lay down to sleep that night, his heart was quiet, his dreams untroubled. He saw Winterfell blanketed in new green, heard the laughter of his children, felt the steady warmth of Catelyn's hand in his. In his final waking thought, he knew the truth as deep as the roots of the world. Winter had ended, the North had endured, and the dawn at last was theirs. The spring that came to the North after the breaking of the long night was slow, uncertain, and wondrous. Meltwater rivers carved new paths through fields once dead and hard as iron. The land's first flowers pressed bravely through slush and last year's fallen leaves, gold and white and purple beneath the walls of Winterfell. Day by day, the snow retreated north, uncovering the scars of battle. Burned towers, arrow-studded palisades, old graves now greened over with moss. But everywhere, hope was blooming as surely as the crocus. Within Winterfell, the halls that had once rung with cries of battle, and the shouts of frightened children now filled with laughter, song, and the busy business of renewal. Fires burned not to fend off death, but to warm the hands of blacksmiths and builders. The godswood echoed with the ring of axes, the soft talk of gardeners replanting saplings, and beneath the heart tree's red canopy, the low voices of those who still prayed for lost kin. Ned Stark often walked there at dawn, before the castle woke, his boots trailing frost across new grass, his thoughts quiet and steady as the morning air. Sansa found her place in the world by degrees. Her grief for lost friends remained, but she worked with purpose, welcoming southern guests, helping wildlings and Northmen make peace, tending children orphaned in the winter. She learned to listen more than she spoke, to find the root of quarrels and ease them before they flared. Her gentle word could settle disputes that even Robb's sternest command could not. She met with Lady Marguerite Tyrell's envoys by moonlight, reading the winds of politics as deftly as she read the change in the weather. Arya ranged farther with every day. Her boots tramped wild paths along the new rivers, beyond the crags of the Gift, where the wildlings now built crofts and planted fields of barley and beans. She scouted the ruins of old towers, led parties of children on hunts for rabbits and wild garlic, and returned at dusk with mud on her face, a smile on her lips, and Nymeria loping at her side. The free folk called her the Wolf Maid, and followed her with a mixture of respect and awe. Bran spent his hours high above the courtyard, riding the winch basket to the very top of the repaired broken tower, where he charted the spring's arrival with a scholar's patience. His maps, filled with notes about migration, snowmelt, and the return of birds, adorned the solar's walls. He learned to read the sky and the calls of crows, to understand the old psalms Maester Luwin taught him. At night he sat beside Rickon, telling tales of giants and children of the forest, and sometimes he dreamed of running through the trees with the wolves, swift and silent as thought. Robb was lord in all but name, his duties doubled by the arrival of envoys from every corner of Westeros. The gates of Winterfell saw a stream of visitors, lords from the Vale and the Riverlands, merchants from Old Town and the Arbor, maesters from the Citadel, even a wary group of Ironborn led by Asha Greyjoy herself. Each came seeking alliance, justice, or trade. Robb, older and more cautious now, judged them with the care of a man who knew peace was as fragile as ice in the sun. Rickon grew into a wild, merry boy, racing Shaggy Dog through the fields, learning to track deer and fox with Osha and the old rangers. He pestered every adult in the castle with questions, and at night, crept into Arya's bed to hear stories of the world beyond the wall. Jon Snow, though still sworn to the Watch, was often at Winterfell now, his white cloak and black garb a familiar sight in the yards. The Watch had changed under his rule. Wildlings served among its ranks, girls as well as boys learned arms, and the wall itself became a symbol of unity and hope, not exile and sorrow. Jon's friendship with Robb was closer than ever, and his counsel was sought on matters of justice, honor, and the world beyond the old boundaries. Benjen was quieter, the cold of the north still in his bones, but he rode the woods daily with the free folk, keeping the wild paths safe and helping new settlers build sturdy crofts. His stories around the fire, haunted by what he'd seen beyond the wall, reminded everyone that darkness was never as far as it seemed, but he wore his scars lightly and was beloved by all, especially the orphans who saw in him a kind of father they'd never known. The first great gathering of the North came on a day of startling sunlight, as clean and bright as any Ned Stark could remember. Every bannerman, from the Manderleys and Umbers to the smallest petty lords, arrived in a muddy procession of carts, riders, and banners. The wildlings came too, their braids hung with tokens of those lost and found. Southern envoys arrived under banners of truce, escorted by Stark men, and watched with cautious curiosity. They gathered in the Godswood, the heart tree crimson and blooming above them, the air sweet with new grass and the promise of a changed world. Ned stood with Catelyn at his side, and his children gathered close, their direwolves quiet at their feet. He looked out over the crowd. Graybeards and children, women in bright cloaks and men still bearing the scars of battle, wildlings in their patchwork furs, Southerners resplendent in silk and silver. For a moment, he felt the weight of 1,000 years pressing on his shoulders, the voices of every Stark who had ever stood where he stood, whispering of snow and duty and hope. He spoke simply, his voice clear as the morning sky. "We have come through winter together. We have lost much, but we have gained more. The dead are gone, but the living remain. Let us remember the cost of peace, and let us keep it. By our word and our bond, as Starks and as free folk, as old enemies and new friends." Nussanty. He named the wildlings as free men of the North, gave them land and rights as any other house. He set Jon as Lord Commander of the Wall, with the Watch to guard the realm. Not just from the darkness, but from forgetting. He granted the children of the Watch and the wildlings places as wards at Winterfell, so they might grow together in trust and peace. He restored every house that had stood against the dark, and offered mercy to those who had faltered and come back to the light. When the oaths were spoken, they rang through the Godswood. Old words, new words, the promise that no winter would find the North divided again. That night, the castle blazed with fire and song. Ale flowed, and the kitchens emptied barrel after barrel of salted meat and fish. Wildlings taught the Southerners their dances, the Manderleys brought musicians. Sansa and Arya sang for all to hear. Bran's maps were displayed, and Rickon staged a mock battle in the yard, the direwolves joining in to the delight and terror of all. Ned sat with Catelyn, watching the dancing, feeling the beat of his own heart like the last slow pulse of winter's thaw. "You have given them back the world," Catelyn whispered. "We all did," Ned said. "The North remembers." Days passed, then weeks, and life settled into the new rhythm of spring. Trade with the South reopened. The first merchant ship up the White Knife was greeted with such cheers that the old captain nearly wept. The markets in Wintertown filled with goods never seen so far north: oranges, sweet wines, silks, and spices. Children who had never known peace learned to play in the shadow of Winterfell's walls. One dawn, Jon and Robb called the Stark family together at the Heart Tree. The air was bright, the first birds singing. Jon knelt before Ned and said, "It is time for me to return to the Wall. The Watch is my duty, but Winterfell will always be my home." Ned drew Jon to his feet and embraced him. "The Wall stands because of you, Jon, but you are always a Stark. Never forget that." "No." Arya hugged Jon hard. Sansa kissed his cheek. Rickon clung to his hand. Bran pressed a map into his palm. Benjen rode with Jon north, with a train of new brothers and wildling volunteers. Sansa watched them go, tears shining but her smile strong. Robb clasped Jon's arm, promising to visit before the year was out. As Jon rode for the Wall, Arya ran to the top of the highest tower, watching him go, Nymeria howling her farewell to Ghost as the white direwolf vanished into the green. She wiped her tears and ran to the yard, her heart full of adventure. Spring deepened. On the day the first roses bloomed beneath Winterfell's walls, Ned Stark knelt in the Godswood with Catelyn and his children. The air was sweet, the earth soft beneath his knees. He prayed for the living, for the dead, for peace hard won and dearly bought. He rose, looked upon his family, the pack he had fought so hard to keep whole, and found a peace he had never thought to know. In the years that followed, the tale of the Long Night became legend, sung from White Harbor to Old Town. Children born after the war would ride direwolves in their dreams, and the world remembered the debt it owed the North. Ned lived to see the first harvests, the new towers raised, the Wall strong and silent once more. The North endured as it always had, but now it did so with the world as its witness. And as dawn rose golden over the land of wolves and men, Eddard Stark knew with every beat of his heart that the promise of spring had been kept. Beneath a sky, washed clean by weeks of gentle rain, the North stirred to life. Birds wheeled above green fields, the last shreds of snow clinging only to the highest peaks. The White Knife River ran full, fat with meltwater, bearing the first trading cogs from White Harbor and beyond, their holds loaded with southern goods and spring's first catch of herring. The world had survived its darkest season. Now every living thing reached hungrily for the light. Winterfell was a hive of motion and hope. The walls, once battered by siege and winter storms, stood strong again, newly mortared, stone pale as fresh bread in the sun. Within the yard, the clang of the smithy and the cries of the children echoed, mingling with the deeper, steadier sounds of adults at their labor. Wildlings and Northmen alike worked the fields together, sowing barley and oats, tending sheep and cattle, learning each other's language, laughter and curses. No one called them free folk and kneelers any longer. They were all of the North now. On a mild morning thick with the scent of turned earth, Eddard Stark stood at the top of the yard, watching the bustle below. His hair and beard were more silver than brown now, his shoulders a little stooped, but his eyes had never been sharper. At his side, Catelyn leaned on his arm, her smile deepening every time she saw her youngest sons wrestling with wildling children, or Sansa, poised gentle, presiding over a council of women settling disputes about seed and wool and song. Robb strode across the yard to meet them, boots muddy, cheeks ruddy, his sword hanging easy at his side. He had the look of a man who knew himself, lordly and confident but no longer heedless. He greeted his parents with a quick grin, waving to Arya as she scampered past in a blur of brown and gray, Nymeria bounding at her heels, half a dozen children in wild pursuit. "Maester Luwin has the new records from White Harbor," Robb said, offering a bundle of letters. "The harvest will be strong. And the Lord of the Manderless sends word that his daughter is with child, the first new life in White Harbor since the spring began. Let the world see that the North is alive again," Ned said, smiling as he took the news. "Every birth, every harvest, every feast is a rebuke to the dark." He walked the yard with Robb and Catelyn, nodding to laborers, listening to the small folks' news. At the armory, Bran, his leg grown stronger, his cane lighter, oversaw a lesson for the youngest squires, his voice clear and confident. Near the kennels, Rickon and Shaggy Dog watched Osha wrangle a group of wildlings into some kind of order, the sounds of good-natured ribbing drifting on the wind. At noon, Sansa convened her council beneath the budding boughs of the ancient heart tree. The women of Winterfell, Northmen, wildlings, wives of the Watch, even the daughters of merchants, gathered in a circle. There were no raised voices, only reason and laughter. Disputes over land were settled with a handshake, news shared with a nod, and plans for the next festival already forming. Sansa's poise and quiet wisdom were a gentle marvel, her face open to all, her patience the soft thread binding this new North together. Arya, wild and unstoppable, ranged far beyond the gates each day, her wolf pack of orphans and wildlings mapping forgotten ruins, exploring old barrows and new streams. She led their small band with unspoken authority, quick to fight, quicker to forgive, always ready with a jest or a dare. At night, she returned to the halls to eat and sing and tangle with Rickon and Bran by the fire. Benjen rode out most days with a new order of rangers, watchmen, wildlings, and northern volunteers, scouting the edge of the woods for any sign of lingering threat. He brought back stories and songs, sometimes old bones from before the long night, and always the promise that the woods were growing friendlier, the land healing at last. Jon Snow, now Lord Commander in all but name, held the Watch together with his own stubborn will. He had reformed the Order into something new. Wildlings in the Black, women on the Wall, children of both bloodlines growing up together in the rebuilt towers and courtyards. He sent regular ravens to Winterfell, letters full of pride and hope. Samwell Tarly, now acting maester at the Wall, wrote even more. Tomes and letters chronicling the coming of spring, the settlement of the gift, the history of the last battle. When Sansa received Sam's latest letter, she read it aloud in the Great Hall, her voice ringing clear over the company. "And so it is that the watchtowers are rebuilt, the gates stand open, and the wildlings sow the fields in peace with the sons of the North. The snows are melting even atop the wall, and the old cold silence is broken by the cries of children at their games. Never before have so many come together, and never again, I hope, shall we let the darkness grow so long without standing together." The hall broke into applause, and even the most stoic Northmen dabbed at their eyes. As weeks spun into months, The North's new life took on the shape of a proper spring. Trade flourished. Gulls followed the ships upriver, bringing spices and fruits to the market. Artisans from the Reach taught the wildlings to shape clay and stone, and wildlings in turn taught Northmen new ways to fish and hunt, to track deer and snare rabbits. Mormont's Keep became a school for all, young and old, Southron and North, to learn the crafts of peace. The pack remained at the heart of it. Bran's maps were now sought as treasures. Arya's hunting parties returned with fresh game. Sansa's counsel was envied by other houses, and her letters, rich with wisdom, were shared as guides to rebuilding. Rickon became a symbol of the new North, his friendships with wildling children and his tireless curiosity endearing him to all. Evenings at Winterfell were filled with feasts, modest but joyful. The wildlings told tales of the true North. Maester Luwin recited old poems Sansa and Arya sang together, and Robb taught the lords of the Riverlands a northern dance. Benjen and Jon, when together, would reminisce late into the night, swapping stories of the Watch, the woods, and the years that had nearly broken them both. Ned and Catelyn watched all of this from their places at the high table, hand in hand. They spoke less, but their silences were full. A glance exchanged as their children laughed, a squeeze of the hand when a tale ended well. Sometimes, when night fell and the castle quieted, Ned walked the ramparts alone, the stars mirrored in the river below, remembering all he had lost and all he had gained. The pain of old wounds did not vanish, but it softened with time, like the last snows on a southern hill. On the first day of true summer, all of the North gathered at Winterfell for a festival. Tents filled the fields, musicians played in every yard, and food was shared with a generosity the world had not seen since before the long night. There were races and games, archery contests and songs. A great table was set beneath the heart tree, where the Starks broke bread with wildlings, Watch, and southern envoys alike. Jon returned from the wall for the feast, riding with Ghost at his side, bringing news of peace along the border, and a promise. The Watch would never again be a punishment, but an honor. That night, as the last light faded from the sky, Ned stood and raised a cup. His words were simple, but rang with the weight of a life well lived and a land well guarded. The North endures, because we endure, because we remember, because we forgive and rebuild, and hold each other close in the long night. You are my family, all of you. Wildling and Northman, child of the Watch, guest from the South, let this feast be our promise to one another, that whatever comes, we will face it together as one pack. The long night is ended. Let us cherish every dawn. Then, cheers and songs broke out, and the feast lasted until the sun rose again, golden and new dawned shrew. As seasons turned and years passed, the legend of the North stand grew. The world came to learn that peace was not a gift, but a labor. Each spring rested from the ice by the work and love of those who remained. Children born after the long night grew up strong and proud, wild and wise, with songs of wolves in their hearts, and the memory of the old darkness held gently, like a lesson never to be forgotten. Eddard Stark watched his family flourish, watched the North knit itself together, watched the world green again. His heart was full, and his soul at rest. He did not seek glory, nor ask for more than this, that the pack would remain whole, and the North at last would know the true warmth of peace. And so it was. The dawn that broke above Winterfell seemed made of gold. Dew jeweled every leaf and blade of grass, the towers bathed in gentle sunlight, birdsong swelling from orchard and field. It was the kind of morning that, in winters past, would have seemed a dream or a memory from some far-off summer. Now it was real, and the people of the North greeted it as a miracle that had been earned with blood and sacrifice. Eddard Stark rose early, as he always did, but now the ache in his joints was softer, the chill in his bones eased by the hope that filled the castle. He dressed without haste, donning the plain wool of the North. A lord, yes, but a man of his land before all else. As he stepped out into the corridor, he heard the faint clamor of children's voices echoing from the yard, and the mellow clangor of steel on steel from the practice ground. Somewhere, A deerwolf howled, a deep, triumphant sound that sent crows flapping from the ramparts. He found Rob already breaking his fast at the high table, Bran and Rickon beside him, Sansa and Arya leaning in from the other side, laughter darting like swallows among them. The twins from the wildling village in the Gift were there, as well as several other fosterlings from across the north and the Wall. The family circle had grown, new faces, new loyalties, the future taking root among them. Catelyn poured Ned a cup of small beer and pressed her hand over his for a long moment. Her smile was soft, edged with the lines of loss, and the quiet joy that had returned to her at last. They shared a glance. No words needed. Ned squeezed her fingers, feeling the warmth spread to his heart. Bran recounted the day's plans. "There's to be a hunt for the wild boar in the Wolf's Wood," he said, "and I'm riding out with Sir Roderick and the other young knights. Arya's taking the children out with the wolves to check the traps. Sansa's meeting the merchants to plan the next fair. And I'm to train with the wildlings," Rickon piped up, not to be outdone. "Osha says she'll teach me to throw a spear farther than Robb." Robb ruffled his brother's hair. "She might too. She's a better shot than half the men in the yard." Arya made a face. "Better than you, anyway." Robb only laughed, and the others joined him. The easy mirth of those who have survived something terrible, and now feel every pleasure as a gift. When the meal was done, Ned strode out onto the battlements. The sky was wide and blue above him. The world spread out in green gold. The smoke of new settlements rising from the edge of the woods. The rivers gleamed, bustling with fishing boats and trading barges. Beyond the fields, the first caravans from the south wound slowly up the King's Road, carts heavy with salt, wool, glass, and spice, their banners bright in the morning light. He watched as Jon Snow and Benjen rode in from the north with a dozen men and women, some in the black of the Watch, others in wildling leathers, a few carrying shields with the direwolf of Stark. Jon dismounted first, his stride confident, Ghost at his side. Benjen followed, face tanned and weathered, eyes crinkled with the smile he gave his nephew. Ned went down to meet them, and Jon clasped his arm, grinning. "There's game in the woods and trout in the rivers. The wildlings are planting their third field, and we found another band of free folk willing to swear to the north. We brought them in with us, half a dozen children, some older men. They're tired but eager, Benjen added. No trouble on the way. The forest's never been quieter. If there's a threat out there, it's keeping to the shadows." Ned nodded. "That's the best news I could hope for." He clapped Jon's shoulder. "The wall holds." "It does," Jon said. "And not just from the wild. We've got maesters training from Old Town, wildlings guarding the woods, and a dozen new boys and girls signed on this month. Not all of them are running from something. Some are running toward. Nebendash." That afternoon, the training yard buzzed with life. Wildling youths squared off against Northmen in friendly contests, their laughter rising over the clash of wooden swords and the thud of shields on straw. Sansa moved through the yard with the grace of a young queen, settling disputes, offering praise, reminding the men to rest and the girls to take water. Bran watched from the sidelines, sketching the scene for his growing archive. A chronicle of the New North, a record for the ages. Arya appeared with her pack of wolfish children, darting between the legs of older fighters, urging them on, sometimes correcting their stances, with a tap of her boot. She was nearly grown now, lean and wild, her hair tied back with a strip of fur, her laughter infectious. Nymeria shadowed her every move, the other direwolves never far away, their presence both comfort and reminder of the old, cold gods. Rickon was everywhere at once, learning the wildling tongue from Osha, wrestling with the smaller boys, sneaking treats from the kitchens, then slipping off to the woods to check his snares. He was fearless, his spirit unbroken by all that had passed, and the North loved him for it. At midday, the bells rang and the castle gates swung open to admit a procession from White Harbor. Lady Willa Manderly herself, riding at the head of her party, her banners heavy with green and silver. She brought gifts, fine wool, barrels of fish, a sheaf of parchment with offers of trade and alliance. Ned greeted her with all the honor due a great house, but Willa swept him into a hug, laughing, before declaring, If the North is to be new, let it be joyful too. That evening, the great hall filled with guests from all over. Manderless and Umbers, Glover and Wildling chieftains, maesters from the wall, Southron merchants, the new lords of the gift. The feast was simple: trout, turnips, honeyed apples, strong ale. But every seat was filled and every voice joined in song. Musicians from White Harbor played until the torches guttered, and the youngest children fell asleep under the benches. Ned sat at the high table, Caitlin and his children beside him, his old friends close, and for a time he listened to the music and laughter as if it were the heartbeat of the world. He looked at his family, the way Rob leaned into a private joke with John, how Arya tossed her head and challenged a wildling girl to a knife-throwing contest, Sansa talking quietly with Lady Willa, Rickon curled in Bran's lap, the direwolves dozing at their feet, and felt a peace deeper than anything he'd known since childhood. As the days grew warmer, the North's strength grew as well. The roads were safe for travelers, new villages rose beyond the walls, and the people of the gift, wildling and Northmen alike, held their first joint harvest festival, a raucous celebration that drew bards from as far as the Riverlands. The lords of the South sent gifts and envoys, eager for trade and news, and even the Ironborn, chastened by the horrors of the long night, sent a ship of olive oil and salt fish, with a message of peace written in Asha Greyjoy's own hand. Maester Lewin worked with Sammo Tarly to catalogue the lore of the others, the old ways of Dragonglass, and the new treaties between the Wall and the North. Their efforts produced a book of wisdom, sent to every lord in the Seven Kingdoms. The night we remembered, a record of the darkness and the unity that had banished it. Bran's maps, now famous from Old Town to the Wall, were copied and studied by maesters and lords alike. Sansa's letters were read aloud in courts from Highgarden to Sunspear, her advice and stories shaping the policies of lords who had never seen snow. As spring gave way to early summer, Arya announced her intent to ride south with a party of wildlings and watchmen to find new adventures, and perhaps to visit old friends. Ned gave his blessing, proud and wistful, knowing her heart would always return home. Rickon and Bran began exploring the old crypts beneath Winterfell, recording every name, every story, adding their own to the lineage of the Starks. The crypts became a place not of fear, but of pride, a reminder that even in death the pack endures. On the longest day of the year, the people of the North gathered again beneath the Heart Tree. There was music and dancing, banners and gifts, speeches and vows of loyalty renewed. Ned stood with Caitlin, his children and their friends and fosterlings at his side, and spoke to them all, not as a lord, but as a father, a brother, and a son of the North. "We have come through the darkness together," he said, his voice carrying over the crowd. "We have mourned and we have rebuilt. But we have done more. We have learned that peace is a garden, sown and tended by every hand. The North remembers and the North endures, not because of stone and sword, but because of love and unity and hope. Now Arsini." He looked at Jon, Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon, and then out over the crowd, their friends, their kin, the faces of the new North, and felt the promise of all that was still to come. The people cheered, and in that moment, with the sun shining through the heart tree's red leaves, Eddard Stark knew the North would thrive for generations. In the quiet that followed, as dusk softened the world and the deer wolves called to each other across the fields, Ned walked the Godswood alone. The peace of his home settled deep in his bones. He thought of his father, his brother, all those who had kept the old vows. He knelt beneath the heart tree, gave thanks for what he had been given, and prayed that the pack would always be whole. So ended the long night and began the long peace with the Starks. Always the Starks, at the heart of the North, keeping faith, remembering, enduring. And as twilight deepened, a gentle wind set the new leaves trembling on the boughs above. It sounded to Eddard Stark like a lullaby for the world. A.K. Long shadows stretched across the fields, golden with late summer's light, as the year ripened into its fullest promise. The banners above Winterfell's towers hung heavy and still, their colors deep and rich, wolf gray, snow white, the green of the new-planted fields, the red of the heart tree's leaves. The castle itself, battered by years of siege and winter, now stood stronger than ever, its walls alive with voices and the pounding of new life. Children raced in the yard, dogs and deerwolves alike bounding through the grass, while the bells in the sept pealed for evening prayer. Eddard Stark walked the parapets with Catelyn, their fingers laced, the soft warmth of her hand an anchor against the vast, unhurried expanse of the sunset. He paused at each lookout, gazing north to where the old gods' woods faded into mist, east to the slow sweep of the white knife and the distant banners of returning traders, south to the thin blue haze that marked the southern roads. Everything he saw had changed, but none of it felt unfamiliar. The world had grown, just as his children had grown, changed, yes, but always returning to its true heart. Below, in the bailey, Robb and Jon oversaw a contest of arms, northern squires facing wildling boys with wooden shields, their shouts and laughter ringing bright. Robb wore the sable and gray of Stark, Jon the black and white of the Night's Watch, but in their faces there was only brotherhood and the fierce pride of teachers watching their students excel. Jon's deerwolf, Ghost, dozed beside the fence, one red eye cracked to watch for trouble. Bran, his legs stronger but still needing his cane, stood by the gate with a book of maps in hand, keeping score and offering pointed advice. Arya, mud-streaked and wild, had joined the melee herself, barefoot and laughing, darting between bigger boys and girls, her dagger-quick movements cheered on by the wildlings' children. On the far side of the yard, Sansa welcomed a small party of Reach and Riverland envoys, guiding them past the flower beds she'd helped plant, pointing out the pens of new lambs, the kitchens where wildling and northern cooks worked side by side. Her poise and grace had made her the North's unofficial hostess, and her letters had become required reading for lordly daughters from Old Town to White Harbor. A Tyrell lady, sun-browned and bright-eyed, watched Arya with open fascination. "Your daughter fights like a knight," she said to Sansa with a smile. "She'd rather be a wolf than a lady," Sansa replied, pride mingling with gentle exasperation. "But the North loves her for it, and so do I." That evening, the great hall was bright with music and heavy with the scents of summer. Roast boar honey cakes, bread baked with wild herbs, the sweet tang of berry wine. The new maesters from the Wall arrived with letters and reports, and Maester Luwin presided over the evening's learning, sharing news from King's Landing, Old Town, and beyond. Gendry, now Master Smith of Winterfell, presented a sword forged with dragonglass and northern steel, a gift for Bran, whose maps had guided the harvest wagons through hidden passes during the spring floods. The feast was long and full. Songs old and new were sung, and when the musicians faltered, Arya and Rickon led the room in wildling chants, the rhythms picked up by the pounding of knives and fists on the long tables. Jon spoke of the Wall, of the Watch's new brotherhood, now half wildling, half Southron, with girls and boys serving side by side. He told of the fields blooming north of the Wall, the way the gift had become a true homeland for so many who had once been hunted or hated. Robb reported on the justice rides, how the lords of the North now gathered in council instead of in war, how disputes were settled with word and reason more often than steel. The Riverlands and Vale had sent sons and daughters to foster at Winterfell, and in return the North had sent its own, a true weaving of old wounds into something stronger than alliance. Sansa's tales of the spring fairs, the harvest markets, and her recent triumph, coaxing a stubborn lord into freeing his small folk, drew applause and laughter. Bran was cheered for his new charts of the woods and rivers, his clever system of markers that let travelers find the safest paths in every season. Ned listened, pride and humility warring in his chest. He glanced at Catelyn, at his children, at the faces gathered under his roof, old friends, former foes, new kin, all brought together by hardship and the stubborn faith that the world could be mended. After the feast, Arya slipped away to the Godswood, Bran and Rickon in tow, Nymeria ranging ahead. Sansa lingered to talk with the southern guests, while Robb and Jon cleaned up the last of the feast, laughter following them out into the cool night. Catelyn and Ned walked together through the empty halls, past flickering torches, their steps slow and content. They found the God's Wood full of children, wildlings and Northmen together, the air sweet with green, and the old heart tree blazing red in the moonlight. Arya was perched in the lowest branch, telling a story of her first adventure south of the wall, Bran chiming in with corrections, Rickon acting out the parts of deary wolves and giants, to the delight of the others. Ned and Catelyn sat at the base of the heart tree, leaning against its gnarled trunk. The tree's face seemed softer now, the old sorrows gentled by time and peace. Ned let the quiet settle over him, feeling the weight of the years ease from his shoulders. He listened as the children's stories gave way to song, voices blending in the ancient melodies of the North. "I think we did it," Catelyn murmured. "We kept the pack together." Ned smiled, a line softening beside his mouth. "For now. For as long as we can." She squeezed his hand. "That is enough. That is everything." They sat a while longer, watching as one by one the children drifted off. Rickon curling beside Shaggy Dog, Arya slipping away into the dark with Nymeria, Bran wheeled back toward the hall by Robb, Sansa, and Jon walking arm in arm, laughing in the starlight. The next day dawned bright and hot, the sort of summer day that seemed to go on forever. In the yard, Ned oversaw the planting of a new orchard, his grandsons and granddaughters digging side by side with orphans from the wildling camps. Arya and Sansa argued over which apples would ripen first. Robb and Jon planned the next ride north, to see the progress of the fields at the Gift. Bran unveiled a new signal system, colored flags and carved posts, to warn of storms or wolves, each child given a turn at sending messages to the gate towers. News arrived from the Wall. A caravan of scholars from the Citadel would be coming to Winterfell to study the old lore and learn from the free folk. Sansa immediately began planning a welcoming feast, Arya suggesting a tournament instead. That night, as the summer stars rose in a velvet sky, the Starks gathered in the Godswood for a quiet meal: bread, cheese, apples, cold roast beef. Ned blessed the food with words his father had taught him, the same words his children would one day pass to theirs. After, they sat in companionable silence, the children drowsy, the direwolves lying at their feet, the heart tree above them luminous in the moonlight. Ned listened to the sounds of his home, the laughter, the low voices, the distant call of an owl, and knew it was all had ever wished for. The seasons would turn again as they always did. Winters would come and go, and with them, sorrow and joy. But the long night had passed, and the North remembered. Under the watchful eyes of the old gods, the pack endured, unbroken. In the chronicles of the realm, songs would be sung of this age, a time when the living stood together, when old wounds healed, when peace, hard-won and precious, was kept not by might alone, but by love, memory, and hope. And at the heart of it all, beneath the boughs of Winterfell, Eddard Stark kept his silent vigil, content at last. For as long as the world remembered the North, so too would it remember the name Stark. Guardians of winter, keepers of the peace, a family, enduring forever whole. The North had always been a land of stories. Some whispered, some sung, many buried like roots beneath the snow. But as that first golden summer deepened, and the fields grew lush beneath the bluest sky in living memory, it seemed the world was telling a new tale, and Eddard Stark was its quiet heart. Days were long, the air full of warmth and promise. Barley and wheat bent heavy in the wind, and fields of blue and white flax stretched between villages once abandoned in the Hunger Years. The people of Winterfell, Northmen and wildlings and Southerners alike, rose with the sun and worked until it dipped low behind the Godswood, never truly tired, never truly alone. The sound of hammers and laughter echoed from new cottages and stone halls. In every heart, it seemed, hope took root and sent up shoots. Ned felt the change most in small things. In the gentle chatter of Catelyn and Sansa, as they sat at the open window, sewing banners for the coming harvest feast, in the way Rickon and the wildling twins splashed and shrieked in the mill pond, while Shaggy Dog and Nymeria played sentry on the shore. In the patience Robb showed his youngest squires, teaching with a kindness that had cost him years to earn. In Arya's wild yelps as she raced the wind, a new litter Arya's Bran, grown as tall as Robb now and walking with only a slight limp, spent every day mapping new territory, marshes reclaimed from the snow, forests where children of the forest were rumored to once have danced, old crypts and barrows long shrouded in moss and fear. He wrote letters to maesters in Old Town, exchanged riddles with Samwell Tarly at the Wall, and sent sketches to every holdfast in the north, so that even shepherds and crofters would know the shape of their home. Summer changed the city and the soul of Winterfell both. The wildlings, now simply folk of the gift to most, hosted their own festivals, Sarberry wine poured from clay jugs, tales of the far north told by the fires at dusk. Some married into Stark bannermen's families. Others set off downriver to work in the fishery towns, or took ship from White Harbor to learn southern crafts. No house was so proud it would not accept a wildling mason or seamstress now. And everywhere, children learned the languages of both the old and the new. The pack, as always, was the heart of it. Jon rode south from the Wall at midsummer, Ghost loping beside his black horse to bring news and see his kin. He wore a simple black cloak, with a white border that marked him as the Night's Watch's first Free Lord Commander. Elected by all, beloved by most, honored even by wildlings. Sam rode with him, carrying a satchel bursting with records, news, and old lore. Proof that the Wall's new brotherhood was more than memory. Ned greeted Jon and Sam in the yard, clasping Jon's hand, smiling at Ghost, nodding approval, as Sam presented Bran with a rare book from the Citadel's lost tower. The sight of Jon with his brothers and sisters, Robb and Sansa, Arya and Bran, Rickon hugging his waist, was more balm than any salve for old wounds. That night they feasted beneath lanterns in the yard, Sansa's voice rising in song, Arya leading a wildling jig, Bran and Rickon recounting a tale of ghosts in the marshes, Jon telling of the Watch's newest recruits, orphans, runaways, even the children of kings. After supper, Catelyn and Ned walked the walls as dusk fell, the castle peaceful beneath the soft rise of stars. "Do you remember," she asked, "the day we left for King's Landing? I thought then we might never see this place again." Then Ned drew her close, gazing out over the rooftops. "I remember thinking that if we returned, it would never be the same. I never dreamed it would be better." She smiled, tears shining. "That's the thing about the North. We endure. And sometimes we thrive." Late that night, Arya and Jon met beneath the heart tree. The white bark glowed in moonlight, the carved face peaceful. "You're leaving soon," Arya said, swinging her legs from a low branch. "The Wall needs you." "It does," Jon replied. "But it's different now. The wildlings keep the peace. The Southern Lords send food, and every man and woman who serves knows what's at stake. We are the shield that guards the realms of men, not just words now." "Sex," Arya grinned. "You always were, even when you thought you weren't." Jon smiled, brushing snow from a stone. "What about you, little wolf?" "Still restless." She shrugged. "I want to see the world, but I always come home. Besides, I have promises to keep. Bran wants to map the haunted forest, and Rickon thinks there are dragons beyond the Shadow Tower." She paused. "You'll come back?" Jon nodded, solemn as a king. "Always." They sat in companionable silence, the summer breeze soft in the leaves. Harvest season was a marvel. For the first time in living memory, there was enough grain to fill every barn, enough salt fish to last till spring, enough fruit for pies at every table. The first apples appeared, and Sansa organized a fair beneath the walls. Merchants from the Riverlands and the Vale arrived with cloth and silver, and wildlings brought carven wood, old bones, and songs of the north wind. The heart of the festival was a tournament for children. Swordplay and archery, foot races, riddles, songs. Arya and Bran ran the games, Rickon presided as judge, and the victors received direwolf paw, tokens hand-carved by Jon and Benjen. When evening fell, Lanterns floated down the moat, and the pack, Starks, friends, wildlings, lords' sons and merchants' daughters, danced on the green. Old enemies toasted new friends, and the direwolves howled together in the starlit night. That night, Ned stood beneath the heart tree, watching the laughter and lights, Caitlin beside him, and felt the old gods at peace. When winter came again, and it did, as it always will, it arrived as a visitor, not a conqueror. The first snows fell soft and bright. Folk smiled as they shuttered their homes, knowing they had enough, that none would starve or shiver in the dark. The wildlings taught southern neighbors to hunt and trap, to weave cloaks of wolf and bear, to carve tools and candles from bone and fat. Rob rode circuit through the villages, listening to petitions, settling quarrels, helping rebuild where storms had battered roofs. Sansa kept the home fires burning, organizing the stores, hosting feasts, singing songs that braided north and south. Bran and Rickon charted the snows, noting every drift, every frozen river, teaching the smallest children to read the tracks of hare and fox. Arya led expeditions to the Wall and beyond, bringing back tales of lights in the sky, strange ice flowers, wildling legends. Jon, back at the Wall, wrote often, sharing news, asking advice, sending wildling children to foster at Winterfell, returning orphans to lost kin. Maester Luwin and Samwell published the first great history of the Long Night. Half lore, half memory, a tale that warned and celebrated, ending with Ned's simple words. Remember, endure, forgive. The pack remained whole. Years passed, as years must, and the children of Winterfell grew into men and women the world would remember. The Wall stood, not as a prison, but as a promise. The North was feared and loved and envied, a land of fierce loyalty, wisdom and kindness. Songs of that age would be sung in every holdfast for generations. One autumn, when the leaves turned as red as the heart tree, Eddard Stark gathered his family in the Godswood. The old wolf was slower now, his beard white as snow, but his eyes shone with all the brightness of life. "We have come through darkness," he said, "and built something new. The world will change again, perhaps for better, perhaps for worse. But we have shown what can be done if we hold fast to each other." Rob put a hand on Jon's shoulder. Sansa took Arya's hand. Bran and Rickon, now grown, knelt at their father's feet. The direwolves lay close, their breath rising in the crisp air. Caitlin stood beside Ned, her gaze sweeping the family she had fought so hard to keep. "We are the North," Ned finished quietly. "And the North remembers." Winter would return as it always did. But in the long halls of Winterfell, the fire never died. Stories passed from mouth to mouth, of hardship and hope, of love lost and found, of a family that endured when the world nearly ended. As long as one voice remained to tell those tales, the North would never truly know darkness again. And in that light, the Starks endured, as they always had, together, whole, unbroken. Autumn in the North came as a tapestry of fire, golden birch leaves, scarlet rowan berries, the deep rust of oaks and chestnuts. The woods about Winterfell glowed at sunrise, and even the marshes of the Neck blushed with the season's touch. The days grew shorter, the wind keener, but the land was not afraid. It had learned, as the Starks had learned, that seasons were not curses, but the music of endurance. In every village, folk stored turnips and apples, salted hams, stacked wood, wove new furs. Laughter ran ahead of the frost, and the market in Wintertown was loud and full each morning. Winterfell itself was more alive than ever. Smoke rose from every chimney. The air rang with the clang of hammers, the shout of children's games, the measured tramp of guards on their rounds. On the green, wildlings and Northmen taught each other archery, wrestling, old songs, and new Aichiel. The heart tree, now dressed in crimson, watched as generations passed beneath its boughs, some still in swaddling, others already grown to knighthood, all held by that same deep-rooted peace. Eddard Stark rose before dawn each day, slipping from his bed with a gentleness earned only by years and sorrow survived. Caitlin slept on, her hair silver at the temples now, face softened by time and the quiet assurance that her family, at last, was whole. Ned moved through the castle's corridors, greeting guards and maids by name, listening to the kitchen's bustle and the stable's soft stamping. When he walked the battlements, his cloak trailing frost, the sentries straightened, but their smiles were easy, familiar. He often found Bran at the library window, sketching the sunrise over the godswood, or reading aloud to children from the wildling camps. Bran's leg had healed as much as it ever would, but he'd grown tall and strong in mind, a scholar, a storyteller, a gentle judge in his brother's council. On this morning Bran was already at work, recording the inventory for the coming winter. "The apples are the best in memory, father," he said with a grin. "And the barley's up past a man's waist. There'll be ale for every haul and enough left for the watch." Ned ruffled his son's hair. "That is good. Send a cask to White Harbor with my thanks. We'll have Lord Wyman's favor for another year." Down in the yard, Robb drilled the newest recruits, his voice carrying clear as bells. The sons and daughters of bannermen, free folk, even the children of merchants, all trained together. Robb fought with a patience that made the men respect him, but his laughter made them love him. He let Rickon, now a sturdy boy of 12, call the last bout, and Arya, watching from the rail, cheered with the loudest voice of all. Arya herself was seldom still. One day, she might be leading a pack of younger children on a hunt for wild mushrooms, the next showing a wildling girl how to use a knife, or racing the Nymeria through the godswood. She wore breeches as often as skirts, and had no time for fools. But the castle adored her. She'd grown beautiful and wild, her laughter as sharp as her wit. Sansa, by contrast, was a figure of grace. She managed the household with calm authority, arranging feasts, settling disputes, welcoming envoys from south and east. Her beauty was now matched by wisdom, her courtly manners laced with the kindness that had come from suffering and forgiveness. When she sang, even the direwolves listened. Jon Snow, now Lord Commander at the Wall, sent ravens often, sometimes with news of rangers returning from the deep forest, sometimes with poems for Arya, or jokes for Rickon. He had fostered a true peace with the wildlings and Watch, and his name was spoken in Wintertown with pride and wonder. Every autumn, he rode south with Ghost to spend a fortnight at Winterfell, joining Robb's hunts, sharing Bran's books, sitting beside Ned at the fireside with tales of the cold winds beyond the wall. Benjen Stark led the Rangers still, though he was slower now, gray at the beard. The wildlings loved him as one of their own, and at the great bonfire festivals, he would tell stories of the first Starks and the last Greenseers, tales that made the youngest children dream and the oldest weep. As the first snows dusted the high hills, Winterfell hosted a harvest festival to rival any in the kingdom. Great John Umber brought barrels of mead and a cart of turnips the size of pigs. The Manderleys came upriver with smoked eels, new ships, and sweet apples. Wildlings brought gifts of carved bone, rare roots, and songs that sent the whole hall roaring. The market was hung with lanterns, and the green filled with musicians, games, and a dance that lasted till dawn. Ned watched from the steps as his family mingled among the guests. Rickon playing toss with the orphans of Wintertown, Sansa talking with Lady Willa Manderley about the best way to cure pork, Robb and Jon judging the archery contest, Arya challenging the wildling boys to a race around the walls, Bran perched with a flock of children retelling the tale of the last winter. At the feast, the tables groaned with bounty. Caitlin sat beside Ned, her hand warm in his, her laughter ringing clear as a bell. The direwolves curled beneath the high table, content. The guests raised toasts to the health of the land, the memory of the fallen, the promise of peace. As night deepened, Maester Luwin read from the new chronicle Samwell Tarly had finished at the Wall. A book written in plain tongue so that every child could know the truth of what had come before. Ned listened, heart full. He thought of his father and mother, the ghosts in the crypts, the battles fought and lost and won, the children who would carry all these stories forward. When the tale was done, Ned rose, his voice low and steady. "This land has seen darkness. We remember it, not to mourn, but to honor. The North is strong not because it is hard, but because it is kind. We endure. We forgive. We build anew. Tonight, let us give thanks for the peace we have made, and promise to keep it. One. There was a long silence, then cheers and laughter, and a song that Sansa started, picked up by all, wildling and Northman and guest alike. With the turning of the year, the North prepared for winter's return, not with fear, but with the careful, loving labor of a land at peace. Robb sent men to reinforce the bridges and outposts. Arya scouted the passes with her wildling friends. Sansa planned a Yuletide festival, gathering recipes and music from every holdfast and camp. Bran mapped the Frost's advance, Rickon set snares, and even the youngest children were taught how to spin wool and lay kindling. Ned's heart swelled as he watched the pack. He saw what had been built, born of grief, tested by fire, strengthened by joy. He felt the roots of Winterfell deep beneath his feet, the warmth of his family beside him, the promise of the future all around. Some nights, when the sky was clear and the stars bright above the heart tree, Ned would walk the God's Wood alone, his cloak trailing behind him. He would kneel beneath the red leaves, feeling the old gods listening, and whisper thanks for each child, each mercy, each season turned. And in the warmth of his hall, with the laughter of children echoing through the stone, Ned Stark would look out over his land and know that the story was not his alone, that the North had become truly a land of hope. For as long as the pack endured, so would the peace they had won. And as long as the North remembered, no darkness could ever last. The last leaves fell from the weirwoods and birches, scarlet and gold on cold stone, as autumn waned and true winter crept close once more. A new hush lay over Winterfell. Not the hush of fear or want, but the expectant calm of a home prepared. Smoke curled from every chimney. The barns and root cellars were full, the stables crowded with sleek horses and shaggy cattle. By day, the air rang with the sound of axes and laughter, as men felled the last trees for firewood. Children finished the year's games, and the folk of Winter Town put up garlands for the coming winter feast. Yet the castle's heart was warmer than any hearth. It was there, within thick gray walls, beneath the gaze of the old gods, that Eddard Stark felt most alive. He stood in the solar with Catelyn, reading letters by lamplight. Reports from the wall, lists of the year's taxes, a missive from Marjorie Tyrell herself congratulating Sansa on her latest treaty with the Arbor. Sansa and Arya entered, the one rosy with cold, the other flushed from a run in the snow. "Father, the market is full of southern merchants," Sansa announced, dropping a bundle of dried lavender into her mother's lap. "They bring oranges and lemons from Dorne, silk from Bravos, even figs." Arya grinned. "And I beat Joan's best men in the archery contest. Again." Catelyn beamed at them both. "You must teach Rickon to shoot as well, Arya, if he can keep his feet still long enough." "I'll teach him if he promises not to chase me with a snowball," Arya retorted, earning a laugh. Ned folded the letter, smiling at his daughters. "The South brings us gifts, but the true wealth of Winterfell is in this hall. Oranges are sweet, but not half so sweet as the daughter's smile." Sansa rolled her eyes. Arya groaned, but Catelyn squeezed his hand. "You grow more sentimental each year, my lord." He kissed her knuckles. "A man must, or risk growing hard as the ground." Outside, the world sparkled with frost. Bran, now a young man, worked with Maester Luwin in the rookery, cataloging new arrivals. Wild geese from the east, white falcons from the Vale, a black raven with a ring on its leg, bearing a message from Sam at the wall. Rickon, taller now and sporting a wild shock of brown hair, led a band of wildling and northern children through the Godswood, playing at being kings and greenseers, deerwolves padding behind them. Their laughter carried all the way to the tower, where Robb overlooked the yard with Jon, who had come down from the wall for the feast, Ghost and his new wildling hound at his side. The brothers discussed matters of state and family alike. How best to keep peace between wildling villages. How to settle a quarrel over fishing rights. Which route was safest for a convoy of food heading east. "Never thought I'd see the day when we debate over river eel and barley, not battles and blades," Robb mused, glancing at the yard below. Jon smiled. watching Arya trounce a southern squire in swordplay. If peace is the hardest work, I'd rather do it here than anywhere. Even Ghost prefers hearth to snow these days. Robb elbowed him. You say that, but you'll be restless soon enough. You always were. Jon nodded, his eyes on the distant horizon. The wall calls, but this, he gestured to the happy chaos below, is home. I never knew what it meant before. Robb clapped his back. Then let's keep it so. For all our kin. For the next snows and the next. That night, the hall was ablaze with light and warmth. Tables groaned under roasts, stews, and every sweet of autumn, baked apples, honeyed nuts, berry tarts. The wildlings brought their own flavors, smoked fish, tangy meat, dried venison, and the southerners marveled at the bounty, their eyes wide as children's. The musicians played through supper, switching from old ballads to wildling reels as the ale flowed. Sansa presided at the high table beside her mother, welcoming guests from near and far. Arya danced with the wildlings, Rickon and his friends weaving between the adults, Bran explaining the constellations to a skeptical group of knights. Jon and Robb shared stories of the Wall and the Norse New Order, while Benjen toasted the peace, his voice booming. When the hall quieted, Ned stood. The firelight painted his face with the lines of years, but his eyes were bright as he spoke. There was a time when I feared these halls would know only sorrow, that the north would break under darkness, that the world we built would vanish as snows in spring. But we are here, Stark and Wildling, Southron and Northmen, free folk and lords. We have learned at last that no one stands alone. Let us feast and remember, not just the battles and the cost, but the gift we have made together. Let us remember to laugh and to forgive, to be strong and kind, to keep this peace as fiercely as we once kept our swords. Mirwan. A long silence, then the hall erupted in cheers, hands raised in toast. The North remembers, they cried, and laughter and music filled the stone to bursting. The days that followed were bright and sharp. The frost deepened, and the pack gathered close. Arya led expeditions for winter greens. Bran and Sansa organized the teaching of the youngest. Rickon and Robb managed stores and patrols. The Wall sent a message of thanks for barrels of ale and dried fruit, and Jon's letter to Ned was full of hope. The wildlings call this the softest winter in memory. The Wall is strong, the brothers loyal, the old ghosts at rest. I have hope, Father, hope that lasts. As winter deepened, the castle hummed with preparation and joy. The Yuletide festival neared, and Sansa planned games for the children, a pageant of old tales, songs and feasts for all. The wildlings taught the North their songs of sun and fire. The Southron merchants brought music and colored lanterns. The smiths carved ice into wondrous shapes for the art. One night, a heavy snow fell, blanketing the world in white. Ned and Catelyn walked the silent ramparts, arm in arm, the lights of the hall flickering through frosted windows, laughter drifting from within. It is enough, Catelyn whispered, her breath silver in the dark. It is more than enough, Ned replied, drawing her close. For every sorrow, 1,000 joys. For every winter, a new spring. As the snow deepened, the people of Winterfell drew nearer. By firelight, by song, by the warmth of hands held and stories shared. Ned watched his children, Bran reading to Rickon, Arya showing a wildling girl how to track in snow, Robb and Jon laughing together, Sansa singing to a crowd of sleepy children by the hearth. He felt the heartbeat of the North, steady and strong. And so the winter passed, the long peace holding through cold and darkness. Every day, a testament to hope. The North remembered. The pack endured. And when the first crocus of spring pushed through the melting snow, Eddard Stark knelt beneath the heart tree and whispered, "Thanks, for the land, the people, the memory of all that had been lost and found." As long as the North endured, so too would the light. And as long as the pack was whole, there was nothing left to fear. Nikke. Spring broke through winter's grasp as a whisper at first, a softening of the ice on the pools, a new scent in the air, the hint of green pushing up beneath the snow. Then, in the space of a week, the world transformed. Crocus and snowdrop burst from thawed earth. The godswood turned to dazzling emerald, and the skies above Winterfell shone with the bright banners of birds returned from their exile. Even the oldest in the village, those who remembered the last long summer before the dark, marveled at the pace and power of this new awakening. Within Winterfell's walls, life moved to the rhythm of the season. Fires still burned, but less for warmth and more for comfort. The old urge to gather, to remember, to savor what the winter had spared and what the spring promised. Children ran barefoot in the muddy courtyards, their laughter rising with the sun, their feet tracked with the scent of new grass and wet earth. The wildlings and Northmen who had spent the cold months in careful peace together now joined in the joyful, noisy work of renewal. Eddard Stark walked the castle at dawn, cloak flung back, hair silvering in the sunlight. He lingered in the godswood, watching droplets fall from the heart tree's new leaves. Sometimes he met Catelyn there, their hands twined, her eyes full of the memory of every sorrow and the quiet hope that, at last, they might endure. The pack, always at the center, thrived as never before. Robb led the household knights and wildling rangers out to patrol the new shoots in the fields and the early risers in the woods. Jon, now visiting from the wall with Ghost and 20 watchmen, brought news of thaw along the Shadow Tower and scalds among the free folk who had set up villages as far as the Frostfangs. Arya, with Nymeria and a following of orphans and wildlings, mapped out the marshes and ruined towers, returning every day with muddy boots and some new scrap of lore for Bran. Bran himself had grown broad-shouldered and wise, his maps and stories now treasures not just of the North, but of Old Town and King's Landing. Sansa's letters traveled farther still, her words now copied in the courts of lords who had never met her, her advice on law, mercy, and the keeping of peace treasured like spells. Rickon, barely taller than his direwolf, hunted with Osha, teaching southern children the ways of snow and ice, always laughing, always at the heart of the rowdiest games. Lady Catelyn presided with a queen's quiet strength, guiding the repair of stone and the renewal of old alliances. There were still arguments, still rough edges between free folk and Northmen, but they were settled now with words, or a fair contest, or a meal shared beneath the banners in the yard. Catelyn made sure the wildling healers sat beside the maesters, that the southern cooks tasted wild boar from the wolf's wood, that every guest from south or east went home full and a little in awe of the North's strange kindness. The first great event of the new season was the spring festival, larger and brighter than any since the end of the long night. The market green filled with tents and banners, peddlers from the Reach and the Vale, musicians from White Harbor, wildling drummers, a Tyroshi knife-thrower whose act left even Arya grinning. Tables groaned beneath heaps of cured ham, oatcakes, pickled eggs, and sweet preserves. Flocks of children danced around the maypole, their voices ringing with joy. Sansa organized the flower show, the wildlings surprising all with woven crowns of birch and rowan, braided with wolf fur and mountain bluebells. Robb judged the archery contest. Wildlings, Northmen, even a visiting Dornish girl vying for the silver arrow. Arya ran the foot races and the games, racing alongside orphans and lord sons, never once bested. Bran presided over a new tradition, a contest of riddles and tales, the winner crowned, wisest of the pack, and toasted in every hall. That night, beneath lanterns strung from the ramparts, the castle held a feast that outshone every Yuletide or harvest festival. The wildlings sang songs of ice and sun. Southern bards answered with ballads of the rose and the stag. The lords of the north danced with the free folk, maids with lords, children with the direwolves circling at their heels. Ned watched it all from the high table, Catelyn's hand in his, pride and wonder mingling in his heart. The world he'd feared lost forever now lived, riotous and strong, a harmony wrought from pain, forgiveness, and the will to endure. The weeks that followed were full and rich. The first caravans of spring arrived from the south, bringing glass, wine, and seeds for new orchards. New villages rose up in the Gift and beyond, their houses built by Northmen and wildling together. The wall, now more a symbol than a barrier, welcomed envoys from King's Landing, Old Town, and brave us scholars, builders, and singers come to learn, to trade, to marvel. Rob and John rode the length of the north together, settling disputes, overseeing the planting, and renewing old vows. Sansa traveled as an envoy to White Harbor and Deepwood Moat, forging alliances, comforting those still haunted by the long night, inspiring with her quiet conviction that peace was a thing to be tended, not taken for granted. Bran published his great Atlas of the North, illustrated by hand, full of stories from wildlings and townsfolk alike. Arya, now a legend among the children, took a party of orphans and young squires to ride the White Knife and explore the last unmapped stretches of the haunted forest. Rickon became the darling of every village, his wolfish joy infectious, his wildling friends turning every visit into a feast or a game. Samwell Tarly and Maester Luwin collaborated on a new compendium of lore, stories, recipes, songs, and histories from every people who now called the North home. When the first copy arrived from the Wall, Sansa read it aloud by lantern light, the hall full to bursting with folk, eager to hear their tales set down beside those of kings and heroes. On the night of the summer solstice, Winterfell gathered beneath the heart tree. Rob and John poured ale for their friends. Arya and Rickon set up a ring for games. Sansa led the first song, and Bran recited a new poem about the seasons turning. The direwolves sat watchful and calm, their eyes shining in the firelight. Ned rose as dusk settled, and the company quieted. "I have seen the North brought low," he said, "and I have seen it rise again, not by sword alone, but by love and memory. We have learned that peace is a choice made each day, a gift we keep by keeping each other. Our pack is strong, not because we are the same, but because we are loyal, to each other, to our land, to our word. Let us remember the dark, and let us cherish the dawn. Let us teach our children that hope, like winter, must be endured for, but always comes." Netza. He looked to each of his children, Rob tall and fair, Sansa graceful, Arya wild, Bran wise, Rickon radiant with youth, and then to Catelyn, whose smile said all he could never speak aloud. As the moon rose over the walls, the pack feasted, sang and danced, and the light from the fires cast shadows across the snow that would linger for 100 years. Time as ever marched on. Children grew, old wounds faded, and new stories took root. Arya would ride south in the fall, with a promise to return each year. Rob and John continued their journey of rebuilding. Sansa grew into the North's truest voice. Bran became its greatest memory. Rickon, its wildest heart. Ned watched it all, content. He had outlasted winter. He had saved his pack. And as dawn crept over the green world, he knew that the North would remember, not only sorrow but every laughter, every hope, every hard-won joy. And so, under the green boughs of Winterfell, Eddard Stark's story found its quiet, perfect ending. A family, whole. A land at peace. A legacy that would shine long after the last snow melted and spring came round again. By the end of that bright spring, the world beyond Winterfell had changed as much as the land within its walls. The North was a tapestry of renewal. Meadows thick with wildflowers, villages bustling with trade, banners of many colors flying together at crossroads and at the gates of old keeps. The rivers, once choked with ice and loss, ran full of salmon and children's laughter. The war-torn scars of winter faded beneath new growth, and from the barrows to the marshes, every field spoke of hope. The Starks themselves remained at the center of this peace, the steady, beating heart of a North reborn. Eddard Stark awoke each morning with gratitude so deep it ached in his chest, and with it, a humility he carried into every act. His silver hair was now matched by a short, neat beard, and he favored simple garb of wool and leather, more at ease in the small council than on a throne. The weight of lordship felt lighter with so many hands to help him bear it, sons and daughters, fosterlings, friends, and former foes. Rob, hale and broad-shouldered, had become a lord not by inheritance, but by merit and trust. His presence in the council chamber set the tone, patient, stern, but never cold. He rode the length of the North with Jon at his side, settling disputes, judging contests, presiding over marriages, and attending to the never-ending work of building barns, roads, boats, and bridges. Jon's wisdom, tempered by his years on the wall, was his equal in every matter. Together they inspired confidence, not only among the highborn, but among the small folk, the free folk, and those who had once called themselves enemies. Jon's visits from the wall, more frequent now that peace and trade flourished, brought news of the free folk's new settlements beyond the gift, of harvests in the cold, and of the many children, both wildling and southern, who grew up learning the lore of both their worlds. He brought wildling chieftains and knights watch officers to the table, and for the first time in memory, all dined as brothers at Winterfell's high table. Arya, wind-tangled and wild as ever, refused any position, but made herself indispensable. She had founded what the children called the Wolf School, teaching archery, swordplay, and survival to orphans, fosterlings, wildlings, and even a few stubborn daughters of lords. She could not be kept indoors, and her expeditions into the wild were now half legend. At night, she wrote tales for Bran and Rickon, and for the little ones who hung on her every word. Sansa's influence spread quietly, the North's truest diplomat and voice. Her table was always full of guests, southern traders, free folk elders, daughters of minor houses seeking her counsel. Her letters were coveted, passed from one household to another, as both instruction and reassurance. In a world hungry for certainty, Sansa offered grace and clarity, and a new generation learned from her how to judge with both justice and mercy. Bran's maps were everywhere, on council chamber walls, in the pockets of riders, and even at the feet of southern maesters, who now traveled north to study the ways of the first men. He became the North's historian, gathering songs, stories, and the secrets of every clan and croft. His gift for listening, never judging, made him beloved among the old, who told him tales that would have died otherwise. Rickon, now nearly grown, embodied the wild, enduring spirit of the land itself. He hunted and ranged as he pleased, but always returned home with laughter, a brace of rabbits, or a wounded bird to be healed. His friends were as likely to be wildlings as noble sons, and he was happiest at the edge of the wild, Shaggy Dog at his side. With the last frosts, Winterfell prepared for the midsummer fair, a festival unlike any before. For a week, the castle and the fields beyond were filled with tents, banners, and wagons from every corner of the kingdom. The first evening saw the lighting of great bonfires in the godswood, the flames reflected in the heart tree's crimson leaves. All gathered to hear the peace renewed, oaths spoken in the old tongue and the new, each family's banner lowered and then raised together in the smoky air. Merchants set up their stalls beneath garlands of green. Artisans from the Reach sold tapestries and glass, while wildling carvers offered bowls and flutes, and the smiths of Wintertown presented tools and trinkets of iron and bronze. Farmers traded cheeses and early berries, herdsmen their finest lambs, and southern vintners their first casks of sweet red wine. There were contests of strength and skill, archery and axe-throwing, horse races and wrestling, riddling and storytelling, and at Arya's insistence, a contest for the boldest prank. Sansa presided over a tournament of song, with prizes for both highborn ladies and humble shepherds. Bran's quiz of northern history stumped even old lords, and Rickon's wildling friends ran the children's games, foot races, knot tying, fire-making, and swimming in the castle's cold pools. On the second night, Robb and Jon led the great hunt, returning at dusk with venison and wild boar for the feasts. Jon presented the game to his father, bowing not as a lord, but as a son. Eddard's eyes shone as he looked upon the hall, every seat filled, every table overflowing, laughter echoing to the rafters. The free folk, once silent and wary, now sang the old songs, the words of which Arya had learned and passed on to the North's children. Even the maesters joined in the dancing, their chains clinking to the wild beat of drums and pipes. After the fair, life settled into the gentle order of a North at peace. New projects filled each day, the replanting of orchards, the building of new watchtowers along the White Knife, and the founding of a school for healers and wise women, open to wildling and Northmen alike. Sansa led the council for the new school, while Arya brought in teachers from the farthest villages. Bran collected healing lore, and Catelyn made sure every patient had a bed and a friend by their side. One evening, as fireflies danced over the godswood, Ned and Catelyn sat in the shade of the heart tree, watching their grandchildren play among the roots. Robb's eldest daughter teaching a pack of wildlings to braid rushes, Arya's ward stalking Rickon's youngest, and Bran's favorite reading a story aloud to a cluster of sleepy boys and girls. Ned breathed deep, the air rich with the scent of moss and earth, and turned to Catelyn, her hair crowned with moonlight. "This is more than I ever dreamed," he murmured. "Not victory, only peace. But it is enough." She smiled, pressing his hand. "It is everything, Ned. You gave them hope, and now they give it back. The pack is whole. The North endures." Summer deepened, and the crops in the fields grew tall and golden. The white knife flowed swift and sure, carrying boats of timber, wool, and food downstream. In the village markets, the talk was not of war or want, but of the best cheese, the fastest runner, the handsomest hound. At the wall, Joan's reforms flourished. The Watch a brotherhood of all bloods, the Rangers at peace with wildlings and Northmen. The gate never closed to a soul in need. When news came from the south, of lords squabbling over gold or old titles, Ned read Sansa's letters aloud at the council, her calm logic and gentle rebuke reminding everyone what the North had chosen to forget. That peace, like bread, must be baked fresh each morning, with every hand. Bran's Book of the North became a treasure in every hall, its stories read to children in every tongue. Arya's school produced young warriors, but also healers and scouts, many of whom traveled south to teach what the North had learned about mercy and courage. Rickon's hunting bands became a tradition, bringing home game for the poorest in the land. As the day shortened and the first leaves turned, the pack gathered again beneath the heart tree. Dawn returned from the wall with Ghost, Robb from Deepwood, Arya from her rambles, Sansa from White Harbor, Bran from a teaching journey among the free folk, and Rickon from the wild. The direwolves settled at their feet, the children and grandchildren nestled around them, the whole pack radiant with life. Ned rose, older but unbowed, and looked out over the family and the land he loved. "We have come through darkness. We have seen the world nearly end and chosen to save it together. Let no man or woman ever forget what we built, nor the cost, nor the joy." Then he knelt in the grass, Catelyn at his side, the children's hands clasped in his. The old gods, and perhaps the new, listened in the hush. "The North remembers," Ned whispered, and the words rose into the boughs, a promise and a blessing. That night, with stars wheeling above, the North lay at peace. The laughter of the Starks drifted through the windows of Winterfell, echoed by song from the village, the fields, and the banks of the White Knife. The wolves howled not for hunger, but for joy, a family, a land, a future, unbroken. And in every heart, from the wall to the last green hill, the old promise held fast. The pack endures, the North remembers, and the spring never ends. Unkay. Summer in the North crested to its full glory. Day after day, light poured through the leaves of Winterfell's trees, filling the castle with a brightness not seen in living memory. The godswood became a cathedral of green and red, branches heavy with new leaves, and clusters of sweet wild fruit. The air was rich with the sense of growing things, earth and blossom, wool and sweat, and roasting meats drifting from the market and kitchen yards. Time felt unhurried, generous, a gift to be lingered over and savored. It was a year since the first true spring, and every hour seemed to mark a further undoing of old wounds. The faces of children, once pinched by hunger and fear, grew open and curious, bright with laughter. Across the North, wildlings and Northmen, watchmen and small folk, built new lives side by side. The castle itself, long battered by storm and war, bore scars only as reminders, not of defeat, but of endurance and healing. Eddard Stark could walk among his people without ceremony now, the gates of Winterfell flung open to all who came in peace. Every morning he made a circuit of the castle, stopping first at the training yard, where Arya drilled a motley troop of young archers, and Rickon ran races with the youngest, his wild curls and bright shouts drawing even the shyest children from hiding. Bran, already deep in conversation with Maester Luwin, might be mapping the latest river branch, or teaching a southern scribe how to read the knots and stones that marked the North's forgotten paths. The hallways echoed with the music of life. The busy tread of the cooks, the clatter of the smithy, the bells for council, the call and answer of merchants setting up their wares at the market. Sansa, more than ever, was the sun around which the castle turned, graceful, practical, smiling as she settled disputes, greeted every guest by name, and found homes for the orphans brought by traders or wildling scouts from as far as Skagos and the Shadow Tower. Jon rode down from the wall, with a small party of watch brothers and wildling envoys, Ghost at his side. He arrived bearing news of wildling villages grown strong on the cold plains beyond the Gift, of peace among the Watch, of the first crops sown north of the Wall since the Dawn Age. His manner was unchanged, gentle and steady, and wherever he walked, be it council or festival or fireside, he drew trust from every face. Robb, broad and golden in the sun, managed the fields and the riders, his laughter booming from the horse lines or the armory, his patience earning the loyalty of wildling raiders and old, prickly bannermen alike. He and Jon rode the borders together, listening as much as commanding, learning new skills and stories from the folk who had once been strangers or foes. Lady Catelyn's hair had turned wholly silver, but her gaze was keen and her voice sure. She oversaw the castle's stores and guest halls, helped midwife the children of the free folk, and corresponded with queens and maesters from Old Town to King's Landing. Her pride in her children was quiet but unmistakable, and her presence, gentle but unyielding, made Winterfell a home as much as a stronghold. This second summer festival was the greatest in memory. Banners from every corner of the realm crowded the green outside the walls. Stark and Umber, Reed and Glover, Free Folk and Manderley, even the odd Golden Rose or Sun and Spear, their bearers eager to see the North's new peace for themselves. Merchants and bards, healers and masons, cooks and old warriors filled the grounds with song and scent and stories. There were games for every age and talent. Arya ran the children's melee, swords blunted, but pride sharp. Her wildling students cheered on by old crones from the village and young maids from White Harbor. Rickon led races and swimming matches in the Wolf's Wood, his friends making up rules as they went, laughter echoing for miles. Bran's riddle contest stumped even the cleverest, and his lectures on the seasons and the stars were met with rapt attention. Sansa presided over the feast, moving among the tables with a gentle word for each guest, her laughter and songs binding strangers into friends. The highlight was a council of peace, called beneath the heart tree. All the banners were lowered, and every voice was heard. Lords spoke of trade and harvests, wildlings of old magics and new customs, healers shared cures, singers gave new verses to old songs. When Robb stood to call for a binding of oaths, it was not to him but to the North and its people that each hand was raised. Arya, wild-eyed, led the children in a howl that set the direwolves baying. Bran recited the names of every house, every clan, every new village that had joined the peace. Jon spoke last, his voice quiet but certain. The Wall has always been a promise, to stand together, whatever comes. Now, let it be a promise kept not by fear, but by hope. Let the North remember not only the cost, but the gift of peace. Not in all. Ned watched from beside Catelyn, pride and humility tangled in his chest. When all the vows had been spoken, and the howling and singing died away, he rose and said only, "The pack endures. Let that be our banner and our blessing." That night, the celebration filled the halls and the green beyond. Tables bent beneath roasted game and sweet cakes, berry wine and honey mead. Arya and Rickon taught wilding dances. Sansa and Catelyn sang the old ballads, and Bran read aloud from the new Book of Peace, a record of stories, victories, losses, and lessons, written in many hands and many tongues. Robb and Jon judged the wrestling matches, and even Ned was coaxed into tossing a caber, to the delight of the small folk and free folk alike. In the shadows, old wounds were healed. A manderly and a free folk elder breaking bread, a glover mason sharing tools with a wildling carver, children from both worlds falling asleep together beneath the lanterns. No banners of war were unfurled. No swords left their sheaths. As the hour grew late, Ned and Caitlin walked together through the sleeping camp. The heart tree stood bright against the night, its leaves whispering in the wind, its roots deep in peace. The darewolves lay curled in the shadows, watchful but at ease. "This is what I prayed for in all those winters," Caitlin said softly. Ned squeezed her hand. "It is more than I ever dared to hope. Not only peace, but kinship, enduring true." She smiled, her eyes shining. "They will tell stories of this, Ned. Of you. Of all of us." "Bah." He shook his head gently. "Let the stories be of the pack, not the wolf. Of what we built together. The North endures because we do not forget." As weeks slipped into high summer, the life of the North flourished. Caravans carried news and goods up and down the King's Road. Amber and salt from the Isles, sweet root and cheese from the valleys, new breeds of sheep and seed from the south. The Watch sent scholars and healers to learn and teach. The wildlings, now settled in dozens of villages, sent word of old places rediscovered, standing stones, hidden pools, sacred caves. Bran and his friends mapped every mile, and maesters came from Old Town to study and add their marks. Sansa's council brought lords and crafters together each week, planning for winter's return. New roads to distant crofts, windmills on the hills, a great granary for the entire region. Arya and Jon trained a new order of rangers, women and men, wildling and kneeler alike, who would ride the borders not as warriors, but as watchers and guides. Robb led great hunts for boar and stag, but took as much pride in his harvest contests. The longest pumpkin, the sweetest berry, the fastest sow. Rickons, wolf games, became a rite of passage, and every child, noble or orphan, wildling or town-born, joined in the running and the laughter. The pack itself remained close. Letters and messages flew constantly between the Wall, the Wild, and Winterfell. Every month, at least one member would travel to another's home or holdfast, and there was always a place set for the others at every table. When autumn returned at last, gold and red and russet across the fields, the people of the North gathered one final time beneath the heart tree. The feast was quieter, the songs softer, the joy less raucous and more deep. Children played by the pools, elders watched from carved benches, the direwolves wandered free. Ned stood, older now but unbowed, and spoke. This land was saved not by swords, but by memory and forgiveness. Let us keep what we have made, by work, by love, by honor. Let the North always remember, and let its pack endure. This is our true victory. Messer Rao. The old gods listened, and perhaps the new, as laughter and song carried through the trees, through every door and window of Winterfell, through every valley and glen and wildling camp. A legacy of peace, hard won, was passed down with every tale and every kindness. And as the days shortened and the last harvests were gathered, Eddard Stark sat by the window with Caitlin, the voices of their family rising below, the world made whole again. No darkness would ever linger long, so long as the pack endured, together, always beneath the heart tree and the banner of the North remembered. Eki. Autumn's gold deepened, painting the North in flame. Fields of wheat and rye cut and threshed, apples and pears spilling sweet in the cool air, hillsides ablaze with rowan and beech. The land was full, rich with the memory of famine, but now generous to every hungry hand. Folk said you could see the change from the ramparts of Winterfell itself. Once, a patchwork of ruined fields and sullen wood, now a living sea of harvest and hope stretching as far as the eye could follow. Winterfell had never known such peace. Each morning the sun climbed a little lower, and the days came crisper, but no one feared the cold. There was too much to do, fairs to hold, barns to fill, markets and lessons, betrothals and feasts. There were no walls between wildling and Northman, no lines between free folk and sworn. The youngest children of the gift grew up never asking who had once been enemy or friend. They called themselves winter children, born of the pack and the spring that followed the long night. Eddard Stark felt the shift as something both outside and within. He had become not only lord, but steward, peacemaker, and, he sometimes thought, with wonder, a gardener of sorts, tending the living legacy of all those winters past. He walked the halls as a father more than a ruler, and the burdens he carried were lightened by the joy in every room. The castle swelled with life. The main hall became a place of laughter and music, from first light to moonrise. Robb presided at the great table, his counsel sought not only by bannermen, but by small folk, traders, even wildlings from the furthest edge of the haunted forest. He moved through the crowd with an easy grace, the scar on his jaw just visible, a reminder of the battle now told only as a tale by the fireside. Jon visited more often now, a living bridge between Watch and North, and spent hours with Robb at the maps, planning patrols and watching the grain come in from the new villages. His voice, steady, thoughtful, carried the wisdom of both snow and sun, and none left the council unsatisfied. He and Arya rode the wild fields with their rangers, teaching, learning, keeping the peace by presence more than sword. Sansa's voice, soft, melodious, practical, echoed in every hall. Her handmaidens took in wildling girls, southern wards, orphans from old battles, teaching them songs and letters, and the work of kitchens, halls, and gardens. In the evenings, her court became a center of gossip, news, and clever games, and her advice was sought from as far as Old Town and Gulltown. It was said that no new market in the north was opened without Sansa's blessing, and no feud resolved without her patient hand. Arya, untamable as ever, could not be confined. She spent days at the river's edge, teaching swimming and tracking, then vanished for a week into the wild with a group of young scouts, only to reappear grinning at the first snow, with 3 new wildling songs and a white fox cub rescued from a snare. She was half legend already, a protector of the woods, the wolf maid, whose whistle called dire wolves and wild dogs both. Bran, always in motion, mapped and charted the land, created new signals for weather and danger, and became a favorite of the old wise men and women in every village. He corresponded with maesters and poets from King's Landing to Bear Island, and when he rode south to the Barrowlands, or east to White Harbor, he returned with new stories and, sometimes, new fosterlings eager to learn the ways of the pack. Rickon, taller and wilder, ruled the younger children and animals alike. He organized games, races, and competitions, his laughter a constant in the air. Shaggy Dog, now white-muzzled but still fierce, lay at his side in the halls, and at night Rickon could be found listening at the feet of the oldest wildlings, learning stories that no southerner had ever heard. The second autumn fair eclipsed the first. The green outside Winterfell was filled for a fortnight. Tents and pavilions by the dozen, bonfires burning every night, storytellers and singers from every corner of the realm. Merchants arrived from Lannisport and Old Town, Bravos and Pentos, bringing spices, silk, fine glass, and southern steel. Free folk elders brought carved bones, wool, honey from mountain hives, and rare ice crystals gathered at the edge of the world. There was a contest for every skill and age. Sansa presided over the harvest table, giving ribbons for pies and breads, jams and meads, judging with the maester's help, and a panel of wildling grandmothers. Arya organized a great game of wolf and fox, half chase, half hide and seek, in which even Robb and Jon were dragged in, tumbling through the leaf-carpeted woods. Bran led the riddlers and loremasters in challenges by lantern light, the prizes his own maps and books. Every night there was a feast, fresh bread and roast pig, strong cheese, root stews, river trout. The great hall was hung with banners from every house, but the direwolf flew highest. The wildlings sang until dawn, the Northmen matched them in drink and dancing. At the height of the festival, Jon and Robb led a council beneath the heart tree. Each village, new and old, sent a voice. The watch came with gifts of ice flowers and a promise to keep the peace, not only by sword but by word. Wildling elders swore their children would serve alongside the Stark bannermen, and the lords of the North renewed their oaths not just to Winterfell, but to each other. Ned watched the circle form, saw the faces of children and old warriors, women and men, former enemies and new kin, and felt the old pain lift from his heart. He stood, and the godswood quieted. In the North, he said, we do not forget, but we have learned to forgive. We have learned that the truest strength is not in walls, nor in swords, but in the bonds we choose to make, every day, with one another. Our stories are woven together now, wildling and Northman, watch and free folk, bannermen and small folk. Let us vow, here beneath the heart tree, to endure not as one house, but as a pack. May every child born in this peace know their name is written in the song of the North. No. He knelt, and one by one, the others joined him. Robb, Sansa, Jon, Arya, Bran, Rickon, and then the wildlings, the lords, the children, the new maesters and singers, until the whole godswood was filled with the hush of old and new promise. Winter came softly that year, the first snows slow and light, the world prepared. Granaries and cellars brimmed, every family had a roof, every traveler a welcome. The pack of direwolves ranged the fields and woods, but their howls were songs of plenty, not warning. Jon returned to the wall, but it was an open road now, no longer exile, but pilgrimage with feasts along the way, and the watch at peace with all neighbors. Catelyn sat by Ned's side, watching grandchildren, children of Stark, Wildling, and Southron alike, play in the snow. Sansa's youngest practiced archery with Rickon's wild pack. Arya, home for the winter, taught swordplay to orphans and fosterlings in the yard. Bran wrote a new story each night by the fire, his little brother curled up beside him. The halls were filled with light, the windows with laughter. One night, as the snow fell thick and silent, Ned walked the ramparts alone. The cold keen, but not cruel. He looked over his land, white and whole, safe and strong. He thought of every sorrow, every sacrifice, every hope he'd carried for his family and his home. He knelt beneath the heart tree and whispered his thanks. For peace, for kin, for the pack that endured. Spring would come again, as it always did. And the stories told beneath Winterfell's boughs would grow only richer. Of a North that chose hope over vengeance. Of a family that built not only a castle, but a new world. Of a people, many and wild and wise, who remembered the darkness and kindled their own dawn. And at the heart of it all, as the years turned, the Starks kept their silent, steadfast vigil. The North remembered. The pack endured. And the world, at last, was whole. Ka-Gay. Winterfell woke to a hush of first frost, a delicate silver rime tracing every stone and branch. But it was a hush full of warmth. A pause before new laughter, the promise of another season well met. In the east, dawn broke the sky in soft rose and gold. The smoke of cooking fires curled upward from the town and castle, carrying with it the scents of fresh bread, roasting nuts, and honeyed apples. Eddard Stark, older but still steady, stood at the highest window of the broken tower, now repaired and made into a library and observatory. From here he could see his whole world. Fields brown but waiting for spring, the faint shimmer of the white knife in the distance, village rooftops capped in white, the old god's woods crimson with leaves and alive with shadows. Children were already darting about the courtyard, shouting as they chased the pack of young direwolves who yapped and rolled and tumbled in the snow. He listened a moment, his heart echoing the beat of it all. Every sound was a reassurance. The world endured, and so did he. Catelyn's footsteps climbed behind him, soft and sure. She pressed her cheek to his shoulder and wrapped her arms around him as they watched the sun rise higher. It will be another mild winter, she whispered, smiling. Bran says so, and so does the almanac of Maester Luwin. Ned squeezed her hand. They're rarely wrong, those two, but let's keep our stores full all the same. She kissed his cheek, and together they descended to greet the day. The great hall was a tapestry of color and life. The tables overflowed with fruit and fresh churned butter, thick porridge, strips of venison and smoked fish, honey cakes, and sweet cider. Sansa presided at the center, settling questions from the cooks and the steward. Arya dashed through with snow still in her hair, flinging a snowball at Rickon, who returned fire with a wild laugh. Robb was just in from the stables, his boots muddy, his cheeks red, joking with two free folk farmers who had come to seek advice about a stubborn new breed of sheep. Bran, a grown man now, helped a crippled girl from the wildling village find a place at the bench. Jon and Ghost, back from the wall for the winter's turning, slipped in with a cold gust and a round of greetings from a dozen children. No matter how many seasons passed, Ned was still surprised by the breadth of his family, blood and chosen, old names and new row. The pack had grown, and the North with it. After breakfast, the day's business began. Ned and Robb led the council in the solar, going over plans for the winter festival. Games and tournaments, food for the poor, new blankets for the oldest folk in Winter Town, gifts for the children, and songs to be sung by the great fire. Sansa, Lady of Winterfell in all but name, managed the endless arrivals, traders from White Harbor, wildling elders, a group of southern minstrels, and even a messenger from Dorne, come north to see the miracle for herself. Sansa's gentle voice and ready smile soothed every quarrel and calmed every fear. Arya rode out at noon with a band of girls and boys, wildlings and Northmen, teaching them to track and move silent in the snow. She returned at dusk, triumphant, with 3 hares, a new wildling tale, and a song she'd coaxed from an old crone by the village fire. Bran mapped the woods with a party of younger children, their faces red with cold and pride. Rickon led the rest to the old pond, where they played at being wolves and wildlings, their laughter carrying all the way to the hall. As the week wore on, every hearth in the north was lit with anticipation for the festival. The yard filled with carts, root vegetables, sweet apples, salted meat, new cheese, fir boughs, garlands, and barrels of last year's mead. The air rang with practiced songs and hammer blows as the blacksmiths readied sled runners and sleigh bells. In the village, folk hung colored lanterns from every eave. Sansa oversaw the decoration of the hall, garlands of pine and holly, candles set in candelabra, tables set with every bit of silver and crockery in the keep. Arya stole into the kitchens to help the bakers, emerging flour-dusted and victorious with her wolf-shaped gingerbread. Rickon's wild pack wove wreaths for every door, their fingers nimble and clever. Robb and Jon built a snow fort in the yard for the children, and soon all the younger ones, noble and free folk alike, joined in a siege that left everyone breathless and snow-caked. When the first night of the festival arrived, Winterfell blazed with firelight. The great hall was packed to bursting. Minstrels sang old carols and wildling songs, lords and wildlings mingled, and the children staged a play, Bran's latest script, recounting the victory over the long night, with Arya playing herself, to much laughter and applause, Rickon as the Night King, howling and capering, and Sansa as the wise queen who found a path to peace. Jon brought greetings from the watch. The wall was secure, the free folk thriving, the roads open, and the old ghosts at last at rest. Wildling elders brought stories and jokes, and even a Taroshi merchant's trick with fire drew cheers and gasps from the hall. Ned sat beside Catelyn at the high table, their children and grandchildren around them, the dire wolves at their feet, and looked out on a room full of light and music. "Do you see?" Catelyn murmured, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "This is what we fought for." He nodded, his voice thick. "It is more than I dared hope for. It is all I ever wanted." After the feast, Ned wandered the castle, soaking in the sounds of contentment. The echo of Sansa's laughter, Arya's song drifting from the kitchen, Rickon's howls in the yard, the low voices of Robb and Jon planning a winter hunt. In the Godswood, Bran sat beneath the heart tree with a ring of young listeners, telling a story about the first direwolf and how the pack endured. Ned knelt in the snow at the base of the heart tree, the old gods' faces looking down with silent approval. "Thank you," he whispered, "for every gift, every trial, every day I have had with them." The wind rose, rattling the crimson leaves, and somewhere above the branches a raven cawed, a black note against the hush, but not a lonely one. The winter festival lasted 3 days. There were games and contests, gifts and pageants, storytelling and new vows. Merchants from the south marveled at the unity and laughter, at the way the wildlings danced with the lords, at the kindness with which every orphan was fed, and every old woman clothed and warm. As the snow deepened and the days shortened, peace held. There was always something to do, teaching the youngest to read, fixing roofs, tending the sick, planning for spring. The wall sent word of a new wildling settlement on the coast, and the watch asked for craftsmen and teachers, not just swords. And always, the pack was at the center. Strong, united, full of stories and laughter and love. The years turning came in a hush of stars. Ned stood at the window once more, watching the snow fall and the torches flare in the yard, the sounds of feasting rising below. He closed his eyes, feeling the years and the weight and the gratitude. "We remember," he whispered, voice soft as new snow. "And we endure." And so, beneath the quiet sky, Winterfell's story went on, not only of survival, but of joy and hope and the hard, beautiful work of peace. The North remembered. The pack endured. And spring, somewhere just beyond the frosted hills, waited, patient and sure. The season's quiet deepened, settling over Winterfell in the north with a peace as soft and steady as the falling snow. The cold grew sharp, but it was the cold of hearth fires, wool cloaks and smoke curling from 100 roofs, not the cold of want or fear. By midwinter, the white knife froze solid. The woods and hills became a kingdom of silver and shadow, and every breath you drew outside frosted in the air, a fleeting ghost. Yet no part of the north was idle. If anything, the slow, short days became a time of shared purpose. Mending, learning, listening, remembering, Gamawah. The castle bustled from dawn to dusk. The kitchens worked double, preparing soups, stews, and sweets to last for days. The smithy burned late with the rhythm of hammer and anvil. Every hand, noble or free, found work worth doing. At the heart of it all, the Stark family moved in their familiar orbit. Eddard and Catelyn, older now, but beloved by all, spent their mornings in council, and their afternoons with children, grandchildren, and fosterlings. Their faces, creased by years, softened by happiness, were the quiet assurance of a world that had finally learned to heal itself. On the first day of the new year, the sun climbed high above a cloudless sky, gilding the castle's icy stones. Sansa walked the ramparts with Maester Luwin and a delegation of wildling and riverland healers, inspecting new storerooms and the sick house she'd helped found in the southern ward. Her rule, always gentle, was now recognized beyond the north. Daughters from the Reach and Dorne sent her letters seeking counsel. Children at her side learned to read and sing, to mend wounds and weigh justice. Sansa's laughter and calm voice were as much a symbol of the North's peace as the direwolf banners that flew above every tower. Arya refused all titles, but found herself anointed anyway. The First Wolf, the Ranger of the Green. She taught swordplay, riding, and wildling woodcraft in the yard. But just as often she vanished into the woods, reappearing at dusk with news of a frozen waterfall, or a new den of foxes. She let the wildling children challenge her to races, and let the town girls braid her hair in patterns, learned from the free folk. The younger children, those too small for lessons or chores, followed her everywhere, certain Arya could show them every secret of the world. Bran, a grown man now, directed the school in the old Maester's Tower, a living university where lessons never ended and questions were celebrated. Students from the farthest corners of Westeros came to learn northern law and wildling lore, healing and music, maps and memory. Bran was always patient, never tired of answering a question or hearing a new tale. Robb, his hair streaked with silver at the temples, managed the North's day-to-day needs with a sure hand. He and Jon met each morning over steaming cups of mulled cider, planning the patrols and harvests, the training of new scouts, the routes for caravans headed east or south. They met each night with their father by the fire, sharing news, worries, and the laughter that bound the brothers as much as any oath. Jon, long settled into his role as the Watch Lord and Peacekeeper, split his winters between the Wall and Winterfell. He came now not just as a warden but as a symbol. A bridge between north and farther north, between past and present. The Watch was a force for healing now, as much as for vigilance. Jon's men taught southern knights how to hunt in snow and wildlings how to set a just court. The old enemies no longer waited at the edge of the world. They had joined the family. Rickon, grown tall and wild, led bands of children and pups in games across the yards, building snow forts, chasing each other through the drifts, making up stories to tell by lantern light at night. He was the most wolfish of all the Starks. At home in the woods or beside the fire, his joy a spark in the dark days. The midwinter festival began with the lighting of the great fire in the yard. Sansa, in a gown of winter rose and pale blue, led the song as the banners were unfurled. Stark, Umber, Reed Glover, Free Folk and Watch. Arya loosed the first arrow into the sky, a streak of fire that marked the opening of the games. Races, riddles, singing contests, snow sculpture, and a long, wild game of wolf and lamb played through every court and hall. Inside, the great hall blazed with warmth and noise. Tables held baked apples, rich stews, roasted birds, sweet bread, and cider spiced with clove. Minstrels from the southern kingdoms played beside wildling drummers. Old ballads met new verses. Children danced with lords and cooks and shepherds. Robb led the toast, Catelyn presided at the high table, and Eddard sat with Bran and Jon, their laughter soft as the snow outside. The youngest, Arya's fosterlings, Rickon's wild pack, the orphans and apprentices, put on a play of the long night and the return of the dawn, acting out the stories that were now their birthright. The whole hall roared at Rickon's antic Night King, wept at Arya's fierce wolf girl, and cheered as Sansa, crowned with holly and firelight, ended the tale with a blessing for peace. As the weeks passed, Winterfell's days fell into a rhythm: lessons, work, play, and storytelling by the fire. Jon and Robb rode out to inspect the snowbound farms. Bran mapped the shifting woods. Arya and Sansa managed the needs of the castle, and Rickon led the games that made even the coldest night a celebration. Catelyn wrote letters to every corner of the realm, keeping the pack's bonds strong. There was news, too, from beyond the north. The King's Landing court sent warm greetings and requests for counsel on their own disputes. Old Town's maesters sent books and letters of praise for Bran's new school. Merchants from Pentos and Bravos arrived with silk and spice and news of distant wars that, for once, seemed far away. But all that mattered most was here, beneath the towers and the red leaves. The pack, the home, the peace that endured. One evening, as a pale moon rose, Ned walked the silent godswood with Catelyn. The snow was deep, muffling every sound but their footsteps. The heart tree stood sentinel, its face dusted in frost, its branches heavy above their heads. "They say the North has become a legend," Catelyn whispered. "A place where peace is possible." Ned nodded, feeling the weight and lightness of it all. "A legend," he agreed, "but one built on every sorrow and every joy. It is real, Cat, it is ours." She took his hand. "Then let's walk a while. So when the spring comes again, we remember how good it was." And they walked, two old wolves, through the hush and beauty of the world they had saved and shaped. So the winter passed, with song and work, with children's laughter and stories by firelight, with the steady love of family, and the bright, strong promise of dawn. The North remembered. The pack endured. And beneath the red leaves and the falling snow, a new world grew, whole and unafraid.